Quite ready. Hey guys. Probably nobody here yet. I'm gonna go get Zeke in a minute. I thought I'd hop on first and say hello if anybody's there. We're gonna start the transcripts at like 9 o'clock because Bella and Libra, my reading buddies, are still getting ready, finishing up dinner and stuff. So I thought I'd bring up Zeke to say hi. He wants to say hi to everybody. And maybe chat about the case a little bit, actually. We got an awesome thing, two awesome guests coming up Sunday. I'm really excited about. We'll talk about that in a minute. It's about the Darlie case, so that'll be fun. But I do want to get Zeke up here before they sneak him off to bed. And I'll steal him. Oh, shoot. Hey, Mark. What's up? Laura Linares. What's up? Cherry. Hey. Awesome to see you guys. Hey, so we are going to, we're trying to decide what witness. Oh, I hear him barking. I hope they don't sneak him up in bed before I get him. We're trying to decide which witness to skip to before. Hey, Lavina. What's up? Before, because we're going to skip the David Main. We already read 170 pages of him. We don't need any more of his testimony. And we just thought it's kind of drags when this, like, for instance, they have all the officers and there are a lot of them are saying basically the same thing over and over and over. And it's kind of dragging. So we thought we kind of skipped to some, important stuff or more interesting stuff. And so hopefully you guys are okay with that. We're still trying to decide which one to skip to, right, for tonight. So we are going to skip through a little bit and get to some good stuff. Who's sneaking Zeke up to bed too? I'm going to, my grandma probably. I'm going to try to sneak him before he gets to bed. That's why I wanted to say hi, and then I'm going to go get him real quick. So I'm going to probably go, I should probably just go get him right now, huh? Hold on one second. Let me make sure I have all my, microphone stuff set to the right thing. Yeah, I do. Okay. You guys have any requests on who you want us to skip to? Because we're on David Main right now, and if you go to like the Darlie Facts where we're getting the transcripts from, it lists them all out, and we're just going in order. But we want to skip to more interesting witness, and because a lot of it's like very repetitive, so we're trying to kind of decide. Bella had the idea, we'll just skip right to Darren, but maybe we should at least do, I don't know, I mean, we could just skip to Darren and Darlie, but I do want to like do some other people too, even though that would be the most interesting, but I do want to include some other type of witnesses. So I don't know, we'll decide here. Let me go get Zeke. I've been drinking. Christina, you've been drinking, so might not be able to follow, or maybe we can make a drinking game out of the transcripts. Let's see what notes. Whip out book and notes. You could. It's a joke. Oh my God! With Mad Dog Mulder, I'm the Mad Dog Mulder. I'm the defense, one of the defense attorneys. His name's Mulder. He has the nickname Mad Dog Mulder. He was actually Darren's defense lawyer, because Darren had broken like the what's it called, where he talked about the trial and he wasn't supposed to. I forget what that charge is. So he had his own lawyer, and it was Mulder. And then he had Mulder represent Darlie in the promise that Mulder would not bring Darren up as a suspect, which is bullcrap, because Darren, it should have been brought up a little suspicious, because there was a lot of suspicious things, but because of Mulder charging $200,000, an expensive lawyer, and him being Darren's, and Darren hiring him on the grounds of him not bringing Darren in as a suspect. So that's one of the reasons they never touched that area, which is kind of messed up, because now I think they need to touch that area, because there's something, I feel like something doesn't make sense with everything. I just don't believe it happened the way that the state said it happened. There's just things that just don't make sense on how they said it happened. It just couldn't happen exactly how they said, I don't think. I think Darren could have been involved. I think it could have been just something that got all messed up. I'm not sure. I don't believe the narrative that they put out there. I'm not saying that I for sure think Darlie's innocent. I doubt it, and a part of me thinks she is, but I don't know for sure. But I just don't believe the narrative that they've laid out. I don't believe that that's true. So therefore I doubt their whole case, because there's just things that are just don't make sense in their narrative that just doesn't fit. So I don't know. I'm still up in the air, but I think there's a chance that she didn't kill them. I think maybe there's a plan or something. I'm not so convinced that she killed them. I really am not. And this is her last appeal, guys. And this is why it's really important, because this is her last appeal. And if she loses this appeal, you don't understand. She's in Texas. They don't mess around. She'll be executed pretty quick probably after that appeal. I'm not sure if women are as quickly executed as men, because the men is more overpopulated, the death row, than the women. I think there's only like 6 people on the women's death row in Texas, or I don't know. The men have a lot more. So maybe they're not as quick with the women because they're not as crowded, but it's still going to be quicker than any other state. And wouldn't you feel bad if, she got executed and she didn't? And I know there's a lot of innocent people that get executed all the time that are innocent, and it's sad, but it doesn't mean that we should just let this one go if anybody has doubts. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. I just have enough doubts where I want to look into it, and I want her to get a fair trial, because I do for sure think she didn't get a fair trial. I don't believe she got a fair trial. So I think she deserves a fair trial. But then whatever happens after that. So I just think, I think there's a lot of things done wrong with the way that trial was handled. Yeah, Zeke is calling me. Libra, looks like Libra's here. I'm gonna bring her up and she could chat with you guys. I'm gonna go get Zeke. Hey, Libra.
Hey, girl. Hey.
What's up? I'm gonna go get Zeke. You could chat while I go get him.
Yay. Hold on, I gotta pull up.
Oh, chat, you guys, is that your dog?
Who?
Oh,
I don't have a dog.
Oh my God, it sounds like a dog going.
No, I was walking past and my son's singing in the bathtub.
Oh, okay.
So he's getting his nightly rituals done, because he goes to bed at 9:30. And we make that a rule in the household. So
9:30.
Yep, 9:30. Because I mean, he just turned 9 yesterday. So.
9 yesterday.
Yep.
Oh yeah. You told me on 420.
Yeah, 420 is his birthday. I mean, hey, the world is celebrating actually.
He'll learn all about it when he gets older, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm probably sure he will, but right now he's innocent, and I want to keep him that way.
Oh, of course. Yeah. So, how you feeling? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was feeling like crud the last couple of days. Hi, Jenna B. Yeah, like we had a birthday party for him on Sunday, and I literally fainted. I lost color, and like I had the chills. I was getting dizzy. I had headaches, and I don't know what was going on, and I felt awful for like 2 days. Man. So I've got a doctor's appointment set for tomorrow, because I'm like, nope, we can't have that. Wow. So.
All right, you just chat if you want to chat a little bit. Bella should be here any minute. I was hoping I would get to add her on before, but I'll just go get Zeke real quick. I should be just a minute. I'll be back.
You're good. All
right. I'll be back.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Diana Wright.
I forgot to take my earphones out.
Hey, Love and Coco. How's everybody tonight? Everybody geared up and ready to go for this last little bit of these crazy pages that we got going on here? So. No, I don't want to.
You are so cute. Hi. You gotta say hi to. Oh, you broke the hanger, silly. Okay. Want to go say hi to everybody? Oh, it's not bedtime. You gotta go say hi to everybody.
Oh man.
He's on my bed, guys.
Hi, Cherry Metha.
Oh, cozy. He was waiting at the door.
So
I had the gate open, and he was.
Oh, thank you, Kathy Quillen. I think I said that right. Aw, thank you so much. I got to get it checked out and figure out what's going on. I mean, your health is so important, and yeah. So I hope everybody's doing well and having a good day. I'm sorry, I'm kind of bantering alone. I don't know what to say at the moment. But what does everybody think about the trials so far? Does anybody have an opinion so far? Because we're working on something really interesting for you guys. So, I mean,
Relax.
gonna want to stay tuned. Definitely. Hi, the chatterbox.
Okay, come on, buddy. We gotta go say hi. We gotta go
Oh,
say
Cherry Meta, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon.
hi. All right, buddy.
Hi, Tianvo's girl. Hey, girl, hey.
Oh, wah. Here we go. Here's my buddy. Libra, if you're talking, I'm sorry I can't hear because I don't have the headphones in, but I will
You're
put them in
good.
1 minute. It's just, I guess I could just put them in my. So there's the Zeekster. How cute. I don't know if you guys heard me, but he was outside
Oh,
the door
yeah.
waiting.
Yeah.
Come in. And then he jumped on my bed and he's like, he
Oh,
gets on his back and he wants his tummy rubbed. He's just so adorable.
Jaden said to tell you your puppy is so cute. He's standing at the computer going, oh, he's
Say hi
so
to
cute. Say hi to Zeke.
Zeke, say hi to Jaden. Look, say hi to Jaden.
She's trying to get him to say hi to
Say
you.
hi to Jaden, Zeke. Zeke, look up there.
Look.
Zeke.
Oh, there he is.
There's my buddy.
Okay, go to get dressed.
Okay, go get dressed.
I'll be asking to watch.
Okay.
Zeke's not going to be there forever. I promise. He's like, I'm coming out to watch. Zeke's here. He definitely, he wants to get a dog, you know, but we're trying to teach him responsibility with the leopard gecko first. You know, you got to make sure that you can take care of one animal before you get another.
Definitely.
And mommy's definitely been taking care of the animal.
Oh shoot! So you're like, am I ready to?
Oh man,
kid. Well, if you get a puppy, they're just like it. Well, I don't have any kids, but I can imagine they're. I'm sure I know kids probably are a lot harder, but I'm just saying they're a lot when they're puppies because you got to potty train them and. Get into everything, you know. He was a puppy.
I know.
He was pretty good. And then we had the bell where he'd ring it when he had to go outside. Then he just rung it all the time. We had to take it away from him because he would just go ring it. Like, see.
That's hilarious. It kind of reminds me. Have you ever seen that movie? What is that? Meet the Parents or whatever, where the dad trains the cat to go to the bathroom in the toilet.
Yes.
Or is it Meet the Fockers? Or
yeah. I love that so much. Wait, what's the cat's name? What is it? I can't even think.
Jingles, Mr. Jingles. Oh man. I watched those the other night and I was like, oh my goodness. I was laughing. I was like,
good movies, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I like to watch stuff that it's fun and all that. And then, you know, you gotta find something good on, you know, streaming. But there's so many interesting things. But I have all of these like subscriptions, and most of the time I end up finding myself on YouTube.
Oh yes,
serious,
Jinx.
man.
Jinx. Why did I say Jingle? Wait, is it Jingles or Jinx?
It's Mr. Jinx. That's right. It is Mr. Jinx.
Okay.
I said Jingles. My bad.
Well, no, I thought that too. As soon as I heard Jingles, I was like, yeah, but yeah, it's Jinx. Okay.
Jinx, Mr. Jinx.
Hey, Tennessee Voss girl.
Mm-hmm.
Kathy McKean. Oh, did I interrupt you, Lever? What were you saying?
No, you didn't interrupt me. You're good.
So yeah. Oh, do you have any recommendations on who you want to skip to as far as a witness?
Not really. I mean, because I know we had done 136 pages of the other one.
Mommy,
yeah.
Are you trying to get that gold YouTube thing?
No, go. I'm doing this, sweetheart.
The YouTube.
Am I trying to get the gold plaque?
Yeah.
He wants to know if we're trying to get the gold plaque on YouTube with subscribers.
Well, that would be awesome. Tell him, yeah, that's always a goal.
She said, yeah, it's always a goal. Jaden loves YouTube too. You know what I mean? So like he's always on there, and he's always watching like YouTube Kids, like the Minecraft videos and all that stuff.
Sometimes I try. I'm not sure. Try to like. I know.
Hey, Zelda.
Yeah.
What do you say?
He said, and sometimes I try to watch grown-up YouTube, but he gets caught on that. And I'm not cool with him on grown-up YouTube. I was like, it's not for you, buddy.
Mommy did,
so, honey.
Mommy didn't call me, Daddy did.
Yeah, Daddy caught him. And then they tried to keep the secret from mommy that he was on adult YouTube. And I was like, oh my goodness. They told me the secret today.
Yeah.
So
What was it? Was it something pretty? Was it like not too bad though?
well,
or?
it wasn't too bad this time, but the very first time that I caught him on YouTube, adult YouTube, before, it was right before they changed all of the rules, you know what I mean, about adult YouTube where you have to be 13 and older to get on there or whatever. He was watching some stuff that I was like, yeah, no, not cool. I was like, I don't know how you found it, but so I had to disable the microphone on there, all kinds of stuff, so that he couldn't talk to tellits.
Mommy,
Wow.
can I show you how I found it?
No, I don't want to see how you found it.
Say hi, buddy. You wanted to
So-
go to bed, didn't you? You wanted to go to bed, huh?
So yeah, I mean,
Aw.
but he had, we did the whole birthday thing. He had a great, he got all of his presents yesterday because Amazon was running behind. They were supposed to have his presents here on Friday and they didn't show up until yesterday. But he got some pretty cool stuff. He got a robot that talks and moves and dances and he can give it commands. And he got a slip and slide and a smartwatch with headphones that he can listen to music on. And the biggest thing he really liked was he got the Lego Villains game. So he's been like crazy
Okay.
about that.
Like a video game, you mean? Or
Yeah,
okay.
it's a video game for the Nintendo Switch. Like
Okay.
we got him a whole bunch of stuff, like a shooting thing where he can shoot his Nerf guns at, like it's a moving target. And
Okay. Oh, my
all
nephews
kinds of
love
stuff.
Nerf gun stuff. Every birthday, they
Mhm.
always want Nerf gun stuff. I'm like, guys, I'm so sick of buying Nerf gun stuff. I mean, you guys have so much. And then, of course, they want me to be. When I used to watch them every day, I would have to go have Nerf gun wars with them and stuff.
Yeah, well, my husband does that. Like he goes and he'll buy like the expensive Nerf guns or whatever. Like there's one that was like it looked like a machine gun type
Machine
thing.
gun, yeah, they have
And
that one. It
so-
comes out like a machine gun, like real fast. Is that
Yeah,
what you mean?
and it takes batteries and all that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he challenged my husband to a gunfight one night. My husband's like, okay, we'll set a day. He went to Walmart, he went and bought one of those, and he was like, you need to give him some protection. So, because I mean, when they kind of hit a little bit hard because of how the projectile is on it. So like I took pillows and stuff and I like wrapped him around him and made sure like he was all safe and put like a helmet on him.
Oh.
And they had the gunfight. But after the gunfight, he gave him, the machine Nerf gun, and he was like, okay, well, this is yours now,
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. I mean, when I was a kid, the big thing we used to do is squirt guns.
Yeah,
Like the
squirt
big,
guns.
huge super soakers.
Yeah, super
Oh
soakers,
man,
yeah.
we used to get outside and have the water fights. It was great.
Yeah, those are. I feel like those are. I like. Yeah. I mean, the Nerf gun. It was kind of fun doing it with them, but sometimes it could hurt. Especially if it gets in your eye or
Yeah.
your face and stuff.
Oh yeah,
So-
yeah. I hide when they have their fights.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to hide, but I'm in the fight. They make me play with them. Well, I do it. It's not like they make me, but like,
Right.
I don't like it very much. I just suck it up, and it's been a while since I've done it, but when I used to watch them, I would just suck it up. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll do
Yeah.
it. Gosh.
Right.
Oh, geez.
So yeah, I mean, he's really active with the Nerf guns and all kinds of stuff. I mean, when COVID started and everything was crazy, like we built a customized tent in his room with PVC piping and all that stuff. So he has like a tent over his bed. You know what I mean? It was like something we did together. So, and then like, because he couldn't go
Nice.
outside, he couldn't do a whole bunch of stuff. He's got like his little TV in there and his little video game thing and all that stuff. I mean, he's pretty well set up for everything. So
Kids, yeah, they hooked up these days. I feel like a lot of times. Hey Zelda,
man.
are you on your taking your trip for Big Crazy Bus? Hey, I thought I was coming with you. What's up, Christina in the house? What is up? Nerf War, join. You have to join in. No, I mean, I'm glad. I don't miss them. No, I don't miss the Nerf Wars. I don't watch
you
them.
have to
I used
join
to
any
go over
Nerf
every
war.
day, but I did but I don't miss those. I don't.
I mean, I
don't
find bullets all over the
Oh
house.
yeah,
you
they're all
guys.
over, and
I
they
mean,
have 2 dogs, and all the dogs are chewing up the bullets. I'm like, you guys, clean this up. We gotta clean this up. They're everywhere, and it's just. And then when they get you when you're surprised, when you're not even having fun,
yeah.
you're just sitting there like cooking dinner or doing something, and then they come
Yeah.
and they're all planning it, and they come upstairs and shoot you out unexpected.
Or
Oh,
something
geez.
else that they do is like he likes to watch those prank videos, and him and Daddy try to pull the pranks. Yeah.
There's probably a lot of those. I'm not sure who you're talking about, but I'm
Well,
sure there's a lot of prank videos.
I don't know who did it, okay, but he found this prank video where the person had taken peanut butter, right? And somebody was in the shower. So what they did was they put peanut butter on the outside of the bathroom door, right? And then they took plastic Ziploc wrap and put it at the top. And then they had like some way that and they put flour in the girl's hair dryer, right? So she gets out of the shower, you know what I mean? She's brushing her hair, and all of a sudden, like she turns on her hair dryer and she gets like a face and a head full of flowers. So she goes to run out the door. The plastic wrap hits her face, and then the peanut butter she slid across and fell on her butt. And I was like, oh my God, please don't do that to me. Please don't. I'm begging you.
My little brother, oh my God, he was the jokester growing up. I mean, he tried to do those Home Alone tricks. I mean, he did it up until today. He has a 1-year-old daughter now. I'm like, Gia's in for a treat, but he still does it. He's like the prankster. You never know what he's gonna do. He does something like all the time when he's over here. So he used to do like, we come home from the bars, like me and a friend would come home from the bar, and he would have wire set up, like that invisible wire, so we would trip. He had like this thing of coffee, so I'd be like, kind of buzzed up coming home. Like he would have like a coffee container up, so when I like open the door, like it would fall on me. He had all kinds of like when I come home from after the bars, like in college, or no, that was in I don't know when it was, because I went away to college, maybe in the summers or something. I just remember coming home after the bars and just coming home to not knowing what I was going to come home to.
Love and Coco, he just turned 9 yesterday. So he just turned 9 on 4/20. But yeah, so I mean, we try to find like all kinds of different activities. Last week we took him to this place that had indoor race cars on the inside and the outside. It had miniature golf. Different types of stuff like that.
When you shared those pictures, we have one of those. It looks exactly like what you were.
Yeah. And then the weekend before, we took him to this place called Urban Adventures. Oh my gosh. Like they have zip lining in there, and they have like, you know how you watch like the Ninja, what is that? Where people go and they do obstacles. It's like Ninja. I want to say it's Ninja Warrior.
Oh yeah.
Where they go and, like do all those creative things. And they had like a gladiator like type fight on a steel beam, and you hit the person, they fall over in a bunch of foam blocks and everything. Man, it was crazy. But they also had like a virtual VR thing set up, so you could play like games and stuff like that. So, and bumper cars too. So nice. I mean, we try to keep him pretty active on different things to do and stuff, and we like to have our family days. So definitely.
Zelda, no, I'm not taking Zeke to I was talking about before even Zeke was even thought of. This was way back when I was like in my 20s, when I would come home from the bar. There's this one guy, he used to live with us for a while, and we would go out to the bar sometime, and and so when we would come back, I just remember when I was with Jason, I was with this guy, and we'd come back, and I always check things, because I was like, I don't even know what to expect. Oh, right? So no, not with Zeke. No.
Happy belated birthday, Doll Eyes.
Oh yeah, happy birthday, Doll Eyes. Is your birthday? How old are you?
She said her birthday was the 16th.
What? You bored? Are you bored?
I gotta go down this way.
Are you bored? You're bored?
Aw. Zeke,
look this way. I should put my chair the opposite way, so when he's looking, you guys can see him. Look how cute you are.
He's like, I just want to chill. I just want to chill and cuddle. Aw, there you are. Kind of. Aw.
So cute. There you are. There you go, buddy.
Oh, 34. Boy. You just turned 34. Aw, and T and Bull's girl's birthday is the 27th. Happy early birthday.
Hello, what's up? He's good. How are you? Why am I talking like that?
I don't know.
Ooh, yeah, he's
We
good though.
also, yeah, we also got him an ice cream birthday cake, a Reese's ice cream birthday cake
Oh
this
my
year.
gosh, that's my weakness. Reese's.
Oh, me too.
Oh my
Me too.
gosh.
We were joking earlier. One of the girls was talking about she has like a candy stash and she has to hide it from her husband. I do that too. I have to hide it from my mom and my son because my husband, he's not so much like of a sweets guy until I make my ice cream pies. But other than that, yeah, I've got a little hiding spot for it.
I want to make sure Bella got my thing because I just want to make sure I did send it, but I just want to make sure I'm not missing. Like, okay, no, she must still be getting ready. So
I had to look for it because it was embedded in one of the emails. Like there was
yeah,
like
I
three
know.
or
I should
four in
start
there.
a
So I
new
was like, all right. No, it's okay because I was like confused and I hit the wrong one and it was like this live stream ended on blah blah blah. And I was like,
Oh, so an old one,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah. So then I had to go find the other one and I was like, all right, cool.
I know I was trying to wait
Delana.
till she got here so she could say hi to Zeke, but I feel like he just wants to get comfortable. I might let him go down, huh?
Well, I mean, it is 2 minutes of 9. We're a little bit early. So.
And I want to find what witness to do next. So I want to look through what I want to do next. So yeah.
So you don't want to finish the
No,
one?
we're skipping some around. No, we're not doing a lot of them. Are you smoking a cigarette?
Right. Yes, ma'am, I am.
I could tell.
I am.
I used to smoke. I could tell the way you breathe, like the way you talk when you smoke. You don't
yeah.
What is the word? You smoke like I used to. My mom always used to know when I did it. You're smoking because you don't what is that word? You don't, like, when you're inhaling, you don't breathe in your nose through your nose, so you could tell. I don't know. I can't explain it, but you do what I do when I used to smoke.
Well, I'm working on trying to quit before the baby gets here, honestly, because I don't want to smoke around my grandson. You know what I mean? And I try not to smoke around Jaden either. You know, I go into my room.
It's easy to do when
whatever.
you want to do it, but you have to want to do it. If you don't want to do it, then you won't. But I feel like if you want, oh, Bella, okay, good. She could say hi, and then I could take Zeke. Bella. Oh, nice. I love your picture. You got a new picture.
I did. That's from the trip that I took this week.
Wow.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah. What is around your head?
My coat. Fake fur, not real fur.
Okay.
You are so creative. You take the most beautiful pictures.
I can't. Thank you, but I can't take credit for this. My best friend took this shot, and it was her idea. She's like, "Put your hat up, and then put your hair."
But
when we get bored,
it is you, though. It is you. So yeah, you can't take credit for it. What are you talking about?
Thanks, guys.
That's what makes it beautiful, really.
Thank you.
Hey, say hi to Zeke. I'm gonna take him down.
There he is. Hi, buddy. You are so cute. Oh, can you kiss him for me? Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's so cuddly. He was waiting outside the door. I waited to get him, and I opened the door. And and he was waiting right there. And then he jumped up on the bed, and he wanted his tummy rubbed. He was so excited. I think he wanted just to go to bed. And I'm like, no, not bedtime. Not for me, at least for you.
He's like, I'm ready to make my appearance and go to sleep.
Oh, I love him so much. Okay, I'll be back, guys.
Oh, okay. Zelda, you make me laugh. She said I quit smoking 40 years ago and now I fart. Oh my gosh.
Wait, I have to get on my phone so I could see, because I'm doing the laptop right now. So now I gotta get on so I could see chat, guys. This is exciting.
Yeah, that's what I've got going on.
I've never done, well, no, I did it like this the first one we ever did. I feel like I did no, I did it. I did not. I was still doing my phone. Do I sound stuffy, you guys?
I think you sound fine. Personally.
Okay. Thank you. I just feel like, woo, so stuffed up. So do we know who we're starting with? Did you hear our last live on Sunday when you were not feeling okay?
No, I literally went to bed and slept for 2 days. I'm not even kidding.
I know, I was so worried.
Horrible. I got up and I was I was just so out of it. I was like, I can't even look at the phone. I can't even I just can't. And
doesn't want to go. He's breaking my heart. I went and I put him
Aw.
down. I'm like, come on. And I was like, where is he? He was over here in this room, like in my little, right here. And he didn't want to go. And I'm like, come on. He wouldn't come. And then
Mhm.
he
Look at
jumped
him.
up on my bed. He doesn't want to
Cute.
go.
Aw.
Well,
I
didn't you
feel
make
bad
that the
making him
place
go.
where
He just wants to
TRAITs
stay.
are? Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
sorry. I probably interrupted you guys. Huh?
No, is that where you keep your TREATs for him?
No, they're not. No, not right now. No, they're not in here. No.
Oh, he just loves you,
They're actually
Zap.
outside my room right now.
He's like, I just want to be held and loved on.
Yeah, this is
That's
the first time.
okay.
Usually he's like, when I'm in here, he wants to get out because I don't know. But now he just wants to stay. But I do because I won't be able to get
Keep
anything
him.
done. How though? I won't be able to focus.
I don't
man.
think anyone can focus
It's
with
too.
him.
You know what? They should make those little carriers like they make for babies. Where you can put them on your chest or whatever. They should make those for dogs. I swear they should. You know what I mean? So like you can kind of do your thing, but still have them and hold them and love them.
Have your arms still, but just keep them right there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try again, guys. All right, I gotta do it. I gotta be strong.
Aw.
Oh, we got to get our candies too. So, did you get candy, Libra? Because you don't do. No, you do. You do Tootsie Pops.
I don't have any. I'm candy free at the moment, actually. Other than I can raid my husband's Skittles, but those are for his work.
Yeah, no, that's not nice. Because
No.
you know how it is when you're at work and you're like, "Where's my Skittles?"
Well, he works so long shifts, man. I mean, it just like he has to work, 16 hours a day. And so like I just make sure like when I pack his lunch, he's got plenty of snacks and plenty of things to eat and energy drinks and waters and all that mess that he likes. And I mean, he likes sunflower seeds and pistachios and beef jerky and
What a good wife.
yeah, I try.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay. That
Why?
was so weird.
What happened?
My headphone thing just went device disconnected. I'm like, what? What
You
are
didn't
you doing?
cut out. You were
Okay.
perfect the whole time.
Awesome sauce. But yeah, so like I want to make sure that he has everything that he needs. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
he's in a truck. He can't necessarily just stop and, whatever. But like, well, he
That's
stops
true.
for fuel, but like,
No, totally. I mean, look at all the truck stops that are few and far between, and then it's nice to have it when you're in your truck, have all the
right.
stuff you
Well,
need.
what sucks even more is that, like when he goes to work, because he hauls cars for Carvana. So like those things are not preloaded. He's got to actually like get up and put them where they go and strap them down and all that stuff before he can leave. Then he gets there, unloads them, picks up the new cars, comes back. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, when you're having to climb stuff like a monkey and strap everything, you're tired, you're wore out, and you just, you want to be able to do what you got to do and get home. So
Totally true.
mhm.
So here she is. And she has her earbuds in too.
Oh yeah, I have to so I could hear you guys from my mic.
Okay. So who are we skipping around to
don't-
here? Because
Oh, you guys haven't discussed this yet?
no, well, we were. She was like, "Do you have any preference?" I'm like, "No," because I was prepared to finish, the whole rest of the other ordeal.
Ooh. I think we're gonna skip to James Cron. That was Bella's idea. I think that's a good idea, right? Because you said he has some interesting stuff to tell.
Well, he's the dude. Okay, go ahead, Libra, because I know you've been watching stuff. Tell us.
Mr. Cron, I want to see what this man has to say. Like I got really frustrated because I don't know if anybody else like watches, different things about this, but remember I was telling y'all about the Unsolved Mysteries episode, and I made the little video and sent it to y'all, right? So like I got a little bit frustrated because during the interview process with Officer Poos, this whole time at the beginning, they were claiming that they they didn't have experience in this type of thing, because they didn't have this type of crime going on and things like that. So they had to bring Mr. Cron in, you know what I mean? Because he was more of like an expert. Mr. Poos on Unsolved Mysteries during his interview was like, oh no, our department was fully trained and knew what we were doing. And I was just like floored. I was like, wait a minute, you just contradicted exactly, what y'all claimed in the first place, so.
Yeah,
So,
and he's the one, sorry, Tiff,
No,
he's the one that walked onto the scene, right, and said, I assessed it within minutes and I knew
he
she
said
was
within
guilty.
20 to 30 minutes, because some interviews he's like 20 minutes, some he's like 30 minutes, but he assessed it within a 30-minute time frame and said, this was an inside job. She did it. So I'm very interested to hear what he had to say. Absolutely.
So let's do it. We're only skipping a couple witnesses. It's not that far down from where we left off. We would only be skipping 2 witnesses basically.
Absolutely.
So yeah, let's do it. I'm down for it. Because gosh, I know more of that main guy. Oh my god. I can't do it.
Yeah, and we're skipping another officer. So it's like Tiff said on Sunday, it's not going to be like major things we skip. It's going to be another officer who's going to talk about him going through the crime scene. We've already hit those about 4 times with 4 different officers. So we're good with officers, we think. Right, guys?
Yeah. Yeah, but I think...
Yes, I agree.
Mr. Main's testimony, from looking at everything, I think a lot of the things that happened, because he was the supervisor on there, he was one of the main people to like get this stuff to push through. So, I mean, I think we've heard a lot from him, but I mean, I think that out of all the officers, he seems to be the most important, according to them.
Yeah. So I just want to announce Sunday. I'm going to get a thumbnail up soon because I want to put a reminder. We have 2 special guests. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
So actually, one guy is actually in contact with Darlie. He talks to her. He has a channel. Hey mods, we should put up his channel information. Do the mods know who the channel is to put it up? Let me see.
I don't think so. The channel is called RJP. And usually when I get on YouTube, it'll bring up some other things. So I just put Darlie Routier after that. It'll pull him right up.
Yeah, if you guys are interested in this case, he's a good one to follow.
He's definitely an in-depth guy. So far, he's done 26 podcast videos of the case. And he also talks to a lady who's a forensic she's a forensic.
Yeah, she's gonna be on it. He said she's a forensic expert, psychology. Yes. She's into forensics, psychology. She's from London. She's gonna come on with us. So it's gonna be me, Bella, Libra, Tara. Her name's Tara, and Rich RGP. We're gonna have a nice little live, and it's gonna be earlier than our normal because of the guest. Sometimes you got to work around the guests' availability.
Well, she's in London, so we're 6 hours behind her.
So it'll probably be around noon. I'm guessing we want to meet up first. So I'm thinking it might not start till like 1, but I'll put a reminder up. But I just want to tell you now in case if I slack on getting that reminder up, just so you're set the time aside Sunday afternoon. If you're interested in this case, don't miss it. It'll be interesting. I'm excited. He talks to Darlie, like he writes to her. He calls her. He doesn't even visit her even. Like he's in contact with her. So it's going to be very interesting if you guys are interested in this case. Go ahead, Libra. I feel like I keep interrupting you. It's hard sometimes when I'm not. I don't see your guys' face. Go ahead, though.
No, you're great. And he has a lot of great points. And he has a lot of photos. Like there's some photos that he has that I haven't seen before, like, pulling up online or whatever. And he got them from different people that were involved in the case. He's also investigated other cases like the John F. Kennedy case and some other ones that I don't know exactly valid points. And
definitely. Go to his channel and try to get some questions if you guys want to ask. And then I want to have, what is that noise? Whoa.
Sorry. I was opening it. It's so loud on this mic. I'm so sorry. It's Oh my gosh, it's the screen. Sorry.
Don't
And-
even, it's cool. Just don't let it happen again. If it happens again,
It scared you.
Yes, Jessica Hogan. It's the same guy that you were talking about, because I think great minds think
Yeah,
alike,
Jessica.
because you happened to send her the same thing that I sent her at the same time. I think we
Yes.
found it, at the same time, but
I
Yeah,
wrote,
but
you sent me, and then I wrote to him, and you did, and he
Mhm.
didn't respond right away. And I'm like, shoot, because I think he was one that didn't have an email on his channel. I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
So I wrote a
Yes.
comment, and he finally responded, or last week or so. And then we've been going back and forth. So thank you, Jessica. Definitely, I'm so excited to have him on. To be honest, and Tara, she sounds like that was my sister's name, Tara. So it's
Aw.
weird, not weird.
It's
but
meant to be.
yeah.
Yeah, and she has some really great points too. Also, what I thought was interesting was he lives like maybe 20 minutes from that house, and he literally has a video where he gets in his car and takes you through the neighborhood.
You showed me that today. I
And
was watching it, yeah.
yeah, it was pretty cool, because like a lot of people say that the neighborhood was difficult to navigate, and he pointed out, like, in Texas you have to have like an open alleyway for every 3 houses next to each other, so they all connect out, and then it connects out into this like parking lot and this other main road. And when I saw that video, it's like, wow, that's really interesting. It caught my eye. So
I was wondering if you think he would let us, maybe we could play that, like a little part of him going through the neighborhood when we have him on. I was thinking about asking him just to kind of see.
I think that would be a great idea, so that you can kind of see it. Also, maybe get him to share some of the photos that he has, because a lot of where they were talking about where a lot of the blood trails were in the house of the children. I can't remember whether it was Darren or Devin that she said stood up and actually walked through. Like, he has a picture of his shirt and his pair of pants that he was wearing with like blood pool that goes down the pants and things like that. So he's like, that could be what is that sound?
Okay, so Bella, are you training birds or something, or what is that?
I'm muting myself.
Well, what is that?
It is. It's the birds.
Oh, do you have birds?
Oh.
No, I don't have birds. They're just really loud because they're eating. Because I'm on the laptops. Oh my gosh, I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah, sorry, guys. Okay, I'm muting. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
But-
This is too funny.
So maybe we can get him to share some of those photos and stuff that he has too. I mean, because he said that, the way that the blood pulled down the pants and things like that, it does kind of, match the description in which that she gave to the officers and such. So I thought that it was really interesting. So maybe we can get him to share some of his footage, some of what he has. I mean, I know there are some things that he can and cannot talk about, but I think that it'll be really interesting, and I really like to see everybody there. If you're interested, come join, because we're going to get a lot of good information, and there's things that we don't have that he's got. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm very excited about it. So
All right. So let me get this up, and
Sorry.
hey, Bella, let me ask you something. Can I ask you something now?
Yes.
You're on your laptop, right?
Mhm.
So can you do me a favor though? Can you go to your where it says cam and mic, like the settings thing? I just want to see what mic you're using, because when you have a couple options because you have your headphones in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
So it says, let's go to audio.
Go to audio and then see what mic it says you're using.
It says default internal. Maybe that's why.
Okay, so does it give you any other options?
It says no.
That's
doesn't.
the only option. Okay, so that's what you got to use for right now. Okay.
What does that mean? It means it's using.
It means laptop. It's using probably the laptop mic, not the microphone. Like, when you're using your headphones for your phone, it's probably using the mic from your headphones. But here it sounds like that's probably using your laptop, which is normal because most laptops will default to the laptop mic. But tomorrow you'll have your new mic, so you'll be good. Just make sure you pick the Yeti one. All right, so it's not bad. It's just you got birds on.
I'm so sorry. I didn't even think about that.
Somebody
Yeah.
said your birds were giving an opinion. That was awesome.
I'm sorry, guys.
Cheryl, don't use the bird mic. So
Thank you, Eye of the Tiger. We appreciate your super chat.
yeah, thank you. I texted thanks, but I don't think I got to verbalize it. Okay, so yeah, let's start.
Yeah.
Are they done talking though? Do you think? Do they want to ask? They want to come on the stand for some
Hey,
questions.
do they want to cross-examine him?
Yeah. Okay, let me bring James Crons up here real quick.
I was watching your face while I was muted, and I was like doubled over laughing. Okay.
All right, let's get started. Let me just refresh on who the defense. I know I'm Mulder, and sometimes there's some of those odd ones out that I forget. So let's just hold on. I got them written down here. So I'm Douglas Mulder, Curtis Glover, Richard Mosty, Preston Douglas, and that Hagelson. And then you're what? Vance, Davis, Shook, and Wallace. Okay. All right, let's do this. And then we got Bella, which is all the witnesses. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah. All right,
Let me
ready?
bring it up. Hold on. Let me bring it up.
And
Now,
everyone
Bella-
go hit the, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go first.
Everyone go and hit the thumbs up. It won't take you out of chat. Hit it so everyone will know we're live and we're starting the transcripts.
That's right.
Please.
So,
Please and thank you.
are you guys all reading off your own screen?
Yep.
I am.
Okay. I just want to know. Sometimes if I'm a little far behind, I won't be so nervous since I know you guys aren't.
Yeah.
dependent
Yeah,
on it.
no. Got the
Okay.
setup.
Alrighty, let me share my screen.
I'm sorry. With
It's
the birds.
okay. I'm sure they'll shut up in a minute. All right.
I'm gonna shut the door. Hold on. Let me mute myself while I shut it because maybe it'll make it so I can't hear them.
Oh, you really want to tell him he's wrong?
Yes,
Okay.
I can.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can't tell him he's wrong, honey. Not unless you leave a comment. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry. I muted myself to go shut everything out. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Did you ask something? Did you already ask your question?
No, Jaden was telling me he's watching a YouTube video, and I guess this guy is mispronouncing one of the characters in a thing, and he's like, he's pronouncing it wrong. I really want to tell him you say it like this. I'm like, oh goodness. Good.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I want to share I got to share this differently so I could actually chat off of this screen. Hold on one second, okay? I changed my mind. I changed my mind on it. Oh, no, I don't want to do that.
It's okay.
Just take me a minute.
Mm-mm-mm.
I know, Love and Coco. I can't stop thinking about it. I'm probably gonna be cracking up for a long time. I need to get serious here.
Get in Darlie mode.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the ruthless James Cron who has a very, very big opinion.
Oh man, it like that nurse.
Everyone will hate me by the end of the night.
Oh goodness, no, they won't. Nobody can hate you. So lovable.
Oh.
And I told you earlier your adoption was approved. So
I appreciate that, yeah, because that dinner looked good. So
thank you.
everybody, we have a mod chat that we do, and we share a lot of really fun things. And these ladies are really amazing cooks, but Libra is like putting her stuff out there, making us all hungry.
I'm sorry.
So I asked to be adopted because I was feeling a little bit neglected. No one's cooking for me. So yeah, good. I'm coming out there. You got snow, and
I know.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's snow at the end of April. I mean,
I
come on.
know. I
This,
know.
You
It was like
both
a
have
blizzard.
snow.
Yeah, it was like a blizzard. Like
yes.
it was really early this morning when it came down, but I was still up. I mean, it was like a blizzard coming down. I was like, are you
Ours
kidding me? It was
came
just like 80s, 70s, nice, out walking,
right.
sunshine, and now there's a blizzard outside. Like,
Well, we took Jaden out to dinner last night, and as soon as we walked out the door, it started hitting, and we got out there this morning, and I was like, "Urgh." Oh
yeah.
man, I'm so tired of the snow. I'm ready to go back to the warmth.
We
I
should
like
So
timeshare.
I mean, I like both, but I'm ready for the nice weather because it's time. All
See,
right.
I
it's
like this
spring.
time of year. I like using the grill. I love grilling. So
Yeah. That's we should all have a cookout and you could grill us up some stuff, man. That looked good
I
that
Serious?
one day when you
know.
were grilling those pork chops. Those looked
Yeah.
really good.
We totally need to get together and just like have like a whole like mod squad cookout, you know?
Yeah,
Hey,
at least on Zoom with like Sense or something. I don't know, but I need some food.
you
Well, I
know,
had sushi.
sometime ew, I'm not a fan of sushi.
Oh, are you
My
serious?
husband
All right, I don't
I
like
have
it.
a fish
Anyway,
allergy.
Bella, we need a new reading partner. No, I'm just joking.
No, I have an
Sushi, give it a chance
allergy.
to. Oh, you have an allergy. I'm
Give
just
it a
messing with you
chance. Give it
anyway.
a chance.
But
I have
give
an
it a chance. It's an
allergy, so
acquired taste though, because
I'm
it tastes.
excused.
The first time is never going to taste like as good as what you acquire. Like when you really learn to appreciate it, it's so much better the more you eat it. I feel like. But what are you allergic to though?
She's like
Fish.
fish, period.
Well, what kind? Like shellfish, or I mean, like what?
No, like not shellfish, but
Well,
just like regular fish. Like I can't have it. Like I developed the allergy when I got
every
pregnant with
kind
my
of fish,
daughter.
like every
Yeah.
fish.
I break
Oh,
out in hives, dude. Like it's bad. Swell up, fish. No. Nope, nope,
okay.
nope. I
Well,
run.
all right.
We
I
don't
run.
want to harm our Libra.
Yeah, no,
She's
definitely
our
not.
grilling master over here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all
so I
right.
mean, hey, it would be fun if we could all get together like at one point and go to a park and have a big cookout and have everybody there to like just chill and do our thing and Delana will make Italian food. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. And I mean, it would be great. You know,
Hmm.
everybody gets together, just have some fun, some laughs. I think
Yeah,
that would
and
be
your
awesome
members
sauce.
can come too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That would be
Okay.
great.
All right, that'd be cool. Have like a meetup or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So everybody
Um,
could be like, let's get it. Have some music. I can
is
bring my stereo system. We
is
can get it
that?
rocking because I
I
got a
mean,
DJ set and everything.
well, I mean, it definitely sounds like a good time, but do you think it's like doable with what's going on these days with our world?
Mm,
I mean,
I
I don't
mean,
know.
I think with the
Let's talk
vaccines
about
and
that
all
in a
that,
little bit. Maybe that could be definitely I just feel like, yeah, we'll talk about it. That would be
yeah,
fun at least.
it
Maybe
would
like
be.
we could do like sex, like well, no, we want everybody together. I don't know, but yeah, okay. All right. Well, you know
We
what? I
read,
just
guys?
realized. What's that?
Huh?
No. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was like the second time. No, I was saying, are we ready? But no, you got it.
Okay. Yeah. Oh,
What
yeah.
were you
I'm
gonna
ready.
say?
I don't remember right now.
Great.
It's all wasn't
Sorry.
important, obviously, but okay, let's do this. Let's get going because Bella or because Libra said she might have to leave early.
Yeah, I gotta
Maybe
leave at 11 o'clock because I have a doctor's appointment in the morning to get a checkup.
okay. Let
So
us
No.
know when it
Oh
gets past that.
yeah.
When it gets past that time, let us know. And then if me and Bella maybe have like stuff where it's mostly us, we could maybe just finish off some stuff. But yeah, let us know. Don't be shy. If I'm not paying attention to the time and it's like past your time and we're just keep reading and you're like, what the heck's going on? I need to leave. Just tell us.
Yeah, because
yeah,
that's an
good.
important doctor's appointment, Libra. You can't miss.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
All right, let's get started then. Yeah, go
All
ahead.
All right,
do it.
ready? All right, sir, would you please tell us your full name?
James Cron.
Spell your last name.
Cron.
Mr. Cron, you live in Dallas County?
Yes,
Okay. How are you employed at this time?
I'm a consultant in the field of crime, scene search, fingerprints, and physical evidence.
All right. Recently, within the last few years, have you been retired from the Dallas Sheriff's Department?
Yes,
Okay. And how long were you with the Dallas Sheriff's Department?
29 years.
Okay. And before the Dallas Sheriff's Department, were you employed in law enforcement?
Yes.
And where were you employed?
As a civilian employee with the Dallas Police Department.
All right. Let's start with the Dallas Police Department first. What were your duties while you were with the Dallas Police Department?
Well, in 1958, I joined the Dallas Police Department as a civilian employee in the crime scene search section. And my duties involved clerical work and assisting in processing evidence. And I learned at that time, some of the officers taught me crime scene investigation and photography.
All right. How long were you with the Dallas Police Department?
6 years.
Okay. So when did you start with the Sheriff's Department in Dallas?
1964.
Okay. What were your duties with the Dallas Sheriff's Department?
In 1964, when I joined the Dallas Sheriff's Department, it was as a deputy sheriff assigned to the Identification Bureau. My duties involved the keeper of the fingerprint files and the crime scene search investigations.
Okay. You were talking about the Identification Bureau. Did they deal with fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. For instance, would they deal with inmates' fingerprints of all people in Dallas County, for instance?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you were with the crime scene department there at the sheriff's department. What were your duties in that section?
Well, in the Identification Bureau, part of the duties involved not only keeper of the fingerprint records of the inmates, but it was crime scene investigation. In 1972, I was promoted to sergeant and told to create a separate section that devoted all of its time to crime scene search activity, and that was a physical evidence section. I remained commander of it for 21 years. During that time, I was promoted to lieutenant, but I was commander of the physical evidence section for 21 years, and I retired in 93 as a lieutenant of that section.
Okay. In 1993, were you still the commander of the physical evidence section at that time?
Yes, I was its only commander from the time it was formed in 72 until the time I retired.
Okay. The total number of years now that you've been in law enforcement, doing crime scene work and dealing with fingerprints, etc., how many years?
39 years, counting my consultant time, which I devote to crime scene search matters.
Are you a member at this present time of any professional associations or societies?
Yes.
What associations or societies are you presently a member of?
I assume you're talking about those that deal with crime scene search matters.
Yes, sir.
International Association for Identification and the Texas Division of the International Association for Identification.
What is the Society for Identification? What is that?
It's an international society of people in the profession of in dealing with physical evidence and forensic sciences, any aspect of crime scene investigation.
Okay. In the past 5 years, have you been a member of any other societies or associations dealing with that area?
Yes.
Could you just name a few of those for us, please?
International Association of Blood Stain Analysis, the Homicide Investigator, Association of Homicide Investigators of Texas. That's 2 of them.
Okay. Can you give us a brief overview of the training, either through universities or like the other police agencies that you have received in crime scene reconstruction, fingerprints, the area that you are now a consultant in?
Yes. In addition to my 39 years, beginning in 58 at the police department in Dallas and the sheriff's department in the consultant business, I have attended numerous schools dealing with physical evidence and latent print subjects, some of them being at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, Burlington County College in New Jersey, Toronto, Canada, Police Department, regional police academies and academics. Is that academies? Academies.
Yeah, academies.
And sheriff's departments, academies in the state of Texas, Council to Government in Arlington, Texas, which is in the north central Texas area training academy. I've attended courses put on by the Northwestern University out of Illinois, the National Law Enforcement Institute, and well, that is the primary courses. And I did mention, I believe, that these courses involve crime scene search procedures, latent print development and comparison, photography, and matching of physical evidence. I now teach in the subject of crime scene search, latent print development and comparison, and crime scene search procedures in general. Some of the places I've taught or still teach at are SMU, Texas A&M, Dallas Baptist University, Texas Women's University in Denton, Dallas County Community College District, local sheriff's departments in in Texas, and police departments. I have taught at Tacoma, Washington, Denver, Colorado Police Department, and just Navarro County Junior College in those areas. And I have material written or published that I have written on the subject of evidence, photography, laser usage in law enforcement, and ethics of law enforcement consultants. These have been published in technical journals, some of them be in the Fingerprint Identification magazine, the Journal for Forensic Identification. I have received approximately 150 awards and commendations through my career. And when I retired, I received the Governor's Law Enforcement Achievement Award for Excellence in my field of law enforcement. Well, whose other field would it be? In my field of law enforcement. I am now chairman of, well, not chairman. I'm a member of the Committee for Crime Scene Certification in Texas. I have been chairman of the Latent Prints Certification Committee. I was on that committee for 3 years in Texas.
Okay. You talked about your certification in crime scene search and also in latent fingerprint identification. Are there certain certificates that you now hold in your specialties?
Yes.
Okay. What certificates do you presently hold?
I'm a certified latent print examiner and a certified senior crime scene analyst.
Okay. With regards to the latent fingerprint identification, what sort of requirements do you have to meet to become certified as you are?
On latent prints?
Yes, sir.
On the latent print, it's a several part test. Some of it is involved in comparing unknown prints with known prints. There's very little margin for error. They have changed the test somewhat now. I believe you can miss 2 out of 10. There's a written test, an oral exam, and a mock trial. And a background check, too, of the committee to see if the people are qualified and their other schooling fits our criteria.
What other certifications do you hold?
The senior crime scene analyst.
Okay, is there any level higher than a senior crime scene analyst in that particular field?
No, not from the International Association of Identification, which issues the certification.
Mr. Cron, in your 39 years, have you had occasion to go out and investigate crime scenes and process crime scenes?
Yes.
This may be a hard question. You got any ballpark figure of the number of crime scenes that you have gone out to in the 39 years?
Yes. I was asked that in another case, and I've done some research on that. And counting civil cases and crime scene cases, all cases I've been involved in the last 39 years, is approximately 21,000.
Whew. Okay. And of the 21,000 crime scenes, do you know about how many of those would deal with death cases?
With deaths, it was approximately 4,300.
Okay. And included in those death cases, would there be homicides?
Yes, all deaths. Homicides are some of them.
Okay. Just a couple of things. Before we came down here to Kerrville, did you and I had occasion to talk about this case before?
Yes.
Both in person and over the telephone. We have talked, haven't we?
Yes.
Have I met you at my office on some occasions?
Yes.
Have we ever met together out at 5801 Eagle Drive?
Once.
Okay. Since we have been down here in Kerrville, have we talked about your testimony and about the case?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, are you being paid to testify in this case, Mr. Cron?
No.
How long have you had to be down here in Kerrville?
I came down last Tuesday, flew back Friday night, came back Sunday, so going on 2 weeks.
All right. Well, if I can, let's go here to June the 6th of 1996. Let me ask you whether sometime early in the morning on June 6th, 1996, if you received a call from the dispatcher for the Rowlett Police Department.
I did.
Okay. And do you remember about what time it was that you were called?
Yes, around 5 a.m.
Okay. And how far away from Rowlett do you live?
I never did. It's about a 15-minute drive.
You live generally in the same area, the northeastern part of the Dallas County, right?
Yes.
Okay. What information were you given when you were called by the dispatcher? What did you understand that she wanted you to do?
The dispatcher didn't relay much information. Just said that the crime scene officers from Rowlett asked if I would meet them on Eagle Drive. They had a homicide investigation that they would like my assistance on.
Okay. Had you had some prior association with the Rowlett Police Department prior to June 6th, 1996?
Yes, over the past 15 or 20 years.
Okay.
Understand? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. I guess just trying to understand why they called you. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've been associated with Rowlett prior to the date?
Well, through the sheriff's office physical evidence section, I dealt with them for many years. Since I retired from 93, I have conducted 3 different schools there for their officers.
Okay. Did you go out to 5801 Eagle Drive in Rowlett?
Yes.
Do you know about what time that you arrived at the scene, sir?
Yes, it was about approximately 5:45.
All right. And when you got there, did you meet anyone?
Yes.
Do you recall who you met with first?
Sergeant Neighbors, Officer Maine, and Sergeant Matt Wallen.
Where did you meet these people?
Well, they came towards my car when I pulled up. It was on the street at my car.
Okay. What was the condition of the crime scene when you got there at 5:45 or 6 that morning?
The exterior.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there was a barrier tape around the perimeter?
All right. When you first talked with David Main, Matt Walling, and David Neighbors, were you still outside the taped area?
Yes.
Did you remain outside the taped area or did you move inside at some point?
We eventually moved inside.
Did you continue talking with them?
Yes.
In general, what types of things were you talking about with these gentlemen about?
Well, I asked them, what type of situation did they have? I mean, I was informed it was a homicide. And I asked them how many bodies and did it occur inside or outside the house?
Mr. Hagler.
Your Honor, we would object to any hearsay statements of this witness under Rule 802.
Well, I sustain that. Just say what you said.
Well, this witness is testifying. I asked him what he said.
Well, we understand that. I'm sure that this is just a precautionary objection.
Mr. Cron, again, you can relate to us what you may have said to these officers. Don't relate back what they said, but were you asking questions of them?
Yes.
What types of questions did you ask them out there that morning?
Okay.
I asked them, I needed to know what areas would I need to be looking at concerning the evidence. I need to know if it was inside or outside or a combination of both at the scene, how many victims. I knew it was 2 stories, so I needed to know what was upstairs and downstairs.
Did you have a chance to talk specifically with Sergeant Matt Walling asking questions also?
I did.
Okay. And again, these conversations, are they still being held outside the house at this point?
It was a running conversation, but yes, at that point it was outside.
Okay. And did you have some purpose in talking with these officers? Did you plan to do something after you spoke with them?
Yes.
And what did you plan to do after you finished speaking with them?
To inspect or walk through the scene.
Okay, inside 5801 Eagle.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury what is the purpose of walking through a crime scene?
To get a game plan organized to see, do a visual inspection, not really doing anything but visually inspecting the crime scene to determine what action, what equipment you need. And that is basically it. Having a game plan to collect and process it properly.
Did you feel that it was necessary to talk with these officers there before you came up with your game plan?
Oh, yes.
Necessary to get information back from them?
Yes.
Do you recall what time it was that you actually began walking through this crime scene?
It was. There was an officer logging in at the time, but my recollection is it was 6:10 or 6:11, right in there.
All right. Did you, in fact, enter into the house?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you go into the house with?
Sergeant Wallen, Matt Wallen, and David Main.
Okay. Before you actually went into the house, did you see anything at the front of the house that caught your attention that you made a mental note of?
Well, the only thing that was unusual would be the front porch where there was some blood and it looked like medical. I'm trying to think of the word, tape and medical supplies.
Mm,
24.
okay. Let me see if I can get a photograph and have you look at it, Mr. Cron. If you will, look at States Exhibit 24. Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph, sir?
Yes.
Okay, what is depicted in States Exhibit number 24?
A bloody rag or cloth.
Okay, were these items still in the position when you went into the house as they are shown here in States Exhibit number 24?
Yes.
Anything else that you noticed there on the front porch before you went inside the house?
Not anything outstanding.
All right, where did you go next once you went inside the house?
I went into the foyer and leading into the hallway to go to the rear of the house.
All right, and what did you and the other three officers do once you went into the foyer?
It was strictly for observation purposes. I just looked at the floor, the walls, the ceiling, and the adjacent rooms to the left and right.
Okay, did you have a chance to look into the living room, which is to the left?
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual when you looked inside of the living room?
Nothing unusual. I was looking for the unusual and I didn't see anything.
What sorts of things were you looking for when you looked in the living room?
Well, the obvious thing, of course. What I was looking for at first was blood, or what appeared to be blood.
Didn't see any blood in the living room?
No.
How about in the entryway and the hallway?
There was blood in the entryway and hallway.
All right. What did you do once you observed the entryway and the hallway? What what did you do?
Continued on down the hallway to the place. What would be called a family room or den and kitchen.
Okay. And when you got to the family room, what is it that you did at that point?
Observed. Saw. You want me to tell you what I saw?
Yes, sir.
There were several areas on the carpet that had excessive amounts of blood. There was a dead child in the back part of the room, and the coffee table was sort of knocked ajar, and that was it. And blood. I don't do a detailed hands-on examination at that point.
Okay, well, as you were doing this walkthrough, is the purpose of this walkthrough to collect or to touch or move evidence?
Nope.
Okay, are you simply observing at this point?
Yes.
The three other officers with you, are they still with you observing like you are?
Yes.
You had mentioned you went inside the family room that you noticed a flower arrangement. Is that correct?
Well, there was a coffee table, and yes, it had a flower arrangement on top of it.
Okay. Let me ask you, Mr. Cron, if you will, please look at States Exhibit 47A and 47B. First of all, 47A, does that truly and accurately depict a portion of the family room as it appears when you walk through there on June 6, 1996?
Yes.
States Exhibit 47B, do you recognize the picture also? Does it truly and accurately depict the position of the family room as it appeared on June 6, 1996?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we offer States Exhibit 47A and 47B.
No objection. States Exhibit 47A and 47B are admitted.
Mr. Crom, looking at the flower arrangement shown in States Exhibit 47A, did you see that when you walked in there that morning, sir?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to visually inspect that flower arrangement?
Yes.
Did you also have a chance to look at the glass table that the vase and flowers were on?
I did.
Okay. Now, when you had an opportunity to look at this flower arrangement, sir, did you inspect it to determine whether or not you could see any blood or any of the floral arrangement itself?
Some of my inspection and closer inspection of it came after the initial walkthrough, but yes, I did inspect it.
Okay, let me ask you, were you able to see any blood on the flower arrangement itself?
No.
Okay. How about the flowers, the stems, or any of the leaves here? Did you inspect it to determine whether or not any of the flowers or any of the other elements of the flower arrangement had been broken?
I did.
And was anything broken on this flower arrangement, sir?
I couldn't see any broken parts.
Did you have a chance to look at the vase also?
Yes,
Did you try to determine whether or not you could see any blood on the vase?
I did.
And what was the result?
It was negative. I didn't see any blood.
Okay. How about the vase itself? Could you see any evidence that it was broken, chipped, or damaged in any way when you saw it on June 6, 1996?
No, it appeared to be intact.
Okay. Let me ask you about the glass top, the surrounding the flower arrangement. Did you look at that area to determine whether or not you could see any sorts of cracks or breaks or defects in the glass anywhere around this flower arrangement, sir?
Yes,
Okay. Any chips perhaps out of it? Did you look for those also?
I did.
Sir, could you see any damage whatsoever to the top portion of that glass top when you looked at it on June 6, 1996?
No.
The item shown in States Exhibit 47B, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a standing lamp with the shade partially down.
Okay, let me ask you, first of all, did you inspect the lampshade itself to determine whether or not there was any blood on the lampshade?
Yes.
And what was the result of your inspection?
I saw no blood on the lampshade.
Hmm. Did you inspect the lampshade to determine whether or not you could see any tears or
Yeah.
tears?
Yes.
And what was the result?
I didn't see any.
All right, let me just be more general. Did you inspect the lampshade to determine whether or not you could see any damage at all to this lampshade?
Yes.
And what was the result?
I didn't see any damage.
No creasing, no tears, nothing like that?
Nope. Outside of regular fraying wear along the rim, but no tears, no dents, scratches, blood.
Okay, let's talk about the visible portion. Was this a floor lamp of some sort?
Yes. I said standing. A floor lamp is what I mean.
All right, let's talk about part of the stem here that we can actually see in this photograph leading up to the light bulb and the other area here that would hold the shade. Let's just start from the top down, okay? The portion of this lamp that would have held the lampshade, did you inspect that to determine whether or not there was any damage to it?
Yes.
Was there any damage to the top part of that?
No.
Did you inspect it to determine whether or not you could see any blood on it?
I did.
What was the result?
I found no blood.
Let's go to the light bulb itself. Any damage that you could detect to the light bulb?
No.
How about blood on the light bulb?
No.
Let's go from the portion down all the way to where it's hidden by the lampshade itself. Any visible damage to that part of the lampshade, to that lampstand?
Nope.
Any blood on the portion of the lampstand?
Nope.
Now, did you continue down, and did you inspect the lower portion of the lampstand to determine whether or not you could see any damage?
I did.
And what was the result?
I saw no damage.
Any blood?
No, sir.
Can you describe the base to this lamp?
Is what color, or you mean
Well, shape.
shape? Yes. Probably not that, but it was rounded.
Okay. I mean, I don't remember. Oh, my bad. That was
I
you.
mean, I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Did you look at it that day?
Yes.
What types of things were you looking for?
Oh, I was looking to see if it had been moved, if there had been any carpet indentations, which occur when an item has been on a carpet for a good while. That is what I was looking for.
All right.
Besides blood and damage.
All right. Well, let's turn to blood and damage first. Any damage to the base of that lamp?
Nope.
Any blood on the base of that lamp?
I didn't find any.
All right. Now, when you take a look at the base to see if you could see the other patterns that would indicate it had been moved, could you see any other indentations or patterns on the carpet that indicated that it had been moved
No.
or jolted?
I didn't see any.
Did the lamp appear to be in the position where it had originally been?
Yes.
And do I understand you to say that you basically then did a complete walkthrough of the family room, looking at it in general, right?
Yes.
When you finished up walking through the family room, what is the next area of the house that you and the other officers went to?
The
Well, let me just back up here. Let me ask you a question here before I take you to another part of the house. When you finished, you had gone through the entry, the hallway, and now you have looked through the family room, okay?
mhm.
At that time, did you form any opinion about what you had seen in that house at that point?
No.
Okay, why not? I mean, you had already seen the entryway, the hallway, and the family room. Why didn't you?
Well, I hadn't finished with the entire scene. There was nothing visible to make me form any opinions
Okay.
outside of planning what evidence needed to be collected and so forth.
Well, what did you think it was necessary to see the remainder of the scene?
Well, that is just good crime scene policy. Not to make any judgments on what occurred until you see all of the area to get an entire picture.
All right, what's the next area that you did look at?
The kitchen.
Okay, and describe for us, if you will, what the kitchen looked like when you first went in there.
There
What did you
was
see?
some blood on the floor, more in the areas you step from the den or family room into the kitchen. There was blood on the floor, broken glass. There was a vacuum cleaner lying on the floor. There was a wine rack immediately to the right. To the left, there were some open drawers with some bloody cloth items on top of the drawers. There was a few drops. As we progressed through the kitchen, I noticed there were some drops of blood on the floor leading into the utility room.
Okay, were you looking for anything specific when you went into the kitchen, or were you just trying to take an overall view of the situation?
No, when you conduct a crime scene like that, you just do an overall, try to spot things that naturally, like blood, that should not be there. And I saw blood and glass and the vacuum cleaner. That was the primary things. Oh, and there was one thing I forgot. There was a knife on the counter dividing the kitchen from the family room. I forgot to mention that. There was a laying on the edge of the counter.
Okay, so you saw the knife on the counter, you looked through the kitchen, the other three officers staying with you during this time.
Yes,
Are you all talking as you were going through here?
yes.
Okay, are you all walking in a single file in some sort of order, or are all y'all just walking through here? How are you doing it?
We were not walking in any single file. It's difficult to walk through those scenes when there's blood all over the floor and glass, but when we were trying not to step on things. But no, we were not in a single file, which, by the way, is not what that other Officer Main said. He purposely said they were in a single file. So interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, after you finished the kitchen, where did you all go to?
The utility room.
And what did you notice when you went into the utility room?
Blood on the door. There was a cap on the floor, some blood on the floor, and on some machines in the utility room.
Okay, you've gone through the living room, the kitchen, and the utility room. Had you noted blood on the floor in the hallway?
Yes.
Had you noted blood on the floor in the family room?
Yes.
Had you noted blood on the floor in the kitchen?
In part of the kitchen, yes.
Okay. Had you also noted blood on some parts of the floor in the utility room?
Yes.
Did you then have occasion to go out to the garage?
I did.
And what was the condition of the garage when you first went out there?
Well, I noticed a window partially or, raised, a cut screen. The overhead door was shut. Are you talking about after I finished or just my initial?
Just the initial walkthrough.
Oh, okay. On the initial, the door was shut, the window was open, the screen was cut, and it was cluttered. Typical garage that was used for storage and some cluttered areas.
Okay. Well, when you went out there, were you looking for evidence of blood in the garage too?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you looking?
Primarily on the floor, of course, the doorways and anything arm level or hand level.
All right. Well, let's start with the floor then. Did you see any blood on the floor of the garage?
No.
And did you look for that?
Yes.
Did you go at that time? Did you go back to look at the overhead door, the back door to the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were looking for when you went back there to that garage door,
Bloody prints or any type of floor evidence, which would be maybe pieces of glass from the kitchen floor because there was broken glass on the kitchen floor. I was looking for blood on the door. I wanted to see if the door was latched or not. Basically, that was it because I was making a plan of what to go back and do later in the garage.
when you went over there to that area, were you looking for glass on the floor?
Yes?
Did you see any glass on the floor over there by the garage door?
No.
Were you looking for blood on the floor?
Yes.
Did you see any blood on that portion of the garage floor?
Nope.
Were you looking for evidence of blood on the garage door itself?
Yes.
And did you see any blood on the back door or the overhead door to that garage?
None.
Did you have occasion while you were in the garage then to go over to a window that was open?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what type of things were you looking for in that part of the garage?
Same thing. I was looking for a trail, be it blood, glass, disturbance. That is areas disturbed to possibly follow the trail of an intruder.
Okay. Let's talk about this part of the garage floor. Did you see any evidence of glass on the floor?
No.
Blood on the floor?
No.
Did you have a chance to look at the window itself to look at it for evidence of blood?
Yes.
Did you see any blood on that open window?
None.
Did you have a chance to look at the window sill?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to examine it for evidence of blood?
I did.
And did you see any blood on the windowsill there at the window?
No, it had a fairly thick layer of dust over the entire windowsill.
How about the items over there close to the window? Did you look at them also for evidence of blood?
Yes, I did. From head height down.
Any evidence of blood on any items close to the window?
No.
Okay. You had mentioned the window seal and how it appeared that day, Mr. Cron. Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 41A and 41B. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And do they truly and accurately depict the window, a portion of the window, and the window sill as they appeared on June 6, 1996?
Yes.
First one being 41A, being inside shot, 41B being a photograph taken from the outside. Is that right?
That's right.
Your Honor, at this time, we will offer States Exhibit 41A and 41B.
No objection. States Exhibit 41A and 41B are admitted.
Mr. Cron, with the court's permission, could you please step down here and show us what the two photographs show us here?
Yes, sir. Let me step back here.
Okay.
What was the question again?
Okay, first, just in general, show us what States Exhibit 41A and 41B show us.
41A is a shot inside the garage directly down over the sill, the window sill. It shows the length of the sill here. In the right-hand corner is part of a cat cage or an animal cage. And on the left is you see it better here, is an animal container or litter box container with a cardboard box on the left. It shows a cut screen and on the outside brick sill.
Okay.
41B is a shot from the outside showing the inside. Excuse me. From the outside aiming inside the window, showing the cut screen. It was cut across the top and then down vertically. The flaps overlap, the brick outer sill, the wooden inner sill, and the cage.
Okay. You said the object here on the left-hand side. Well, actually, it's going to be the right-hand side of 41A. Is that some sort of animal cage?
Yes.
How did you determine that?
Well, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, it had food bowls or water bowls inside. It had wire across the wooden frame. It had a door with a latch on it.
How many animals were in there that morning?
I can't recall. I don't believe any. No,
No.
there wasn't one in that cage.
Okay, so it's a cage, some sort of an animal cage. No animals in there that morning. Is that right?
Not at that time. There was another cage that had an animal in it, not this one,
Where was that cage located?
in the family room.
When you were looking at this area, the windowsill portion of this window, what types of things were you looking for?
Signs of an intruder going through it. Disturbed dust, footprints, blood, any outside debris that might have been carried in through the clothing or shoes of an intruder, such as bark, mulch, any type of damp vegetation, just any signs that an entry and exit was made through the window. Foreign material and disturbed areas.
Sir, did you find any scuff marks or shoe prints, foreign material, or any evidence whatsoever that an entry had been made either in or out of that window shown in State's Exhibit 41A?
No, there was a solid layer of dust along the entire length of the white windowsill, and it was undisturbed.
What do you mean undisturbed?
There were no streaks through it, no signs of movement through it. It was an even layer. It's sort of like new fallen snow. It was obvious that nothing had gone through it.
Okay.
Does the jury need a break?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a brief 5-minute break here. Are both sides ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Yes, sir. Defense is ready. All right, bring the jury in, please. All right, be seated, please. Let the record reflect that all parties at trial are present and the jury is seated. Please continue, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cron, we have gotten to the point where you had a chance to look at this particular window. Are there other windows in that garage, sir?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to look at them also?
I did.
Did you do that while you were inside the garage, or did you do that from the outside?
Both inside and outside.
Okay, well, let me just take you inside then. The other windows, did you find any other evidence that were open, like the windows showed in State's Exhibit 41A and B?
No,
Did you see any other screens cut on the window covering on the adjacent windows there in the garage?
no, I didn't.
Did you check them to see whether you saw any evidence of any blood or any disturbance around them?
I did.
Did you find any evidence of blood or disturbance around the other
Nope.
windows? Well, after you had a chance to check the windows, the doors, and the floors, and the general condition, did that pretty much complete your inspection of the garage?
On the walkthrough part, yes, sir.
All right, after you walked through these particular rooms, including the garage, then what did you do?
I then went out the front door around the side of the house towards the back.
All right, and did the other officers go out there with you?
Yes,
Okay, what was the purpose of you going outside?
to look for the unusual. Possible points of entry or attempted points of entry at other windows, disturbed ground under the windows, cigarette butts, footprints, blood. If there was any outside, or maybe a murder weapon, I'll say murder weapon, a knife, a weapon, point of entries.
Well, let me ask you, are there any other windows along the front side of the house?
Yes.
Did you check them to determine whether or not they showed any evidence that someone had come through?
Yes.
And what was?
Excuse me. What was the question again?
Okay. Did you have a chance to examine the windows on the front part of the house?
Yes.
And what was the result of your inspection of those windows?
There was no signs of any disturbance that I found.
Are the flower beds out there in front?
Yes.
Were you looking for them? Were you looking at them also?
Yes. The bushes and so forth. Yes, I was.
Okay. And what was the result of your inspection of the flower bushes and the flower beds in general?
I saw no signs of disturbances that a person might have been trying to get past them into the window area.
Okay. Did you do the same thing for the windows on the side of the house?
I did.
Did you do the same thing for the flower beds also?
Yes.
All right. What was the results there?
I found no signs of an attempted entry.
All right. Did you then go back to the front? Wait a minute. Did you then get back to the back portion of the house?
Yes.
Do you remember the first thing that you looked at when you got there?
The driveway leading to the gate.
All right. And what types of things were you looking for on the driveway?
Blood, skid marks, and possibly any objects that might aid in the investigation. Cigarette butts, knives.
Okay. Did you find any of those items, blood, skid marks, or other foreign objects out there on the driveway?
No,
Did you have a chance to look at the garage door itself on the outside?
I did.
All right. What types of things were you looking for there?
I was looking for signs of pry marks or for signs of attempted entry and blood.
All right. Did you see any blood?
No,
Did you see any pry marks?
none.
Did you see any evidence of any sort of forced entry on that garage door?
I did not.
Now, when you looked at the garage door from the inside, had it been closed?
Yes,
Is there a latch to that garage door?
it was latched.
Okay, there's a
There
latch.
was a latch.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
No worries.
Okay, and the door was latched when you saw it. Is that right?
That's correct.
You looked at the driveway and the garage door now. Where is the next place that you and the officers go to?
The gate of the privacy fence, the wooden fence.
All right. And when you're looking at this fence and you are talking about a privacy fence, is this the fence that encloses the backyard?
It is.
Is it painted?
It's white.
All right. Wooden fence, right?
Yes, wooden fence, painted white, 6 feet tall.
What types of things are you looking for on the gate?
Scruff marks, pry marks, blood.
Okay.
Anything to indicate forced entry or signs of that might belong, anything that might belong to an intruder.
Did you see any blood?
No,
Did you see any pry marks?
no.
How about scuff marks?
Yes, there were scuff marks.
Okay. Where were they located on the gate?
At the base of the gate or at the center, lower center,
Okay, on the outside of this gate or on the inside of the gate?
the outside.
Okay. When you saw the set of scuff marks on the outside of the gate toward the bottom, did you have a chance to talk with Sergeant Matt Walling about them?
I did.
Did you try to determine how he had gained entry into the backyard?
I did.
Without going into what he said, did you determine how he did get in there?
Yes.
And after you did that, did you find anything unusual about the scuff marks that you had seen on the outside of the gate?
No.
At that point, Mr. Cron, did you look at the exterior of the fence or did you go ahead and go inside the backyard?
I looked at the interior later. At that point, I just went inside the yard.
If you recall, where is the first place that you went once you got into the backyard?
The window that had the screen cut and the partially open window.
Again, is that going to be the window shown in State's Exhibit 41B here?
Yes.
All right. So you had a chance to look at it from the outside now.
I did.
What types of things are you looking for?
The same thing we'd been looking for, or I had been looking for throughout the scene. Blood, signs of an intruder.
Did you find anything like that when you looked at this window from the outside?
No.
Where is the next place that you went then?
It wasn't actually a specific area. It was just the interior of the courtyard surrounded by the white wooden fence.
Okay. And again, what were you looking for then?
Signs of traveling through the mulch. That was in the areas where the intruder might have left the window to the gate. I was looking for scuff marks on the gate to see if there were any signs of blood or scuff marks, any signs of a person possibly scaling the fence.
Okay. If we look at States Exhibit 13A and 13B, do we see an area of mulch here?
Yes,
Okay. And again, both these photographs show the open window, do they not?
they too.
Okay. Did you look in this area of mulch for signs of disturbance?
I did.
And again, what types of signs were you looking for?
Well, that mulch, I was looking for any dampness or signs that feet were dragged through the area or fast movement of a heavy object to see if it traveled through the mulch.
Okay, sir. When you looked at it, did you see any signs of that?
No.
Let me direct your attention down here to States Exhibit 13E. Do you see that area?
Yes,
Is that another area of mulch in the backyard?
it is.
Okay, did you look at that area also?
I did.
Were you looking for the same things?
Yes.
Okay, did you find any evidence that mulch had been disturbed?
No. I tested to see if it could be disturbed, and I could disturb it, but
How did you do that?
two ways. One, I walked flat footed, very gently or easily across the mulch, and nothing happened. And then I walked very fast across it and I disturbed it. And I ran across it and I did disturb it. And the dampness under the upper layer of mulch was then exposed and was darker than the top layer. And it became evident. Then I did bend down and take my hand and just ruffle up the mulch, and it appeared dark wherever I did disturb it.
Hmm. Did you have a chance to go inside that spa back there in the backyard?
Yes.
And again, were you looking for the same types of things inside the spa?
Blood and, yes, any signs of an intruder.
All right, did you see any blood inside the spa?
No.
Did you see any signs of that an intruder had come into the spa?
No.
Any other areas of backyard that stand out as areas that you went to that morning?
That stand out.
Yes, sir.
Nothing was unusual. The screens were intact. The windows were locked. I saw no signs of attempted entry. The white fence had no scruff marks or blood to where it appeared somebody had climbed over the fence.
Okay.
So I found nothing unusual in that respect.
Okay, let me just ask you in particular, is there a sliding glass door that leads into the house from the backyard?
Yes.
Did you check that for pry marks or any other evidence of forced entry?
Yes.
What was the result?
There was none.
Let me ask you, in this entire backyard, did you see any blood at all in this backyard?
No.
I'm including the ground. I'm including any of the objects around this window, and I'm including the interior portion of the fence. Any blood at all.
None.
And the fence, as we can see, it's painted white, right?
Yes.
How about the scuff marks on the inside part of the fence?
I could find none.
Did that pretty much conclude your inspection of the backyard then, the inside of the backyard?
Well, on the inside, yes. I made several notations of observations, but nothing indicated an intruder. I noticed you could see the interior of the house, and the Venetian blinds were, well, the blinds that were covering the sliding glass doors.
Okay, and what could you see inside the house looking through the blinds from the outside?
You could see the family room or den, the interior.
All right, was there any light coming from the inside from that family room?
When I was out there, it was starting to get light, and I don't recall any bright lights from the inside shining out.
Yes, sir.
I don't recall. I mean, yeah, of course, I could see the lights were on in the hall because they were on when we were going through our walkthrough, but I didn't notice anything unusual about the lights.
Okay. Any of the windows there into the garage or into the house, any of them open?
No.
Besides the one that you had noted right before. Before, right?
Well, the one with the cut screen, that is the only one.
Okay. Now, at that point, when you looked inside the backyard itself, had you concluded your initial walkthrough of the scene?
No.
All right. What else did you do then?
I checked the exterior of the fence.
Okay. And again, how did you do that?
I just walked around it. At one time, I had to look at the other side of the fence. That is the side that facing the front of the house. I had to go around the house, which would amount to the side yard, I guess. I checked it for scuff marks and blood.
Okay. Did you see any scuff marks?
No,
Did you see any blood?
no, I did not.
Okay. Did that conclude your initial walkthrough?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate of the amount of time that it took you to do that initial walkthrough, Mr. Cron?
Well, 25 minutes, maybe 30 minutes.
Were you under any sort of time constraint, or could you take as long as you needed?
I could take whatever time I felt sufficient.
Or do you feel like you had sufficient time for the initial walkthrough?
Just for the initial one?
Yes.
Certainly, yes.
All right, let me ask you then. You finished your initial walkthrough of that residence, backyard, exterior of the residence. Did you form any opinion after your initial walkthrough, sir?
I was beginning to have some feelings about the offense. Yes, sir.
All right, what impressions, if any, did you start to form after that initial walkthrough?
That there had not been an intruder enter through the window.
All right, and why did you come to the conclusion that there had been no intruder?
Well, this is
That is from your initial walkthrough?
it's sort of a big picture. It's not any one thing. It was the overall scene, which primarily is the lack of evidence in many cases. But the entire scene indicated to me that there had not been an intruder. There wasn't any one object or any one situation there.
Let me ask you, did you find the physical evidence there in the crime scene to be consistent or inconsistent with information that you had been given by Rowlett police officers prior to starting the walkthrough?
Inconsistent.
And by the time you did this walkthrough, you had been doing these kinds of things for how many years?
Oh, around 39.
You met with the officers. You have done your initial walkthrough with them. What is the next thing to do in this situation?
Well, there is a loose procedure that can be altered due to the different circumstances. But there's a basic procedure to use in crime scene investigation. Is that what you want me to?
Yes. What is the procedure? Is it just something that you have come up with, or is it some sort of standardized procedure?
Well, it's basically standard. It's a common sense approach more than anything. It involves a walkthrough naturally to plan your attack or plan your actions at a scene. The second one is to record everything photographically and in a sketch if it's required in the type of scene that you're investigating, but record it with notes, measurements of the sketch, and a series of photographs. Once it's recorded, the next step is to take care of your fragile evidence: hair, fiber, blood, anything that could be destroyed, latent prints. And the step after that is your movable objects, items that might have been sent to a crime lab to be processed. However, processed at a police department or a sheriff's department or at your own, the investigator's own agency. The movable things have to be taken care of. Then the scene is inspected, objects removed, photographs then. Follow-up photographs are then taken to see what is under, behind, on top of, or whatever of the evidence.
Hmm.
This is after it's initially recorded in its intact or first position, and the photographs have already been taken. After that, another walkthrough is conducted to ensure that something wasn't overlooked. Basically, that is the steps used in a crime scene procedure. The variations would occur where you have an outside condition that maybe the weather was going to destroy some evidence and you would have to skip the photographs in place of collecting it before it could be damaged by the weather. A crowd condition where you might have a hostile crowd. You have to watch the evidence, such as weapons, or on a highway that the traffic was a problem. But these are also, that is the basic steps in a crime scene investigation.
How many years have these procedures been in place in law enforcement?
Well, most of the books that have been written on it from the 40s,
1940s.
40s.
We're talking about 50 years for those procedures in use, right?
Yes. They're
Mm.
standard in all crime scene investigation, criminal investigation books now, academies, and so forth.
Well, barring some sort of weather problem or some sort of outside element there, would these steps in the procedure, would they change with the type of offense that you're going out there and investigate?
No, the only thing that would change is if you didn't have blood. Naturally, you wouldn't collect blood, but the basic steps are the same from criminal mischief to a multiple homicide.
And when you go out to process the scene, Mr. Cron, do you just simply walk into a scene? Would it ever be proper to just simply walk into a scene, look at it, and then leave?
No.
Okay. Are there things that you have to do in order to process a scene
Yes.
and investigate a scene?
Yes.
What types of things do police have to do in order to investigate and process a crime scene?
Well, one thing that is necessary, whether it's basics to a crime scene, to a traffic ticket, you have to ask the person present what happened. Be it victim, witness, anyway, you have to. They were there, so you ask them what happened.
Let me ask you, in this case, the defendant was not at the location when you were processing this crime scene, was she?
No.
Her husband was present there for you to talk to while you were processing this crime scene.
No.
So normally you would want to talk to somebody who was there, right?
Yes.
What's the next thing then that you would want to do?
I would talk to the officers that talked to the person that I had wanted to talk with.
Did you had a chance to do this in this case, right?
I did.
Okay. What are some of the other things that are necessary in order to investigate and process a crime scene?
Well, outside of the information received from the people we're talking about, the witness or the victim,
Yes.
is information from the officers themselves on what they saw and observed and their actions at the scene.
In order to process the scene properly, is it necessary at times to move things?
Definitely.
Okay. And what are some of the reasons why you might want to move an object once you get to a crime scene?
Well, there are many reasons. I mentioned weather, crowd conditions, hostile crowds, and riot situations. One is after the photographs or your initial photographs to record the scene are taken. You have to move the evidence then
Okay. Why?
to do a thorough investigation. It would be equivalent to having a body at the scene and not looking under it. You have to look for evidence, and moving objects during an investigation is just one of the things that has to be done to find evidence.
Well, after the initial photographs are taken, would you consider it to be altering or tampering with a crime scene to move certain things to investigate the scene?
No,
Is that done on all crime scenes by police every day?
it would be malpractice if they didn't move it when they conducted the crime scene investigation.
You're still out there with Rowlett Police Department at this time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In your discussion with them, did you ever indicate that you thought it might be helpful for others from other agencies to come out there and assist you in the crime scene search investigation?
There were some people I thought might help in this type of offense, yes.
Okay. Who were those people?
People from what is commonly called SWIFTs, or Southwestern Institute of Forensic Science, colloquial, The crime lab.
We call it SWIFTs, right?
Yes, Swifts, Dallas County Crime Lab personnel.
All right.
I suggest they contact the people from Trace Evidence in or Serology, either one, or both.
Is there someone that you had in mind out there in the trace evidence at SWIFTs?
Yes, Charles Lynch.
And you have dealt with Charles Lynch in the past, I take it?
Many times.
Serology also. Would that be someone to do something with the blood work out there?
Right.
Did you recommend anybody in particular, or did you just leave it up to Swifts or Rowlett?
No, I knew that whoever was on duty, if they contacted Lynch and they Rowlett PD requested serology to come with the trace evidence man, who is Charlie Lynch, that he would pick who he wanted to travel with out there. I didn't recommend a name.
Well, as you began to process this crime scene, was it your responsibility to actually go around and actually collect evidence or blood samples or fingerprints or any physical evidence out there at the scene?
No, they called me for advice.
Okay. So, what did you understand your role to be out there as the scene started to be processed?
Advice, consultant. It wasn't even to be an overseer. I was to direct no one. They didn't tell me I wasn't to, but that is not the way I operate. I observe, and if I saw them doing something that maybe was out of step or they should do it earlier, before, I would give them directions. I made a few hints, such as calling the people from the crime lab. I advised them to collect several other items, which they may have been going to anyway, but since I was there, I went ahead and advised them to do it.
Okay. What was the first thing that you thought would be proper to do in processing this crime scene?
The first thing,
Yes, sir.
photographs.
All right. And to your knowledge, were photographs taken by Rowlett police officer after you did your initial walkthrough of the house?
Yes, that was one of the first things they did. Sort of at the same time a sketch was being prepared, but the sketcher follows behind the crime scene photographer, so he won't get in the picture. But that could be done at the same time.
All right. So, walkthrough, photographs. What's the next thing that you thought was proper to do in this process?
To start collecting some blood. That was my next suggestion. And to do or conduct some presumptive blood tests, that is, field tests to determine if things are blood.
All right. When it came down to blood samples, the taking of the samples, did you direct the Rowlett police officers to specific locations in the house and tell them to take a sample here or I want a sample there? Or how did you handle that?
I did a couple of areas, but the rest, they seemed to be doing fine. I didn't follow the blood collector around. I did suggest some areas.
All right. So, first thing, take the blood samples. To your knowledge, did the Rowlett police officers begin to do that?
They did.
Okay. Next thing you thought would be proper to do is do in this sequence latent prints.
Latent
We
prints, we
oh,
held off, or I say I told them to hold off a little until Charles Lynch or whoever was coming from the crime lab arrived. It was as it was, he did arrive before they started doing the latent print processing because we didn't want to lose hair. We didn't want to lose a hair because some of the latent print processing involves camel hair or other top brushes, and I didn't want any interference with the hair collection.
all right. So trace evidence that would include the collection of hairs and fibers, right?
Yes, trace meaning small items, paint flakes, hair, fibers, small items of evidence.
And to your knowledge, then the latent prints were not begun until trace evidence had a chance to do some of that. Is that correct? Or is that right?
In the areas that we were concerned with hair and fibers, naturally some higher up areas that, I didn't hold them back on every area, just the places where there would be hairs and fibers.
Hmm. Did Charles Lynch then arrive at the scene?
Yes.
Did someone from serology come out there with him?
Yes.
Do you remember what that person's name was?
I believe her last name is Long.
All right. Does Catherine Long sound familiar?
That does it. That's it. I couldn't recall her first name.
All right. When Catherine Long got there, at any time did she also begin taking blood samples from inside of the residence?
Yes, sir. Both of them were doing presumptive tests and collection of blood, and as was the Rowlett Police Department.
So you've got those two individuals doing the presumptive, plus doing some blood samples. You've got Rowlett doing blood samples. Next in the sequence, then, I understand, was you do trace evidence, correct? In areas, where are you going to do latents?
Yes,
Okay, then you attempt to lift latent fingerprints, correct?
that's correct.
All right, and to your knowledge, then, did a Rowlett police officer begin doing that?
Yes.
Do you remember who that was out there on June the 6th?
The only one I saw processing. Well, the answer is yes, I do know.
Okay, who was that?
Hamilton.
Charles Hamilton?
Yes.
Okay. After you collected the blood, you have done the trace evidence and you began processing for latent prints. In your opinion, what would have been the next proper thing to do, and what did do you out there? Whoa. Okay.
I know.
Goodness.
This
I gotta
thing,
call the grammar police.
this whole thing kind of, both of them speaking today seem really off, like the flow. Okay. Any large items needed to be collected, such as the screen, and I told them to, anything movable. We started moving objects, vacuum cleaner, big, heavy objects. I say big and heavy, other than something you can hold in one hand.
Okay, and again, why did you go along with the idea of moving these particular items?
Well, one, I wanted to look under some of them myself, and I wanted them to look and see what they could find by nature of blood, hair, fiber, weapons.
Were there some items that you yourself moved inside of the house?
The base of the lamp, I checked the weight of the table, the glass tabletop. I looked in a couple of drawers in the kitchen that were exposed and open and had blood cloth items on top. I didn't do that much. I did test the light switch to see if the light worked on the back patio light, and it did come on when I threw the switch on.
Okay. Are you talking about, I believe, in one of these photographs, we might be able, are you talking about a light that would be attached to the house?
Yes.
Porch light. And it was in working condition, is that right?
Yes.
You mentioned that you went to, I guess, a coffee table in the family room, is that right?
Yes.
And what exactly did you do with that coffee table, Mr. Cron?
I pushed it with my legs to see if it was heavy or light, which I assumed it was going to be heavy because they normally are, but I wanted to feel it myself.
Okay. Is this the table that is shown in 47A, States Exhibit 47A?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what did you find? Is this table light or is it heavy?
It's heavy.
Okay. And give us an idea of the amount of what did you do to it exactly?
I braced my leg against it and then leaned towards the direction of it to see how easily it moved.
And what did you find out when you tried to do that?
It was difficult to move without exerting pressure or effort.
Did it appear to you when you looked at it that morning when you first saw it that it was off center?
Yes.
Now, I think you said you touched a couple of the drawers in the kitchen, right?
Yes.
What other items did you move that you recall?
I looked at some of the glass on the floor. I had them collect some of the glass.
Let me ask you, what was the purpose of having Rowlett collect some of the glass on the floor? What were you thinking at that time?
At that time, when I Actually, this really came about from the walkthrough, is when I verbally said, you need to collect some glass. Glass is collected anytime it's on the floor at a crime scene or should be collected. Later, if an intruder is found that the glass that has glass embedded in the soles of their shoes, it might be possible the lab could make a connection and determine it's the same type of glass. It's a form of placing the person inside the building or at the scene.
What was the purpose in you actually picking up some of the glass? Why did you do that?
To see how sharp it was and to see if it was all consistent with being the same type.
Okay.
And color-wise, mainly.
When you're looking to see how sharp this glass was, what were you thinking at that time?
That part on the sharpness came after I had come in and I started forming my opinion of the crime scene. The purpose then was to see how sharp it was. I wanted to determine if the complainant in this case had cuts on the soles of her feet.
Okay. When you looked at this glass, I don't know how you quantify this, but how sharp was this broken glass?
I cut myself on it.
Okay.
It was sharp.
Okay.
I made a mistake and applied too much pressure and cut myself.
Okay. Was there ever an occasion when you were present and a vacuum cleaner was removed?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us, where was the vacuum cleaner when you first saw it?
Between the kitchen and island in the center of the kitchen and the island counter and the divider between the kitchen and the living room. It was on the floor.
All right. Whose idea was it to move the vacuum cleaner?
Mine, but I would never say more. Actually, it was a mutual consent as the photographs, when they were finished, we were following behind the photographer and we said, let's look under it.
Okay. Well, why did you want to look under it?
When you look under things just to see what you find. I had no idea what I would find, but I was looking for evidence.
Who actually moved the vacuum?
David Maine.
Okay, Rowlett police officer.
Yes.
Did you observe how he moved the vacuum cleaner?
I was standing with him. I was at one end of the vacuum and he was at the other end.
All right, did you both lift it or did one of you or
No, he did. I didn't touch it.
Okay, Mr. Cron, did you observe whether or not as he lifted the vacuum cleaner, whether or not David Maine rolled it on the floor or did he just simply lift it up off the floor?
No, he lifted it. We didn't want to roll it on the floor.
Why not?
It looked like there was already roll marks on the floor and I didn't want them disturbed.
Okay, what did these roll marks look like?
It looked like tracks from the wheels of the vacuum cleaner, a series of bloody wheel roll marks.
Okay, straight lines somewhat.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Cron, if you would step down for just a moment, sir. Again, if you would wait for everybody to come around. Let me ask you first to look at State's Exhibit 43B. Do you recognize that scene, sir?
Yes.
And what does that show?
The vacuum cleaner lying on the kitchen floor.
State's Exhibit 43B, what does that show?
It shows drops of blood, shapes in the blood on the kitchen floor.
Okay, where the vacuum had been?
Yes, the area under the vacuum.
Okay, have we indicated on State's Exhibit 43B2 what appeared to be bloody footprints?
Yes.
When Officer Maine lifted up this vacuum cleaner, could you see these two bloody footprints where the vacuum cleaner had been, sir?
I could.
Could you also observe bloody drops underneath where the vacuum cleaner had been?
Yes.
Could you also observe any broken glass under this area where the vacuum cleaner had been?
Yes.
Do you see any on this particular photograph here, 43B? And if so, just point them out for the members of the jury.
They're a little difficult to see because being clear glass, you can see some reflections. Some of the pieces don't actually show up on the photograph, but the little reflections show.
Okay.
Some of the glass reflections from the flash, you know, of the camera.
Okay, let me ask you. I want to talk about these bloody footprints. Did you find any broken glass resting on top of the bloody footprints in this area of the kitchen?
Yes.
On top of it.
Yes. Bloody
Bloody
glass.
glass. No.
There was glass on it, but the glass wasn't bloody.
Okay, so you've got glass without blood on it sitting on top of bloody footprints, is that right?
Yes.
Now, you had also indicated, Mr. Cron, that you saw what appeared to be roll marks before the vacuum cleaner was moved, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you see anything on State's Exhibit 43B that would demonstrate that for the jury?
This is one of the best examples in this picture is this mark here. You can see where the blood is displaced on the left and the right here. It appears to be a roll mark where the blood was, it was displaced by whatever rolled through it.
When we let me give you an example. If I'm out on a roadway driving, the roadway is wet. Will the tires push it through? Will it displace or push water to the sides?
Yes.
He didn't even answer the question. Is that what you're talking about here when you look at the roll mark here on 43B?
Yes, that's why it's darker on both sides. It's where the blood is spread out.
Was this the only area here that you have pointed out on State's Exhibit 43B that you thought at the time might be a roll mark in the area of the kitchen?
There was another one. There was one other. I would have to look at the series of pictures to see where it is, but no, that wasn't the only roll mark.
Okay.
This was one here, but there was some other marks that appeared to me to be roll marks from the vacuum.
Okay. Are you certain that those roll marks were present on this floor before Officer Main lifted this vacuum cleaner up off the floor, sir?
Well, we specifically discussed it. He lifted up and set it aside, not drag it across the blood. That would have defeated the purpose of being careful at the scene.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, is it me? All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the view of the hour now, we will recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember the same instructions as always. Don't discuss the case among yourselves yet. Do no investigation on your own. And if you hear about it or see about it on TV or anything in the newspapers, please ignore it. We will see everybody here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Wear your juror badges at all times. Wow, I didn't realize that whole 45 pages, and then you're
Another
still
day.
going, huh?
Yeah.
You didn't pass the witness yet. Man, it's another one of those where so maybe when you have to leave at 11, then maybe me and Bella could continue for a little while if you're still able to, Bella, because it looks like it'll be us for a while after this. So I have a question. Are you talking about 11 o'clock your time, Libra? Because it's 11:15 right now.
Yep.
You mean 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Okay, so hopefully you'll be able to
Yeah.
finish your part here. Let's hurry up here. Let me get the next one.
I have to run away all because I have to go to the doctor in the morning, and my husband is insisting that I get proper rest
Yeah,
so that
that's
I
fine.
drive and I don't get, into an accident or anything, because I had an accident like in October last year. It was my first accident, and yeah, it was not fun, and it cost $8,000 to repair the car, so he was not a happy camper.
Yeah, and your
no,
health.
it's
Like,
definitely
Yeah.
we definitely understand. I'm looking through to see how much more. Man, you're
There's
still have a lot more.
116 pages on
Oh,
the second part of his
geez.
testimony.
You're not gonna. When do they pass the witness though? I
Um,
mean, when is it? When are you going to be done? I'm going through and I'm on page 16 and it's still you. So if you have to go, I'll continue and I'll be Greg Davis. Just let me know. How
Okay.
much for like 15 minutes you said or what?
Yeah, I gotta go at 11.
Okay,
mean,
so let's just shoot. Holy mackerel. I'm on page 28 and it's still Greg Davis. So
this dude is just, I don't know, talking
He's
in
the one that,
circles.
but he's the one that did all the interviews and everything too.
He
Like,
is. Like,
so he's important.
oh, wait
No,
a
that's
minute. Doug
fine.
Mulder.
yeah, but it's
Oh,
just
that's an
he's just
objection.
object. I mean, no, that's totally fine. I'm not upset at all. Like I'm ready to read actually. So all right, let's I don't even know. Should we even continue? I mean, I don't want to cut you off in the middle of it,
I
since
know. I'm
maybe
so
you should just
excited.
I should just let you go
What are
now,
you What are
maybe,
you
and then
doing tomorrow night?
tomorrow.
What live are you
What
doing
is today?
tomorrow
I
night?
don't know. What is tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Oh my
Thursday.
gosh. Yeah,
We're all
tomorrow's
like,
Thursday, the 22nd.
Thursday. I don't know. I want to do something though. Let's try to do a live something. I don't know. I mean, I guess we could continue. Let's just see where me and Bella get with this, and then I'll let you know. I guess. Oh, thanks,
Okay.
Lexi Lou. I never did send that chat. I was thanking you for the super chat, and it never went out. Sorry. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah. Well, good luck tomorrow. I'll let you go because you do need some rest. And thank you for reading. Good luck tomorrow. Let us know in our group how everything turns out.
yeah, let us know, girl. What
I
time
definitely
are you done?
will. I have to go at 9:30 in the morning, and I
Okay.
know that they're going to be doing a bunch of crud, so I
Just
don't
get her
know.
done. Get her done, and you'll be happy. It's I know
Yeah.
doctors always like you dread them, and then afterwards you're like, well, I guess depends what what they say. But I'm just saying, at least you get it done. You know that it needs to be done, and hopefully you'll
Okay.
be able to get it figured out. Drink
Right.
some fluids tonight, and go ahead. What?
Yep. Jessica Hogan said she can also help read if needed.
Okay.
So
I'm not sure. Let's see, because it looks like what we have left is just a 2-part reader right now, the way it's going. So I think me and Bella might be able to do it, but I don't know. I'll see. We'll see how it goes. If the next
Alright.
witness, or I don't know, if I get
And
tired or whatever.
I'm just going to keep you on TV in my room and listen to you while you're reading. So
Oh, I want to
Oh
know
yeah,
how
that's
that.
fine.
I want to know
Yeah.
how that goes when you fall asleep to that, because I remember what happened to me. I'm curious to know what the prosecution's dreams are going to be.
You know what? I was watching another live of another creator who was going over a case, and I fell asleep, and I had the weirdest dream, and I was like, okay, you know
Oh,
what?
I've done that many a times. I've done that where you dream about. Yeah, I've had. Oh yeah, like anything you're watching and stuff, you like become a part of that whatever's going on. Oh yeah, that happens to me. It's cool, kind of actually.
Yeah. So I woke up and I was like, that was so weird.
Yeah, it's well, maybe, yeah, I'll keep it on and let us know tomorrow what your
Yeah.
what your dreams were. All right. All
Thank you,
right, well,
Delana. I'll see you, or I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Yeah,
all
good luck
right.
with
Good
that.
luck, Libra.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Hugs and kisses.
Thank you so much. Karen, hi. I just chatted and I just put Karen Mooring. I just put the name and it didn't say anything. Hi, Karen. I meant to say hi. Because of this channel, Jessica. Oh my god. Do you ever dream about, like, you got to tell me some of those dreams. Oh, hi, Christy. Okay, let's do this up, Bella. I'm ready to read, man. So am I
Let's do
gonna
it.
be Greg Davis then?
Yeah, and then whoever feels right when the court says something, or the jurors or whatever, just do it. Like
Depending
whatever
on,
feels
like,
right.
yeah, okay. We'll just, yep, all right, cool.
But when I was reading, how do I sound? Because this is a new setup. Was there like stuff messing up, or like?
Oh
weird?
yeah, you always sound pretty bad.
Stop! Let me look at your face when you say that. I can't. Hold on. Where are you?
Right here. Well, you can't see me.
No, because I have this up and then I have like the delayed up. So
Oh, okay.
when I look at you, you're like really serious and listening because it's like a delay. Okay, let's do this.
All right, hold on. Let me get this shared. I just put testimony. I just labeled him as an investigator. I mean, what would be the best label for him?
I don't know. Like, he's a really big deal in this case. Because
yeah, but how
he's like, let's see
so that's not proper, you don't think? I was reading.
No, he is. He's an investigator. He's like he is a consultant here though, because he retired 3 years prior, right? So he's like a teacher and consultant, and they like it's probably kind of a smaller town. So they called him up like, hey, dude, can you come down? And so, yeah, I mean, he is an investigator, 39 years. You know,
But what
yeah.
would you say? What would be his best title in this case? What is he doing?
Crime scene investigator. Like,
Yeah, that's just
if it was me, I'd be like head
Crime
honcho crime scene.
Should I just
I
put
don't
like
know.
head crime scene investigator for it? Or
But I don't know if he was head though. I think they just called him in for like a consulting. So I would just put like a crime scene investigator because that is his title.
I just put investigator. That's
Okay, that's good.
That is what's been up. That's good enough, right?
That's good enough. Everyone has
keeps it
to
pretty general.
listen.
Jill, what's up? Oh my God, I fell asleep on you the other night, and we still got to do that phone call. I feel like, how does my mind slip for like days? I did not forget about you. Well, I did for a minute because I passed out, and then, oh, I'm going to get back with you, Jill, because we got to do that. I'm glad you stopped in. I've been wanting to text you. I feel like so horrible what happened when was that? That was probably like 4 or 5 nights ago now. I'm sorry. Okay, that's sorry. All right, let's do this. Let me get this up. Share. Let's see. All right, I'm excited to read actually for once because remember I wasn't feeling good. I was dreading it the last 3
That's
weeks. I was like,
right.
oh, but I've been feeling so good lately that I'm ready to go. All right.
Libra is saying, in her opinion, she would put crime scene consultant. But investigator's good. No, Libra. It's like all encompassing.
Yeah, I think we'll just keep it. I don't feel like changing them, and I think,
Yeah.
and I don't think it's wrong. It's right still.
It's right.
It explains it. I think people would, I think it's all right. But thanks, Libra. I mean, all right. So I got to get in Greg Davis's mood because I'm so Mulder. I'm so Mulder. No, I'm usually like so. Okay, I don't even know what Greg Davis is like, but okay. Oh yes, I think I just saw him on a freaking one of the videos I was watching. All right, I got you. Okay, so are you ready?
I am.
Okay, so I feel weird jumping in here, but sir, again, you are James Cron, is that right?
That's correct.
The same James Cron that testified yesterday in this cause? This must be this call, yeah, I guess. Okay, Mr. Cron, I believe when we left yesterday, we were talking about certain marks that you saw on the kitchen floor that day on June 6, 1996, when you were at 5801 Eagle Drive. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and I believe that we had referred to States Exhibits 43A and 43B. Do you recall that also, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, let me ask you, if you will, to look at States Exhibit 43C and 43D. Do you recognize those two photographs, sir?
I do.
Do they truly and accurately depict the floor there at 5801 Eagle Drive as it appeared on June 6, 1996, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we will offer States Exhibit 43C and 43D. No objection.
States Exhibit 43C and D are admitted.
Okay. Again, Mr. Cron, if you will please step down just for a moment. Mr. Cron, let me ask you first. Looking here at States Exhibit 43C, does that appear to be essentially the same photograph we have here in States Exhibit number 43A?
Yes.
Does it show a little bit more of the floor than we show here in 43A?
It does, yes.
Okay. And again, States Exhibit 43C. Can you refer, for the members of the jury, the marks that you were referring to yesterday that you believe to be roll marks?
Yes, sir. It was those marks on the left side of the photograph, here and here.
Okay. And an additional mark up here that I am pointing to now?
Yes.
Okay. And again, when you saw these marks, the vacuum cleaner, was it still in the position that is shown here in this photograph?
Yes, it was.
Officer Main had not yet moved it. Is that right?
That's correct.
And looking here at States Exhibit 43D, are we looking essentially at the same portion of the floor as shown here in States Exhibit 43B?
Yes.
Okay. And again, looking at this, do we see the same marks that you have indicated earlier, looking at the previous photograph that we see here?
Yes.
I'm wondering if I should show some of these videos. I should maybe show the pictures so
Can
they
you?
know. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, so that would be under galleries, maybe, or what?
I think
State's
so, or
exhibit.
evidence.
So state's exhibit, because he's talking about state's exhibit. It's got to be right. So we're talking about the vacuum, right? And what else?
43A, 43B.
Here's the vacuum. Here's some of them. Let me see what this. That's 3. I don't even know. But here's the one of the vacuum. We are talking about the vacuum, right? What else should I? So we got
Like
the vacuum.
Any of the floor of the windowsill that he just got done talking about, if we see that.
There's some of the things in the kitchen. Here's the knife.
The knife on the counter would be good. Yeah.
There's that. Now, what is this hat? That has no. I mean, does that have anything to do with the case? They're not claiming that was the hat that anybody was wearing, right? It's just random.
No, but he did mention this exact, or not. They didn't mention this picture yet, but he did mention this scene. Like there was a hat and there was blood. Blah blah blah. Yeah. So far they haven't said the hat has anything to do with anything.
Okay. So here, wasn't there a fingerprint under this or something where it was like Darren's or something, but not from before or something like that, right?
Under what? Under the...
Like somewhere under the blood. It wasn't, I don't know. Maybe I'm remembering there was like a fingerprint they found under the blood or something like that was Darren. So it was probably from before. I don't know. I'm not saying you guys were talking about it in the transcripts. I just remember reading about it somewhere. Okay. So I just want to... Well, I don't know. There's the garage. Here's the window. Just give you a look real quick and then we'll get back to it. There's the kitchen floor. Here we go. Here's a vacuum.
Yeah. Those are probably the roll marks then, because they're like pointing to the... Can we make it bigger?
It's not letting me... Oh, wait. No, it's already as big as... Look. It won't let me get it even bigger for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
And I clicked on it. I don't know. That was weird.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the roll marks. Look, right there. Right?
Yes.
And you can see your footprints right here.
Yes.
We got the roll marks. Let's see what else. There's some more over here. Oh, yeah, there's more. Oh, yeah, there. That's a good... Yeah, I think that's a good picture of what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Anything else we should look at that you think? Let's just see what else we got. I don't know. Oh, that's look. See, that's a boot print. That's a boot print. I mean, that's a shoe, a boot or whatever, right there, right? So either it's from that one of the investigators or paramedics or something, or an intruder or something, because that does look like it could be a part of a shoe print, in my opinion.
And this is 44A. What was that one? Was that 40?
This is 44B. You could see another footprint. And then the roll marks.
So the foot ones are going to be the 44s. What was that one that you called a shoe? What number was that? I wonder when that's.
Wait, that was back.
Oh, she was snipping.
I don't know. Where the heck did it go? These aren't going. They're like all over the place. I have no control what's going on. Like I'm just hitting things and it's happening. Wait a minute. I don't know, guys. Oh shoot! I am so zoomed up too. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it's the zoom. Yeah.
What is this advertisement? Better not have no freaking sound. You guys, let me just tell you real quick. I got a copyright claim. Thank God it wasn't a strike, but it could have been a strike. It just depends on how these people handle it. I got a claim on our last live. Me and Bella were talking about all those random cases. And remember, some of those songs were popping up in the articles, like pages. In the articles, you know how they have like videos throughout an article, and we were reading parts of the article, and they kept popping up out of nowhere, and then there would be music real quick, and I couldn't find it, and I have to exit out, and it was just an accident. iHeartRadio gave me a copyright claim. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not just being paranoid, because these are only like seconds of a song. So like
we didn't want their song.
Yeah, and we didn't even want it. It was an accident. So when people probably hear me like, gosh, you're overly paranoid. No, I'm not, because that happens. It only takes a second. And if that iHeartRadio wanted to give me a strike, they could have. And then I would have been suspended for 90 days for doing lives. And 3 of those strikes in 90 days, I would have lost my channel. So it's a real concern. Yeah, just a second, a millisecond, any part of a little song where it could be recognized. Yeah, they could claim it. So basically, they claimed it where it still plays, but any money I make off of it, they get.
Isn't that sucky? Like, it's a 5-hour live, and literally this came on for seconds, and we didn't even want it to come on. We would like it to not come on.
Yeah, it was just in the middle of a freaking article.
You should charge iHeartRadio for ruining your flow.
Yeah.
Like, you guys put music on that just came up for no good reason.
Oh.
So rude.
Mm-hmm. So it's a real concern for creators. It sucks, but so I'll have to figure out how to go about it where I can't risk that, because like I said, I mean, that could have been a strike. So I'm happy that they just made a claim, but it just doesn't seem right because it was a freaking accident.
Yeah. And like on a 5-hour live, like literally seconds, and they get to claim the whole video. Like monetarily.
Oh, Bella, there was a 7-hour live one night. This was probably like 3 or 4 months ago. I had played I think it was like a 8-second clip. I didn't even use the audio. It was like an animal clip of I forget what it was. It was just a funny clip. I just played it. I didn't even use the audio on it. I just thought it was funny, and we watched it. It was in the middle of a 7-hour video, and they made a claim on it. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Gosh.
Like, that's fair use. So I really could argue, like I could fight it and probably would win, but is it worth the deal? If it was a strike, I would, but with the claim, oh, well, they get the money. It's not, you know what I'm saying? And it was unsuitable anyway. It was unsuitable because, you know, we use certain words, so they're not really getting anything, but it is the principle, because it's not fair, because it is fair use, and I feel like enough people don't fight those, but it just seems like it's not worth it, unless if it was a strike, I probably would fight it. But
it just seems like a really shady way for them to make money. Like, we could just start some random radio or whatever, like ad thing, and just put it in every news thing, and anyone who uses it for 2 seconds, like, I get all your money. What the hell? That's so crazy. I don't like that.
It sucks.
YouTube should side with their creators, though.
They don't do anything. They don't play a part in it. All they do is they put it out there. If somebody makes a claim, they don't check it. They don't do anything. And then you could fight it. You could fight it. And then if you win and somebody is inaccurately, they keep making claims or strikes, then they will get punished. But a lot of people don't fight it, but they don't do it ahead of time. It's up to us to fight it. It turns into a legal matter. Like, it's not like a YouTube matter. Once if I dispute it, then if they take it to court, then they could take it to court. You know what I'm saying? It's up to them. They could either drop it, you could dispute it, and they could either drop it and let it go, or they could take it to court. So I don't know. Anyway, so let's see here. Let's just see if there's any other pictures. So we have so this is the blood probably when Darren went out, right? To the neighbor, I'm guessing, or even when they took the kids out. What?
That's when they were fixing Darlie, wasn't it? The paramedics.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when they were fixing her on the porch. It's like the medical stuff.
Okay,
they took her out there first because the guy was like, I just wanted to kind of remove her from the scene because he felt bad for her. So he just and he said he also needed it. The paramedic said he needed to leave the house because it was just what he was looking at. So they went on the front porch and he was mending her.
Okay. So I think did you think we looked at all of them that we needed to right now?
We can get back on it.
Okay. Let me get back to, all right. Okay, so I don't know where were we?
I think we're at 5, but maybe we're past that. Maybe we're we're at 10.
I'll start at 9. I'll just say.
Yeah.
Okay, do you see any other marks on State's Exhibit 43D that you believe may be roll marks also?
This could possibly be some at the bottom center of the photograph.
Okay, and again, 43D was taken after the vacuum cleaner had been lifted off the floor by Officer Main. Is that right?
That's right.
Let me ask you, Mr. Cron, did you have an opportunity? Do you recognize State's Exhibit 93 here?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize this to be the photograph shown of the vacuum cleaner shown in State's Exhibit 43A?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to observe this vacuum cleaner while it was still laying on the floor?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe on State's Exhibit 93 as it was on the floor?
There was some traces of blood or what appeared to be blood.
Okay. If we could position the vacuum cleaner here on the floor, is this essentially the position that the vacuum cleaner was in when you saw it here on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And just, if you could, in general, show us where you observed blood that day.
Here again, and I can't pinpoint exactly where I saw the blood. I would have to look at photographs to compare it, but there was some blood on the handle area, a little blood on the body of the vacuum, some blood on the wheels.
Okay. Today we have got tape on the wheels, I take it.
Yes,
The tape was not on the wheels back on June 6th, is that right?
that's right.
So you were able to observe blood while the vacuum cleaner was on the floor.
Yes, and there was some blood up in this area here.
Okay. And you're pointing toward what I'm going to call the top of the bag portion of the vacuum cleaner.
Yes, below the handle on the top of the bag.
All right. Do you recall how Officer Main lifted this vacuum cleaner off the floor?
Yes, I was standing in this position, and he was at the base, and he handled it, and here again, exact position. He put his hand. I don't recall, but it was in this area here. He picked it up
Okay.
somewhere in this area.
Okay. And again, did you have an opportunity once the vacuum cleaner had been lifted up off the floor? Did you have an opportunity to look at the vacuum cleaner a little bit more?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can go back up to the witness stand.
Okay.
Mr. Cron, let me show you photographs that have been marked as States Exhibit 46A, 46B, 46C, 46D, 46E, 46F, and 46G. Do you recognize those photographs, sir?
I do.
So those are the ones we just looked at, right? I think. No.
Some of them. Yeah. Sorry. Yes.
Do they truly and accurately depict the blood that you saw on the vacuum cleaner? States Exhibit 93 on June 6, 1996, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we will offer States Exhibit 46A through 46G inclusive. No objection.
States exhibits number 46A, B, C, D, E, F, and G are admitted.
Okay. Mr. Cron, if you could step down again, we can go over these photographs with the jurors. Okay, Mr. Cron, looking at States Exhibit 46A and B, are we looking at the handle portion of the vacuum cleaner?
Yes.
What do we see in States Exhibit 46A and 46B?
Okay. In 46A, there was some red discoloration on the handle, what appears to be blood or parent blood. And the same on the side view of the handle in 46B, there is red blood substance, looking substance on the side of the handle.
How would you characterize the blood that you saw on the handle?
More of drops, smears.
Smears on the handle?
Yes.
Let me ask you whether or not blood that you saw on the handle, would that have been consistent with an individual actually holding the handle while having blood on their hands?
Yes.
States Exhibit number 46 C, D, and E, starting with 46C. Are we looking at, again, the top portion of the bag of this vacuum cleaner, sir?
We are.
Okay. And can you point out the blood that's on the photograph?
Yes, there's some blood on 46C on the top of the bag, which is this area here.
And if we turn the vacuum cleaner around, then are we looking at the back portion now of the vacuum cleaner in States Exhibit 46D and 46E?
Yes.
And again, blood there also.
Yes, discolorations of blood up on the side near the cord, and on the cord, and on I don't know what that's called. Anyway, the shaft of the vacuum cleaner.
Okay, now looking at States Exhibit 46F and 46G, are we looking at the base of the vacuum cleaner here?
Yes.
And again, would you just point out to the members of the jury the blood that you see in these photographs?
On the two photographs, there's some blood in this area, which would be on the corner of the base of the vacuum. Let me look. I got a glare here. Some blood in this area here.
Are you done? Oh, now, Mr. Cron, the blood that you observed on this vacuum cleaner, tell me whether or not it appeared that some of the blood that you saw on this vacuum cleaner had been deposited on the vacuum cleaner when it was standing upright, as it is now.
It looked like most of it was when it was on its way on it. It looks like most of it was when it was in its down position.
Okay.
Laying on the floor, there was some on the handle. It had been smeared. It could have been when it was in an upright position.
Okay. And then most of that you observed would have you been deposited while the vacuum cleaner was in this position. Object to leading. Is that correct? Leading.
I love Mulder.
I know. I can't wait for his turn.
We sustain the objection. Let's phrase our questions properly.
Mr. Cron, let me ask you whether or not you observed blood that you believe to have been deposited while the vacuum cleaner was laying down.
I did. The drops were round, oval to round shapes, which indicates straight drops.
Okay, you may go back. Mr. Cron, tell me, when Officer Main lifted this vacuum cleaner, were you in agreement with that decision at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have any concerns at that time about Officer Main possibly obscuring the possible fingerprints on this vacuum cleaner?
No, and I can elaborate on that if you'd like.
Yes, sir, if you would.
Normally, there might be handprints or fingerprints on the handle, and I didn't want it disturbed. If something has to be lifted, you usually go to the route of least disturbance on any possible agency. I did mention to him, be careful, although I felt like he was, but I wanted to make sure he didn't touch the handle itself because we could see some blood there, and I thought there might be a bloody print on it when we examined it closer.
Now, I want to direct your attention to, again, the kitchen floor and ask you about footprints that you may have seen on the floor. I know, looking at State's Exhibit 43B, do we see footprints in that photograph, sir?
Bare footprints.
And
yes, sir.
just so we can get oriented, what direction would these footprints be leading in State's Exhibit 43B?
In 46B, the prints, I can't say north, south, or west, but they're heading to the lower right-hand corner of the photograph.
Okay. Would this be toward the sink in the kitchen or away from the sink in the kitchen?
Away.
Did you see any bloody footprints, Mr. Cron, that led from the family room toward the utility room?
None.
Did you see any bloody footprints in the utility room?
Let me back up. No bare footprints. There was a footprint.
Okay. I'm talking about bare footprints here, like we see in 43B.
There was no bare footprints at all in the kitchen except by the sink here.
All right. The utility room?
None.
Okay. Any bloody bare footprints leading from the utility room back to the sink?
No.
Did you see bloody footprints that you believe to be different sizes in the kitchen?
No.
Now, did you ever observe anything in the kitchen that you believe to be a bloody shoe print?
There was a partial one. I did see one.
Okay.
That's not one you were talking about. I think,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, probably, yep. If you would look at State's Exhibit 43G, tell me whether or not you recognize that, sir.
I do.
Okay. And does that truly and accurately depict that portion of the kitchen floor as it appeared on June 6, 1996?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we are all for State's Exhibit 43G. We don't have any objection to it. If we could have him cleared up as to where that is in the kitchen floor, I'll have him do that.
Okay, go ahead. Well, it's adjusted. I'm sorry. Well, it's admitted. Are you going to object to my admitting it?
No, if he wasn't going to do that, I would ask to take the witness on voir dire to establish where that was on the floor. If he is going to do it, that is fine with me.
All right. State's Exhibit number 43G is admitted.
Okay, Mr. Cron. First of all, what do you see here in State's Exhibit 43G?
It's a partial footprint on the kitchen floor and what appears to be blood, a heel print of a shoe or a boot.
Do you recall what part of the kitchen that is that this was found?
Yes. Exact measurements I don't have, but it's halfway between the end of the counter to the island counter and the utility room door, heading in the direction of the utility room door.
Okay. Did you see any other bloody shoe prints there in the kitchen besides the one depicted in States 43G?
No.
Did you ever do anything with 43G, the shoe print, shown in States Exhibit 43G, in an effort to identify who might have left that track?
Yes.
What did you do?
Well, through the Roulette PD, the negatives, I had them submitted to the photo lab, Dallas County Sheriff's Department photo lab, for 1-to-1. That is actual size blobes made. And then I had Roulette PD take footwear impressions of everybody that was at the scene, including my own. I took my shoes there that I was wearing that night. So I got
Let me ask you, what is a 1-to-1 photograph?
1-to-1 is true size, actual size. That is for the purpose of placing rulers in crime scene pictures. If a ruler is in a photograph, the photo lab personnel can, using the negative, enlarge the image from the negative to where the ruler becomes its actual size on the photographic paper. And when the ruler is its true size, when they print it, everything in the picture will be its true size. That is why rulers are common in crime scene pictures.
Well, once you got the 1-to-1 photograph of the shoe print, did you compare it against something?
To all of the footprints of everybody that was present there that morning.
Okay. And were you able to determine through your comparisons who actually left the shoe shown in the State's Exhibit 43G?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Sergeant Matt Wallen. I may be mispronouncing his name, Wallen.
Okay.
It was consistent with being his and no others at the scene.
Okay. Now, Mr. Cron, I want to direct your attention. Do you recall a wine rack being present in the kitchen, sir?
I do.
Do you have an opportunity that morning to observe their wine rack?
Yes.
First of all, let me ask you, did you observe any blood on the wine rack itself?
I didn't.
Did you observe any blood on any of the bottles or the glasses on the wine rack?
I didn't see any.
Did you see any items on the wine rack itself that were broken?
No.
Were there glasses on the wine rack?
Yes.
Okay. They were not broken?
They were not.
Were there wine bottles there also?
Yes.
Okay. Were they broken?
No.
Did you ever examine the wine rack to determine what amount of force would be necessary to move the wine rack?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury what you did in that regard?
Okay. This was later in the evening after all the fingerprints were finished on it. I shook the wine rack, rattled it, bumped into it, and jarred it to see if any glasses would fall off, and none did.
In the kitchen itself, what items did you find to be broken?
A wine glass.
Okay. Mr. Cron, let me ask you now, if at any time you went back into the family room area and observed carpet in that room,
Yes, I did.
did you have an opportunity to observe the section of the carpet that would be behind the west couch, between the couch and the windows that lead to the backyard?
I did.
Did you observe anything when you looked at that, sir?
Yes.
What did you see back there?
Well, on the carpet there were several smudges, some of them in the appearance of heels of footwear.
Okay. Do you know what was done with that section of the carpet?
Yes. While I was there, it was cut out.
Okay. Did you recommend that to be done?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever have an opportunity to, did you have an opportunity to look at the section of the carpet after it had been cut out?
I did.
Did you also have an opportunity again to look at all of the impressions, the shoe impressions left by all of the emergency personnel back there?
Yes.
Were you ever able to determine who left the shoe prints or the impressions back there on that section of carpet behind the couch?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you do that?
I had not only the carpet, but photographs taken of the prints on the carpet. I had then enlarged to their actual size, true size. Using them, I compared them with the footwear impressions of everybody at the scene that morning.
Okay, and what was the result?
The results. 3 of them are consistent, or the 3 patterns are consistent with being the boot pattern of a paramedic. And I probably have some trouble pronouncing his name, but I know his nickname.
What is his nickname?
Toad.
Toad?
Right.
Okay.
I can't recall.
How about,
I have his name. It was on the pictures.
let me give it a shot. Koshak?
That is it.
Does that sound familiar to you?
That's it.
Okay. Also, sir, do you recall whether or not you observed any other area of carpet that you thought should be removed?
There were some areas that something needed to be done with, either removed or checked further for prints.
Okay. Were any other sections of carpet actually removed while you were there?
Not while I was there.
Okay. Did you ever? Well, let me just direct your attention. Can all of the jurors see this?
Yes.
Mr. Cron, looking at State's Exhibit 35C, do you recognize what is shown there, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
You mean each specific item?
No. What part of the room is this?
Oh, it's near the couch and the glass coffee table.
Okay. Now look at State's Exhibit 35E. Do you see what I'm pointing at here, sir?
I do.
What is that?
Looks like a small palm print in blood on the carpet.
Could you, when you first went into the family room, could you see the palm print here shown in State's Exhibit 35E?
No.
Okay. What did you have to do in order to see that?
Well, we had to move the objects after the initial photographs were taken, conducting a crime scene investigation during the moving of things that was discovered.
Okay. Do you see what I'm pointing here, 35C?
Yeah.
Okay. What is that?
A blanket.
Do you have to move that?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a couple questions here. Do you see what appears to be a pillow in here, 35C?
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to look at that pillow that day?
Later that day, yeah, I did. Yes.
Okay. Could you see any cuts or defects in that pillow?
No.
Let me direct your attention to what appears to be a gold pillow in State's Exhibit 35C. Did you also have an opportunity to look at that, Mr. Cron?
I turned it over and looked at it. Yes, sir.
Could you see any cuts or tears or other defects in that pillow, sir?
I didn't notice any.
And now let me point to the couch here that is shown in State's Exhibit 35C. Did you have any chance to look at that couch also?
I did.
What is that couch made of?
Vinyl or similar material, plastic, similar to leather.
Okay. Did you see any cuts or tears or defects in that couch that morning?
I didn't observe any.
You know what? Here, let me share some of the pictures of the couch because you can see the blood and stuff. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a good idea.
All right. Let's see. I don't know if it's still State's Exhibit or if it's in. Let's see here.
How are you guys doing in chat? Good?
Oh yeah, here's some pictures of the couch. Yeah, we'll show you these. Well, here's a diagram of the layout here, so you can see that, and then
Your face. Oh, look, he was talking about that. Remember, in the beginning, he said he was looking at that vase. There was no broken stems on any of the flowers. No broken parts of the glass of the vase, or the vase wasn't cracked or broken.
Good. What's this here? Do you know what that is?
35 feet. My eyes suck. I don't know if that's her shirt or. Yeah,
I don't know. It might be.
No, carpet.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, carpet.
So.
Okay, so look at that's the gold pillow with the fringy tassels over in the corner. But yeah,
What are they? What is that right there that they're pointing? Are those cuts?
Darlie's pillow, position number 1.
That's right here. I don't see a
it's
pillow
probably
right there.
maybe that's a pillow that's a design because their cameras kind of are sucky. They don't really have detail.
You tell him, Mr. Professional. No,
I didn't mean that.
No, yeah, you do. I mean, you know. I mean, because that's your you know a lot about that. But so is that so is the couch behind it or something? Why does it look so
Probably.
dark? Okay.
Yeah, it's probably like a dark pillow, and that's probably a pattern. Maybe we'll see in other pictures, though.
Okay, let's see. So that's that thumbprint somewhere, right? Where is it at? Somewhere in there. I know. Is there a part right here or something? I feel like it's somewhere, right? Isn't that? I don't know, but yeah, that's the table. Okay, so here's Darlie's pillow. You see a little bit of blood, You got blood. Here's the corner of the couch. See, that's what makes me doubt. This is what makes me believe partly Darlie's story, because
Yeah.
the blood's like on the back, like back, and then like kind of even underneath, like you could see it splattering if there's a struggle, and she's laying on the couch, because otherwise, why would there be blood right there?
Well, I don't know what the people that are, for her being in jail think, but I mean, couldn't she have also staged that? Couldn't she have cut herself over the sink and then walked over? She had supposedly had plenty of time when she was on the 911 call. They said she kept going from room to room and staging the scene. Couldn't she have gone over to the couch and just kind of put her neck over it?
But would she have even thought? I mean, yeah, I guess. But isn't it like up on the underside too? Like, how would you get that? Wait, let me see. Let's see. Yeah, she could have. Of course, that would probably be the argument of the people that don't believe it. Definitely, it could. Anything could really be. But was this table right here though?
But was she on that side? See, I thought that she was on like the side that didn't have a table, but yeah.
Either way, you got two. So I mean, what do you mean? She had to be
like
somewhere.
The others. Like if there was another side, you know how that's not shown in the picture, like the other end of the couch. But maybe
I mean, she would take up either. It doesn't matter even which way she was laying. I mean, if there's a struggle on the couch and blood and she was cut.
Is that the couch? That is the couch. That's the area.
I'm imagining. And so like if I don't know. I just think it just raises a little bit of doubt to have it like up underneath and stuff. There's a table right here. As far as her staging it, you're right. It could. She definitely could have staged it, but I don't know. Did she go that far and think of every little aspect like that? Because look, there's a table. I thought she was laying right there is what I was thinking.
Okay. Yeah, I see the angle now. You're right.
And then you got blood under here. Like how, like I could see like she's fighting. Maybe her arm goes back. I mean, how would she even think to?
Well, is that her blood or is that Damon's blood? Because didn't he wake her up? And
yeah, but I thought that was on the other side. I was thinking when Damon went the other side and he was actually, oh shoot, I could be wrong, but I thought he was found like on the other side of it, like over here. So why would it be over here if it was Damon's?
Like you think that he went to like her feet area and like
I think he did. Yeah, well, I think he went and woke her up, but then he ended up because wasn't he found over here? I thought so. Didn't he start crawling this way? I don't think he was over here. I think he was found more over on this side, and I think the thumbprint was somewhere over here. This is, I don't know. I could be wrong, but from what I understand, I thought this was like more of a table here. Am I wrong on that?
Blow that one up.
And he was, which one here?
The one you're seeing here, yeah.
And he crawled this way, I thought. I mean, he probably woke her up, and then I thought he was somewhere found on this side, I thought. But tell me if I'm wrong, because I don't know.
No, I do. He was, but he like crawled in the hallway, yeah.
Yeah, so, Devin was more, over here somewhere. Then Damon was over here, and then he crawled over here. And the thumbprint somewhere on a table over here. I think maybe here, or is there a table back here or something? Or maybe this table or something. I don't think it was on this table from what I understood. But like I said, if I'm wrong, somebody tell me.
So her head was on that side, show me where you're saying her head was.
I thought it was. Okay, I thought her head was here. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that because of where the blood was. I was thinking, she was laying like this. She was on her left side, I think, when she had woke up, right? And Damon was somewhere over here. Well, he probably, woke her up, but then he ended up somewhere over here, I thought.
Okay, so I see what you mean. So the blood we were looking at was
right here.
I see what you mean.
So, thank you, Marcelozzi. Am I saying that right? Marcelozzi? Is that Italian? Is that your last name? I like it. Yeah. Thank you for all the super chats. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. You are too generous.
Oh. She says that you're
Oh,
one of her OG
thanks.
favorites.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
That's so
Zav's the
sweet.
best.
Oh. All right. So yeah, I don't know though. It's just, I mean, it's definitely could be staged, but it just makes me doubt, like for her
Yeah.
to think to go over here and somehow get blood up underneath the couch. There's a table here, get blood here. Like, what would make, would you even think that like, so that's why a part of me believes maybe her story in a way. I mean, I'm still up in the air. I go back and forth. I don't believe the story that the prosecution laid out. It's just too many holes. It doesn't make sense how they laid it out. I don't think it's possible the way they laid it out. So that's why I'm doubting the whole thing, basically. But I don't know. Do you have anything to say?
There's it's so hard on both sides. Like either side has really strong arguments, like the fact that there was jewelry out and the fact that jewelry wasn't taken, and the fact that why would they go after little boys who are sleeping instead of parents? Like the kids aren't going to do anything to like some attacker. I mean, I don't know.
I don't get, that's the hardest thing to get is why. Okay, so why they attack the children's first? Why you would think that why didn't they take anything? I'm still thinking maybe it was a plan for the insurance money and it just something happened where I don't know.
But do you think that Darlie, like right now where you stand, do you think that Darlie knew of the plan and was in on it, or she was just caught unawares?
I don't know. I don't know. Either or, I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Where I stand right now, I feel like you, like, I really don't know, but I feel like, I go back and forth.
I get the arguments that the other side makes. Like, I get their concerns and I get how it's like, that makes no sense, this and that. And I get everything. I see what they say too. It doesn't. But I still have a bit of doubt. And I just don't like the way they handled like the first trial. I don't like the way they handled everything. I feel like it was unfair and she does deserve a fairer trial because it really wasn't that fair. And I still have a little bit of doubt of her actually killing the kids. But I get all the points that the other side makes too. I mean, there's some things that just doesn't make sense for it to be an intruder. I get it, but.
Right. No, and that's, I don't know. I don't think they interviewed everybody like that they should have. You know, there were other people that were in the neighborhood that they could have brought up on the stand, and they just need a little bit more time. I wonder what Darlie thinks today, sitting on death row, not having gone, watching things like Casey or hearing about things like Casey Anthony's trial. And does she think it would have been wise for them to go after her husband, and just as to create a doubt?
Yeah. And that's why I'm so excited Sunday, because we have somebody that's actually in communication with her. And maybe we could somehow get some kind of communication by him, just hearing like, hey, let's ask a question to Darlie. Hey, can you ask her this? And then we could get some answers,
That's right.
So you guys think of some questions. Maybe we could have him ask her and maybe have him back on or even, have him announce it on his channel or just to get the answer, because,
tell everybody again, because some people might not have been here in the beginning and they don't know what's going on Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday, RJP, I hope I said that right. He has a channel and he goes over the Darlie case. He is in contact. He writes Darlie, visits her. Well, now there's a ban on, I don't know, did you say it was lifted? But he did visit her. He writes, talks to her. He talks to Darlie's mom. He has been covering it. He's coming on Sunday afternoon. It'll probably be around noonish Central Time. Maybe 1-ish, between noon and 1, I would say. And he's going to have he has a co-host sometimes on named Tara, a girl named Tara. She majored in like forensic and psychology in college. And I don't know if she works in that field or not, but so yeah, it'll be me, Libra, Bella, RGP, and Tara on Sunday, and we'll discuss the case. If you guys have questions, email me, because I want to come up with some like questions where we could tell him ahead of time some of the questions, because normally I don't do that, but I would like to have some questions already done.
So anybody who wants to ask questions of someone who is a Darlie supporter, who has done their research and still believes that she is innocent and that communicates with her, think of questions you want to ask them, because this case is debated, and get some questions answered. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, well, on either side, like,
Yes.
even if you're, any side, definitely. And I would like if you guys could just email me ahead of time, so then even if I don't have a chance to ask them ahead of time, but at least I'll have them. I could put them up on like banners and I could have them ready. And so we get all the questions answered that you want. That's one thing that I struggle with, because when I don't have a way, I feel like when I do ask people to send me questions, somehow I don't have a way to get them quick or something, because I always miss them. And people are like, I have this question. And I never barely have any from people. So somehow, I don't know. I'm trying to think email, if that's the best way, or if I could do like a community post, and then you guys could put the questions in the community post, put them under this video too, and I'll try to get them ahead of time so we make sure they all
That's a really good idea. Everyone, like, jot notes while we read the transcripts, or if you already have the questions, and leave them in the comment section. And then I think Zav's going to make a community post, and then ask them in the community. Make sure if you don't know how to get to the community post, you go to Zav's channel, and on the top, it'll say videos, playlist, and just keep scrolling over if you don't see community. Hit community, and there's all sorts of cool stuff under there if you've not discovered that part yet.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I'm really excited actually for this, because I don't know. I just really am. This is going to be interesting. So yeah, all right. I'll try to get a community post. I like to say it at night, but I don't want to say that, because I know I always do that, and then it doesn't come out to the next day. But so hopefully by tomorrow, and then you guys could ask. But even under this video, I'll look for questions. So all right, cool. Let's. I don't even know, where do we leave off here. We could just do 10, right? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you see any cuts or tears or defects in that couch that morning?
I didn't observe any.
How about the other couch in the family room shown in State's Exhibit number 35H? Any cuts or defects or tears in that couch that you saw?
No.
Is there also a chair that sits across in that room?
There is.
Any cuts or defects or tears in that chair?
I didn't see any.
Mr. Cron, on June the 6th, do you have an estimate of the amount of time that you spent out there at 5801 Eagle Drive?
Yes.
How long were you out there?
Till 3:30 p.m. that day.
You got out there about what time?
I entered the scene a little after 6 a.m.
What about 9 or 9.5 hours?
Yes.
Of that amount of time, of the 9 or 9.5 hours, what percentage of your time was spent actually inside of the house?
Oh, majority of it, probably 7 hours, 7.5 inside.
Okay. Now, Mr. Cron, I would like to turn your attention to a certain latent prints that were given to you for comparison. Were certain latent prints given to you for a comparison at a later date?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about prints. Are there different kinds of prints?
Yes.
Could you explain to us what those kinds might be?
Well, there's only 3 kinds of basic fingerprint patterns. I'm not mentioning or going to talk right now about palms and joints of fingers, footprints, and toe prints, but just the tips of the fingers. There's only 3 patterns. These patterns have what you call subgroups. A lot of people have heard of whorls and loops and arches. Well, that is the 3 patterns. And there's 2 kinds of arches. There's 4 kinds of whorls and 2 kinds of loops. We all have a loop and a whorl pattern, or a combination of these. We might have all whorls. We might have all arches, loops. It's a mixture on people. But we all have one or more of these 3 basic patterns.
Okay, you mentioned the fingerprints, right?
Yes, sir.
Joints of fingers?
Yes, joints. The rest of the joints, the palms of the hands, the soles of the feet and toes, have patterns and friction ridges composed of the same type of ridges we have on the tips, but they're not classified into whorls, loops, and arches. That is only for classification purposes for the fingerprint tips, but we have similar ridges in all the rest of our hands and feet.
Okay. Do fingerprints differ by sex?
No.
So you can't, can you differentiate if you see a fingerprint that is left? Can you differentiate between male and female on that print?
Not on the basis of the print alone. You can make educated guesses based on the size. That is not, you may not be 100% accurate, but you can look at the size and say, that is probably a male with large hands. But scientifically, no, you cannot tell the difference.
Okay. How about race? Can you differentiate that by fingerprints or palm prints?
Not at all.
Do our fingerprints change as we grow older? I'm talking about if say, just to give you an example, a 5-year-old child, as opposed to my fingerprints, are they going to change over time from when I was 5 to what I am now?
No, not as far as the identity. The only thing that would change would be size, but your prints remain the same from pre-birth until you decompose. Those patterns stay the same. The size will change with age.
What size? The finger or something else?
The ridges,
What do you mean ridges?
the skin, the friction ridges. With, say, a newborn, you will have very tiny, you almost need a magnifying glass to see the ridges in a newborn as opposed to somebody, say, 50, 20 years old. They're pretty discernible with the naked eye. It's the size of the skin ridges.
Mr. Cron, are you familiar with how fingerprints are lifted?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe for members of the jury how, if you go out to a crime scene, the methods that you use to process a scene and lift latent fingerprints?
Well, that is a pretty lengthy subject. But there's different ways to lift prints or to develop prints. Quite often it depends on the surface the print is on, or you think a print might be on, weather conditions. One of the basic ways at scenes is to use a powder, dry powder. Normally this is a black powder. It can be different colors, but black powder is generally used. The black powder adheres to any moisture that may be on an invisible or semi-visible print. And by adhering to the ridges and the shape, the moisture and the shape of the ridges on the tips of our fingers or palms, it becomes visible and we developed a print.
Okay. How do you go about comparing a fingerprint that you find in a crime scene to another fingerprint? How do you do that?
Well, there's several steps. These are rapid steps. It doesn't take long. First, you look to see if the unknown print from the crime scene has the same pattern, one of the 3 patterns I mentioned, the basic patterns. If it is, then you get into a little more detail. You look for individual characteristics that may be in the finger pattern. When you find a sufficient number of these characteristics, if you have enough time there to have an identification, but if they're lacking individual characteristics, although both prints may be, say, a swirl, if they aren't identical with the minutia in them or the minor friction ridge characteristic, it's not an identification.
Okay. How long have you been comparing fingerprints and identifying fingerprints?
Oh, since about 1958.
You have an idea of the number of fingerprints that you have compared and identified in your career?
I don't.
Okay.
Many.
Okay. One other thing. Can you tell the age of a fingerprint? By that, I mean how long a fingerprint has actually been left on a surface?
Never. You can't.
Okay. Would there be some factors that might allow a fingerprint to stay on a surface longer or shorter?
Yes.
Periods of time?
Yes.
What sorts of things would affect that?
Weather. Well, there's 4 things, I guess. One would be psychological, mental, attitude of the person leaving the prints. Sometimes this can affect whether a person is sweating. The perspiration might add a little moisture to the print, or they might be perspiring too much, leaving too much water, liquid. If they're not perspiring at all and their fingers are dry, it may not leave a print. So the mental condition is a factor. Another factor would be the physical condition of the person leaving the print. This could be, the ridges could be affected by occupation, illness, say psoriasis, maybe more occupation, meaning a bricklayer, somebody that works with vehicles quite often, or the type of occupation that could damage the ridges. This could hurt it and is a factor in how good the prints may be if they are left at a scene. Another factor is atmospheric conditions. This is indoor or outdoor. Say it's outdoors. It could be the wind, rain, or sun. Indoors would be the air conditioning, heating units in the house, and it could be either too much moisture or extract moisture from the print. So these are factors. The surface itself. Smooth surfaces tend to are receptive to prints. Porous surfaces, sometimes it can be too porous, such as a blotter on a desk, or it could be slightly porous, like a sheet of paper, which is very good to get prints off of and easy to get prints off of sometimes. Pitted surfaces, paint flaking on surfaces, rough, all these surface conditions are a factor. So what would surface, the weather conditions, condition of the fingers themselves, and the mental condition of the person, you have to have a perfect combination to leave a good print.
Do you know how long the maximum amount of time that a print can remain intact?
I don't. I know that some have lasted 40 or 50 years and others that operate within seconds.
And again, I think you said that you were given some prints to compare, correct?
I was.
Now, when do you do comparisons? Would it be fair to say that not all fingerprints are created equally? Maybe that some of them are a little more difficult to read than others?
Well, it depends on those factors. Prints themselves under ideal conditions are okay to read, but it depends on the print itself, under what conditions it's recovered.
Okay. Are there some latents that you simply cannot read?
Latent prints? Oh, yes.
Okay. Is that unusual?
No, it's common, in fact.
Okay. What types of latents might you receive that you just simply cannot do anything with? Can't make a comparison?
Well, there's several things. They can be overlapping, one on top of another, or three maybe overlapping. Partial prints, that is the finger or palm of whatever may touch an object in such a way that it doesn't leave sufficient ridge details with enough points of comparison, enough little detail. It could be that they're awfully faint, can't be seen, maybe a grayish type image. Some of these are factors that make prints hard to identify.
Okay, Mr. Cron, let me show you States Exhibit 85F and 85G and ask you to take a look at those two documents and tell me whether you can recognize them or not.
I do.
What do they appear to be?
You mean read from the card?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 856.
Well, I'm sorry. That's going to be G.
Oh, G. Exhibits 85G and 85F are the latent prints handed me from the Rowlett PD. They are from the inside of the entry door between the garage and the washroom, and they appear to be in blood.
Okay. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes.
Okay. Is that going to be the door leading from the utility room to the garage?
Yes, the washroom, what we're calling the utility room.
Okay. Are there latents on the back of those cards?
Yes.
Okay. What were you able to do with those two latents?
Well, I compared them, but I wasn't able to make any identification.
Okay. Why not?
They are in liquid. They are partial. I can see ridges. I mean, they're obviously palm or finger, probably finger, but there's not enough points of comparison to identify anyone.
Okay. So even if you had a known fingerprint that you are looking at, would you be able to make a comparison and an identification based on what you have got in front of you there?
No, I couldn't identify the correct print if it was in front of me and I was making a comparison with these.
Okay. Mr. Cron, looking at States Exhibit number 85, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that also a latent that was given to you by Rowlett?
Yes.
Where did that latent come from?
This was from the sliding glass door leading from the family room out to the back patio.
Okay. And what were you able to do with the latent on 85H?
Nothing. It was too partial. There was some friction ridges here, but I couldn't make any identification.
Okay. If you had a perfect print in front of you that belonged to that individual, could you make a comparison and tell us if that individual left the latent on 85H?
I could not.
If you would, please look at States Exhibit 85I and 85J. Do you recognize those also?
I do.
Okay. Are those two of the latents given to you by Rowlett?
Yes. Did I lose you? Is my microphone not playing?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Now I
Sorry.
can. Yeah.
Okay. I learned this new mute thing that I go on and off. How does it sound all right? But I couldn't get it off right there.
Like, did it sound okay when you were muted? Yeah. You were muted really well.
Thanks. Thank you. Good. It's good to know.
Are you messing with me?
No, I'm serious. I really am. Because I've been using that because when I was because I have to take the time otherwise to unmute it on the computer, and I was like, why don't I ever use my mute button on the mic? Yours will have one too. You just hit it and it's muted, and then hit it back. So I'm just starting to use it today.
Yeah,
so
it was a good mute. It was a really good mute. I can tell. Were you muting and then reading the question too?
Yeah, I muted it because I thought it was going to be a long, and then like you were talking long, and then I realized because I was going to take a sip of water, but then I realized you just said yes. So I'm like, oh shoot. Okay, where are we?
3.
Where did they come from?
Up the glass tabletop in the family room. And one of them, well, both of them, that's right, both of them are off the glass tabletop. Top table.
Okay, what were you able to determine by looking at those two latents?
That there is ridge detail, a few points of comparison, but I couldn't make any identification.
Okay, same thing as you had with the other sets that I have just shown you.
Yes. These are better prints, but still lack sufficient points of identification.
Okay.
Actually, they're the same. Let's see. That is, oh yes, that is. They're double lifts of the same print.
Okay.
The man that lifted it tried to get it clear, make it clear by the second lift, and it didn't work.
Okay. How would you classify the size of these two latents?
Small.
Okay. What do you mean by small? What would be consistent with
a juvenile? It could be, it fits the criteria to be a younger person's prints.
Okay. What are those criteria?
Small ridges.
Let me just ask you, the two prints here, 85A and J, would they be consistent with having been left by a 5 or 6-year-old child?
It's possible. Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Cron. Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 85 to 88A, B, C, D, E, and F. Do you recognize those also, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they also latents given to you by Rowlett Police Department?
Yes.
Do the cards indicate when those latents were lifted?
November 26, 1996.
Okay, where did they come from?
One of them, do I need to give?
Yes, if you go through each one.
88D came from a plastic bowl upstairs in the northeast bathroom. 88E from the door trim upstairs in the northeast bathroom. 88F, sink counter along the northeast edge of the upstairs bathroom. 88A, the sink in the northeast end of the counter in the upstairs bathroom. 88B, the sink northeast end of the counter. Sink counter, upstairs bathroom. 88C, upstairs northeast bathroom sink.
Okay, let me ask you, looking at these latents that were from the bathroom upstairs in that residence, was there enough ridge detail for you to make comparison using these latent fingerprints or palm prints?
There was one. I would have to relook at them, but one of them, there was enough ridge detail that there may be more.
All right. Were you ever able to identify the print that had enough ridge detail here?
No.
When you went out there that day on June the 6th, did you have any reason to believe that the intruder had ever been upstairs in that bathroom at 5801 Eagle Drive?
I saw no indications of an intruder being upstairs.
Mr. Cron, let me show you now what's been marked as States Exhibit 85A, B, C, D, and E. If you would please look at those 5 cards. Is that 85A through E? Right.
Okay.
All right. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Are they Latents given to you by the Rowlett Police Department?
They are.
And do the cards indicate where those Latents were actually lifted?
Yes.
And would you please tell us where those Latents came from?
Let me try to put these in alphabetical order. I should have done it on the last stack. Okay. 85A was off the southeast window, lower inside ledge, or the frame of the ledge of the window frame. Do you want me to get into the feet and inches or anything?
No, sir.
Okay.
First of all, as you look through there, does it indicate that all of those Latents came from the same window?
Yes.
All right. Do they indicate that they all came from generally the same area of the window?
Yes.
And what area would that be?
The inside lower edge, the border of the window.
The inside?
Yes, sir.
Looking at the Latents there in front of you, can you tell how many different Latents that you have? And I guess what I'm asking is, do you feel like we have any duplicates in the 5 Latents that you have in front of you?
Yes, they're duplicates.
Okay.
There are 2 cards have the same prints.
Okay. Could you tell us just which 2 cards have the same prints?
I may have to
Re-examine?
unless I may have to look at them again real quickly.
Okay.
I just happen to have a magnifying glass.
Okay, that's good.
When I examined these for Rowlett Police Department, I told them, what they had, but I didn't mark on here that A and B match and so forth. And so let me look at them real quick.
Okay.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay.
85A, B, and D they are multiple lifts. That is, they're all the same print.
That's A, B, and D, right?
A, B, and D.
Okay. How about the other 2?
85C and E are multiple lifts. They are both the same print.
Okay. Let's talk first of all about the Latent that is shown on A, B, and D. Can you tell us from looking at that whether or not we're looking at the fingerprint or a palm print?
By the appearance of it, it's a partial print, but it appears to be a palm print, partial palm print, as opposed to an individual finger.
All right. Partial palm print for A, B, and D, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you would looking at C and E, same question. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, C and E, same thing. It appears to be a palm and has less tendency to look like a finger. In fact, I would say that it is a palm print.
Okay, so a little bit more certain about C and E being a palm print?
Yes.
Let me ask you, with regards to the Latent that is shown on 85A, B, and D, did you compare that against known prints?
I did.
Did you compare it against prints of all the emergency personnel out there at the residence that day?
Yes.
Including yourself?
And my own prints, yes.
Did you also compare it against the fingerprint of the defendant in this case?
I did.
As well as the defendant's husband?
Yes, fingerprint and palms.
Okay, were you ever able to make an identification on the Latent shown on A, B, and D?
No.
Same questions for the Latent shown on C and E. Did you compare it against the known fingerprints of the emergency personnel as well as the defendant and her husband?
I did.
Were you ever able to make an identification on that Latent print?
I was not.
Can you tell me what conclusions, if any, that you drew from looking at the Latents shown on States Exhibit 85A, B, and D?
They don't belong. As I stated, they don't belong to anyone that was there at the scene that morning. The C and D ones, are palms, prints on which are all the same, but the print on A, B, and D have a tendency to be palms. Although part of it could be a finger, it looked like an overlap. There's They have, based on the size of ridges, an educated opinion could be that they could be a juvenile. As I stated, there's no scientific way to determine the age of a person leaving a print, but the size of them are indicative of being a smaller person's print. But that, you know, is my opinion from looking at latents and ridges over the years. But I can't say beyond any doubt that it belongs to a juvenile.
Okay, just that it has a tendency to be that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how about the other latent shown on C and E, the one that you feel a little bit more definite about being a palm print?
The same here, the same there. Based on the size of the ridges, it has a tendency to look like a smaller adult or a juvenile's ridges based on size. And again, that is based on opinion from looking at prints, juveniles and adults, but there's not a scientific method in determining that.
Let me ask you, you said you had indicated in your testimony that the cards indicate that these latents were lifted from the inside portion of the window frame. Is that right?
Yes,
Would that affect how long these fingerprints could remain on that frame?
it would protect them from weather. That is one thing that it does add to the longevity of a print.
Okay, Mr. Cron, when you had the latents there in front of you, 85A, B, C, D, and E, as well as latents from the upstairs bathroom in the house.
Yes,
Okay, did you have either the fingerprints or the palm prints of Damon or Devin Routier to compare those latents against?
I did not.
Just a couple more questions about these fingerprints. When you go out to process a scene, do you always get latents where you think you might get latents?
No, I don't.
Is it unusual to print a room and not get any latents?
No, the latents are fragile. Sometimes we get them, sometimes we don't. It's a shot in the dark.
Would that be even true if you know the people have recently been in that room and touching things?
Yes.
Mr. Cron, I want to ask you some questions about the utility room. And again, you had an opportunity, did you not, to look at that floor on June 6, 1996?
I did.
Okay, let me ask you, sir, did you see blood on the floor?
Yes.
The type of blood you saw on that utility room floor that morning, sir, was that blood, in your opinion, consistent or inconsistent with a knife have been thrown or dropped on that floor that morning?
Inconsistent.
And why do you say it was inconsistent?
The drops of blood on the floor were slow moving or low velocity drops. There was no cast off blood. By cast off, I mean when an object that has blood on it hits a hard surface with any force, blood is literally cast off and it leaves tiny teardrop shaped stains or patterns as opposed to drop patterns from fallen blood on a flat surface. And I saw nothing like that in the scene.
And you are sure that you saw no cast off blood on that floor?
I looked for it and didn't see any. Not of a knife being dropped on the floor.
And the knife that you saw up on the kitchen counter, do you recall that?
Yes.
Did that knife still have blood on its blade when you saw it?
Yes, sir.
The blood, again, in the utility room that you saw, how did you characterize that?
It would be classed as straight drops, low velocity, slow movement to no movement.
Okay, if I am bleeding here this morning from my hand and I'm standing still or my hand is not moving and the blood drops straight down on the floor, how would you categorize that type of blood that would fall on this carpet?
Well, that would be low velocity. You know, there are 3 velocities: low, medium, and high velocity. Low velocity is blood that drops approximately 5 feet per second. Medium is under 25 feet, and that medium velocity blood is a type you get if somebody is beaten with a club, say a baseball bat, or, you know, a tire iron. The blood is cast off when the club is swung. It travels a little faster than low velocity and leaves a different type of pattern. High velocity is pulverized blood. It's more like a spray. It's from a shotgun or a pistol, firearm type injuries. And when it hits a person, the blood is pulverized and leaves a fine mist. That is the type, and it travels over 25 feet per second.
Okay, let's assume again that I am bleeding from this hand, okay? And I run across this floor this morning as opposed to just standing or walking very slowly, okay? Would you expect to see a different type of blood drop on this carpet or flooring surface from this hand this time?
Yes. The faster you're moving, the more elongated the shape of the drops.
All right.
The blood or all liquid drops in a ball. It's not like the drawings in cartoons where somebody's sweating and looks like teardrops, or when you see cartoons or drawings of rainfall. Rain doesn't fall that way. All liquid that is in contact, it's in a ball. When it hits, it makes contact with a hard surface and flows in the direction opposite of where it's coming. If it's coming from the side, it will hit and flow out in a teardrop effect in the direction of travel. And if it's a straight down, there's no travel, so it makes round drop or slightly elongated drop. So there's no direction. You can't tell if somebody was going left or right, north or east or what when it's a round drop.
Okay. Let me ask you this. These drops that you saw there in the utility room, were they consistent or inconsistent with an individual bleeding and running quickly through that room, sir?
A slow moving individual left those drops.
Okay. Let me ask you about the blood drops that you saw on the kitchen floor, okay? Do you recall those drops?
Yes, in the kitchen? Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about now about the area leading from the family room back to the utility room. Do you recall the types of drops that were on that floor there?
Yes.
What types of drops were there?
Again, that's low velocity, slight movement, very little movement. Obviously, the person who dropped them was moving because there was progressive drops, but they were almost all from anywhere from 70-degree to 90-degree angle, which indicates they were almost straight down.
Were those drops consistent or inconsistent with a person holding a bloody knife and running through that kitchen?
Inconsistent.
Were those drops consistent or inconsistent with an individual who is bleeding running through that kitchen?
Yes, inconsistent. But walking through, it's consistent with walking through the kitchen.
How about did you see blood drops leading or between the kitchen sink and the utility room?
Between the kitchen sink and utility room,
Yes, sir. Did you see any blood drops between those two areas?
yes.
Okay, let's talk about those blood drops. Were they consistent or inconsistent with a person running through that area of the kitchen holding the bloody knife?
It's inconsistent.
Again, why?
They were almost 90-degree. That is straight down, slight angle, 70-degree angle, slow moving, similar to an arm moving. There's no speed indicated by the shape of the drops.
Okay, again, would those drops be consistent or inconsistent with a person who is bleeding running through that portion of the kitchen?
Inconsistent.
Again, the same reasons?
Yes.
Why don't we go ahead and take our morning break now for 15 minutes, please? All right, thank you. All right.
Can I feed my puppies and then
Yeah. Definitely. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go. I'm gonna yeah, you guys you're gonna be on your own chat for a minute. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. But yeah, definitely. Mel, you're fine. I'll see you in a little bit, I guess.
Okay, see you guys soon.
All right, so hold on, guys. Let me hold on. Let's do that. Okay. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna say hi for a minute and then I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Hopefully you guys are all doing okay. I wish I'm not gonna be able to eat my Tootsie Pops while I'm reading. I'm really craving one right now. All right, guys, I'll be back, okay? Just hang in there. Just chat it up. I'll be back. Oh, wrong button.
Hi guys. We're gonna wait. The puppies are all fed and gone to the bathroom, but Siren, my dog, is over here bugging me. Go lay down. How are you guys doing in chat? Is everyone keeping up with us? There she is. I want to see when she puts those in. I want to see her shirt, her sweatshirt. Green looks good on Tiff.
Okay, Bella,
That
are
looks
you back?
good on you. Yeah, what that green color looks really good on you.
Thanks, guys. Check out merch, my merch store. This is part of my merch, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, look, I love it. That's in your
thanks.
merch store, huh?
Yeah, it's my second design I did. But yeah, I still got to order the Zeke one, Zeke and Justice. I haven't even ordered it yet. I got to do it.
That's the
So I
best
can wear
one.
them. I know. I can't. I'm excited. It's gonna be cute. I'll be sporting that all around.
Hi, Linda. Thank
Karen,
you.
Karen, where are you at? Remind me. It's cold where you're at. Oh, look at Linda, Bella. That's for you.
Thank you, Linda.
Oh shoot, I have this on my phone.
Linda, I hope you got some treats to eat while you listen to us. I just grabbed some little lifesavers. If you hear this,
How are you gonna? That's what I want to eat my sucker, but how can we do it without?
I can't eat my sucker. It's been open since we started, and I'm like,
Oh, well, let's just maybe we'll be able to like in between as we're talking. Do you think it's possible to mute it? I don't know. I'm gonna have it out.
no, I think you have to do little. I'm learning as we go. We'll see how it goes. I have one in my mouth now. We'll see. Like, are people going to be all, oh no, you're eating on live? Karen said she's from South Carolina.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Hold on a second. Let me see if I got it.
Yeah, the other night, our mods are really great here, you guys. They're what keeps this channel, drama free. And Tiff went into it a little bit about we just can't mention other channels and the reasons why we can't. And it's nothing personal, but TN was just doing her job. And that she's not a mean mod. She doesn't let the wrench go to her head. She's actually really fair and helps us so that we're not like part of the drama community. We're just a true crime community. And I think we all like that, right? We don't want to get into that. Not saying there was drama that night, but it's just there's rules that Zav wants for this channel. And she's just doing her job. So it was just, she feels bad. So I just had to address it because she really didn't mean anything by it.
Yeah, definitely. She was doing her job. I know. I agree. I do.
Yeah. I mean, she's like, TN is on it, guys. Like, she's like one of the most amazing people I have ever met. Seriously. And she's not at all like, she warned the person several times and that person just made a mistake. I could do it. You could do it. Anyone could do it. She didn't know she was doing anything wrong. There's nothing personal in it at all. It's just a little timeout. So I know there's days I'm so sensitive sometimes. My mom used to always tell me like, girl, you are so sensitive. I'd come back home from like school, like crying about something. So I could be sensitive too, but I just want to let everyone know there's no hard feelings at all. It was just kind of like done and forgotten about.
Yep, definitely. Cheryl, my alarms, we could not get the alarms to go off probably for like, I would say like an hour. It would go off like beep, beep, and then it would stop for like a couple minutes. Then it kept going off and off. So finally we reset it and then it finally worked, but we were all up. Zeke, I got to say hi to Zeke because he was he was on my lap chewing his bone. He thought we're starting the day. He thought it was the morning. He's all excited. But
love
so I don't know why it went off. I'm not sure. But it was crazy.
You kept saying you had to go to the restroom though. So like let you know, like, okay, you need to go now.
I know. I was like, okay, shut up. Go to the bathroom. You're right. Aw. So how's everybody else? But oh Lord, don't start smacking. I'll have to be mean. Wait, what do you mean smacking? Like I don't know. Like those eating a sucker, you mean, or what? I'm confused.
Said it.
I have to look at your merch again. Send me some candy. I'm tired of this fruit eating healthy. Yeah, I wish. I need to start eating healthy. I'm tired of this candy. It's gosh, it's become too much of a habit for me. It's bad. It really is.
You're gonna have to start hiding it from yourself.
I know. I mean, I try, but it it doesn't work. I'm like addicted to sugar, but it's I guess it's better than what I used to do, but man, it's so unhealthy. I know. As much as I eat, because it's like every day. I can't.
Well, your teeth look good, nice and white.
I'm not too worried about my teeth. It's just the other. I don't know. It's just. I just feel like sometimes I'll eat so much I'll have a stomach ache, or I just feel like, oh, and then I'll, of course, I can't lose any weight, and I don't eat that much as far as food. Like I at dinner I could barely eat. I mean, I don't eat big meals. Like I eat just really small meals, and I don't really eat that much. But why am I not losing weight? It's because of the candy. I'm telling you. So,
and what flavor was that you just?
This is a good one. This is it's like blue raspberry. It has a little sourness to it. It's really good.
Yeah, that looks like a good color.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm weird. Like when I eat the candy, like my teeth hurt where I have to brush my teeth. Like it's like I don't know if it's an OCD where like I'll feel it in my teeth and it's just like they hurt. It's like telling me like after I eat a little bit of candy, I'll be like, oh, I can feel it in my teeth, so I'll brush it right away. Like, but yeah,
That's
it's addicting. Good. It's
That's
addicting
good to get all the sugar off. So
yeah. Yeah, this blue has become my favorite. It's like a newer one. I'm really liking this blue flavor.
I've never seen that in a Tootsie Pop before.
God, it's so good. I want to eat it so bad. I ate so many the other night. I ate so many. I ate like 10 the one night. I couldn't stop. And I was eating, and the blow pops I got are really hard. Those ones I thought I was going to rip out my teeth because like with the Tootsie Roll Pops they got, and by the time you get to it, they're so soft and juicy. And then the blow pops are like a brick for some reason. Sometimes you get a blow pop that's fresh, maybe, but these ones are not. They're like breaking my teeth off to get them. It was horrible, but I still ate them.
That. I like it when they're fresh, but so that means more people just have to buy them so that we get fresh ones all the time.
Yes. And it took me 3 stores to find my Tootsie Pops because they were all out. The first 2 stores were out. I was so mad.
You were getting scared. You had to resort to blow pops.
Yeah. Like, oh, I don't want to have to. I'm glad because I only got 1 bag of blow pops, but man, those are going to rip my teeth out, I swear. So it just means soda water. Oh, okay. So there's a lot of people in here. Yeah, I call it. Are you guys talking about how I say pop, but I know like some people say soda. What do you say, Bella, for pop or soda?
I say soda, or I say Pepsi.
Or you just say the kind. Okay.
Like sometimes you say Coke because they taught you in marketing class that they don't want things to become like, like Kleenex is now you could use it. You don't get it's not a brand anymore. It's like a type of tissue. So they didn't want Coke or Pepsi didn't want Pepsi to be that. So when people just say, I want a Coke, they're supposed to train their employees. Like we have Pepsi or we have, you know what I mean? You know how they say that sometimes like you go through a drive-through, you're like, can I have a Coke? And they're like, we have Pepsi. And you're like, yeah, no kidding. Like same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. So you say soda. Okay. So I wonder if pop is that like Eastern Western. I mean, wonder like
do you say pop?
I say pop, yeah.
Might be.
Like I'm considered in the Midwestern, but yeah, it was so fun. When I was in Colorado, like some of the things that we say, people be like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do
What do you say in
mean?"
Colorado?
No, I mean from being here, and then
Oh.
Colorado says certain things different. They have certain things that they say different. That my one friend Trent, he would always catch like different things. Me and Randy would say. He's like, "What are you? What?" And you're like, "I never heard of that," or the way we say things, or something. Compared to people in Colorado in the West,
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, do you want to get back? Look, I'm drinking a 5 hours. Is that bad? I barely ever do it, but I decided I haven't had one in probably like a few months. So why not once in a while, right?
Yeah, you said that you were going to try it one of these lives.
And today's the day, guys. All right. I don't even need it. It's not like I'm feeling tired. I don't know why. I just want to take it, I guess. All right. So do you want to continue, or do you have anything else to chat about? Yeah. Okay.
You guys ready for us?
You got your dogs fed?
Fed and they went to do their business and everything.
Oh, these are good doggies.
Yeah.
So sweet.
Okay.
Alrighty. Let me take that off. Okay. So we are here. I'll let you read the court.
Okay. Are both sides ready to bring the jury in and resume the trial?
Yes, sir. We are ready. Yes, sir. The defense is ready.
All right. Bring the jury in, please. All right. Be seated, please. Let the record reflect that all parties at trial are present and the jury is seated. Mr. Davis.
Mr. Cron, again, you had an opportunity to observe the window there in the garage where the screen was cut. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. Let me show you, sir, State's Exhibit number 42C. Do you recognize that to be a photograph of the window?
Yes.
Is it a photograph of the window in its original position as you first saw it on June 6, 1996?
Yes.
Does it also show some of the items near that window inside the garage?
Yes.
Is it true and accurate depiction, sir?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, we will offer State's Exhibit 42C. We have no objection.
State's Exhibit 42C is admitted.
Again, as we look at this photograph, do we see certain items inside the garage?
Yes.
Mr. Cron, have you had an opportunity before we came into the courtroom this morning to examine the window that has been marked as State's Exhibit 42?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, do you believe that to be an accurate reproduction of the window shown in State's Exhibit number 42C?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, we will offer State's Exhibit 42. We have no objection.
State's Exhibit 42 is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Mr. Cron, what I would like to do at this time is to place this window over here in front of the jury. And then I'm going to ask you to do a certain thing with it, all right?
Yes, okay.
Okay, Mr. Cron, if you would step down here, please. And first of all, the outside of the window, is it facing toward the jurors at this time?
It is.
Okay, the inside of the garage portion is here toward the counsel table, right?
Yes.
All right. Would you please, looking at State's Exhibit 42C, would you position the window itself in the open position that would match the position shown in State's Exhibit 42C?
That's approximately the height of the window in the picture.
Okay. The open one? Oh, okay. Why did I say that? Oh, all right. All right. Now, the screen that is in the window of 42, does it appear to be the same type of screen as shown in State's Exhibit 42A?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate for the jurors what it would take to remove the screen on State's Exhibit 42?
Yes. This type of screen is fairly common to open it. It has little tabs at the base that freeze the window from the slot at the base of the screen at the slot of the window frame.
All right.
There's little clips at the top of the frame that fit up into the window frame and helps hold it into position.
Okay, let me just take that screen from you. And if you would, take State's Exhibit 42A. Can you place that into the window?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
They're easier to get out than they are to get in, that's for sure.
All right, we have now got a reproduction of States Exhibit 42, and now we have States Exhibit 42A, the screen in place in that window, right?
Yes.
Now during the break or sometime this morning, did you actually put some safety pins into the screen?
I did.
Okay, what was the purpose of doing that?
The purpose was to mark the original tear marks here in case we accidentally tore the screen. We would know the original position of where the cuts were really made.
Okay, now if we look at the photograph, States Exhibit 42C, do we see what appears to be some sort of animal carrier, a cat carrier of some sort?
Yes.
Am I showing you? I think it's actually called a litter pan for cats. Am I holding what appears to be a similar type litter pan as shown in States Exhibit 42C?
Yes. It might be the same brand, but yes, it is very similar.
Okay, if you could take this litter pan and position it in relation to the window as the litter pan is shown in 42C,
I don't know if I have enough room here.
just
That is approximately the position there.
okay. And I'm going to mark this litter pan as States Exhibit 42E, and I will offer it again for demonstrative purposes only. No objection. We have now positioned the litter pan. Does that appear to be some sort of an animal cage next to the window also?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, we've got a little pallet out here.
Yes.
All right. If we could take that pallet and if we could position that in the same area that the cat cage was in that day.
Okay. There's a little angle on it to make sure.
Again, for demonstrative purposes only, I would mark and offer the 13 pallet as States Exhibit 42F. No objection.
States Exhibit 42F is admitted.
Okay, Mr. Cron. Have you now positioned the window in the position shown in States Exhibit 42C? Have you positioned the litter pan in the position shown in 42C? And have you now positioned the pallet in the same position as shown in the cat cage or whatever animal cage this is in 42C?
Well, with the exception, this might go just a little bit more in this direction here.
Ooh, I just lost it. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, that is within an inch or so. That is the position of the items in the photographs.
Okay. If you would, I'm going to have you step around the other side of the screen for just a moment. With the screen in this cut condition, can you show the members of the jury if you wanted to open this window in this condition right here, can you open it or can you remove the screen?
Can I remove the screen?
Yes, sir.
Very easily.
Okay. Can you demonstrate that for the jury, please?
Yes, that's one way. I mean, I could have grabbed it in any place to remove it.
Okay.
It's easy to remove.
Okay. And just for the record, could you describe for the court reporter what you did in removing the screen? And would you demonstrate that again just so that she can see, she can have some record of it?
A moment ago when I removed it, I grabbed the screen at the center area and just pulled outward and it popped out.
Sir, when you say the screen, States Exhibit 42A, for the first time that day, was it still in the window in the same type of position as we see here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
It was not removed or missing from this window when you first saw it. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you have just now helped me fold the screen back inward. Was the screen still folded inward toward the garage when you first saw the screen?
Yes.
And the windowsill that you're talking about, can you just demonstrate here for the members of the jury where you saw the dust on the windowsill using this windowsill?
Yes. The dust I saw on the windowsill was from the edge of the window to the other edge of the window. The entire length and breadth, the length and width of the windowsill on top of the wooden sill.
Your Honor, at this time, it may be necessary to reposition this window just slightly, but what we would like to do is we would now like to bring out Chris Frosch to the courtroom for the purpose of demonstration and in the process. We will move this window.
Thank you. Go ahead. Please do so. Let the record reflect that Mr. Chris Frosch has entered the courtroom and is now standing with Mr. Davis.
All right. Let's make sure we have everything positioned right again. All right. Okay. Again, for the record, Mr. Cron, after we moved the window, did you reposition the palette and the litter pan to correspond with the location shown in State's Exhibit 42C?
Yes.
The window opening itself still corresponds to what you see here in State's Exhibit 42C also?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask that Officer Frosch starting here on the inside portion closest to counsel table. And if the record could reflect, he is just wearing slacks, a dress shirt, and a tie. He is not wearing a coat, and he is also not wearing his weapon at this time. And I'm going to ask that he now attempt to go through this window from the inside portion outward toward the jury. And would you all like to come around here where you can see best? That is okay.
Okay. Would you all like me to come take the stand again?
No, right here is fine.
All right. If you are ready to do the demonstration, let's do it.
Okay. At this time again, if you would just repeat that one more time, Mr. Frosch.
Okay.
Mr. Frosch, this time I'm just going to ask just one more attempt here. This time, instead of straddling the window as you go out, I'd like for you to go out this window head first. If you would please do that. You didn't know that when I called you up here, did you?
No.
All right. Okay. Could you give him a little running room?
All right.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Frosch.
Is that it?
Yes, that is it.
All right.
Judge, could we have the record reflect that he didn't touch the sill as he went through either time?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you.
All right.
Just a couple of questions, Mr. Cron. In your opinion about no intruder came into this house, has that opinion changed, sir?
No.
Mr. Cron, just one other thing. The bloody footprints that you saw on the kitchen floor, did you have one-to-one photographs of those footprints taken?
I did.
So they're life-size now?
Yes.
Did you compare those against inked impressions of the footprints of the defendant in this case?
I did.
Okay. Mr. Cron, let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44A and 44B. First, those two, do they truly and accurately depict bloody footprints on the kitchen as they appeared on June 6, 1996?
They do.
State's Exhibit 44C and 44D, are those one-to-one photographs that you had made of those bloody footprints, sir?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 44E and 44F, are those inked impressions of footprints that were given to you by the Rowlett Police Department for comparison purposes?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we will offer State's Exhibit 44A, 44B, 44C, D, E, and F. Let me see. I'm sure we have no objections, but let me just see what you're talking about. Okay. No objection.
States Exhibit 44A, B, C, D, E, and F are admitted.
Oh, admitted. Where are we?
6.
Oh, Mr. Cron, if you will just step down here for just a moment at this time, find a space here and talk about these exhibits. If you will stand right over here with me, kind of angled, let me know if you cannot see this. Okay, let's look at the top two photographs. Are those, again, photographs taken of the kitchen floor?
Yes.
Okay, the one-to-one that you had, State's Exhibit 44C, is that a one-to-one that you had taken of the footprints shown in 44A?
Yes, it's an enlargement to where it's shown its true size.
Okay, and the enlargement, the one-to-one that is shown in 44D, is that a one-to-one enlargement of the bloody footprint shown in 44B?
Yes, that is the true size of the footprint shown in the top of the photo, too.
All right. Now, did you in fact compare the one-to-one footprint shown in 44C to the left foot inked impression of the defendant shown in State's Exhibit 44E?
Yes.
Do you have ridge detail and those types of things on footprints too?
You can have, yes. All feet have ridge formations.
All right. Was there enough ridge detail left in this bloody foot imprint here in 44C to make that kind of comparison?
No.
What kind of comparison were you able to make between 44C and 44E?
I had to do a shape comparison based on measurement, size, design, and pattern.
Okay. What conclusions or opinions did you form after you compared 44C and 44E?
In my opinion, the bloody footprint in 44C is consistent in all aspects with being the same size and design and pattern as the left footprint of Darlie Routier. And that is Exhibit 44E. They're all the same in all aspects.
Okay, let's go to 44D and 44F then. Again, did you make the same type of comparison between those two exhibits?
I did.
Was there enough ridge detail to make, a complete match with State's Exhibit 44D?
There was not.
Okay, what conclusions or opinions did you form then after you compared 44D and 44F?
In my opinion, the bloody footprint in 44D is consistent in all aspects of being the same footprint in 44F, which is the left bare footprint of the defendant.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let me ask you, on the garage door there at 5801 Eagle, what condition was the door in when you first saw it?
The overhead garage door,
Yes, sir.
it was shut and latched.
Okay, when Officer Frosch went through this window, would you categorize him as moving quickly through this window, sir?
Not quickly. I think he was being careful.
Okay. Now, was it your understanding that the intruder, when he went through this window, that he was doing that in a lighted courtroom?
No.
Okay. What was your understanding about the conditions there in the garage when this intruder went through this window out?
Don't you find that like they wrote it really weird? Like this portion is written like I don't know if it was a court reporter, but it's really hard to read. Do you find that? Like the wording?
Yeah, it is
It's
kind
so-
of.
Me and Libra were just talking where we're talking about that. Like it's really out of character from all the other ones. It's really weird. He was fleeing the scene where he had stabbed 3 people, then dropped a weapon to literally arm one of the survivors of this attack. And so he armed somebody that was behind him and he was fleeing the scene.
Okay. Based on your experience, would you expect that intruder to be very carefully straddle or climb through this window in an effort to exit that house?
Not at all.
How would you expect that intruder to leave?
He would probably go through there so fast, it didn't matter if the screen was cut or not. He left the scene.
Did you ever find any evidence out there that an intruder had entered that house and killed these 2 children?
No.
What kind of surface would you characterize this window ledge as? Is this smooth? What sort of surface is this right down here where Officer Hamilton found these prints?
It wasn't smooth. It wasn't that rough. It was between smooth and rough. It was a rough surface.
Okay, when you had these prints lifted here and you didn't have any more prints lifted anywhere else that you could compare to, what did you think then?
I didn't feel like they were the intruders, but they weren't bloody. I had no real opinion on them at all outside of there were some prints that we needed to compare.
Okay, this window screen here, would it be fair to say that the cut as seen in the screen today lies below where this window frame is open to?
It did.
All right. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Mulder?
Right, let me get ready for Mr. Mulder here.
Yeah, get ready for Mad Dog.
Gotta switch characters. Oh, Mad Dog coming. Or wait, that doesn't sound. Oh, that sounded bad. But okay, because he has a certain. I like
Yeah.
playing him better than Greg Davis, to be honest.
Yeah. And now we know what he was leaning for. I look at him completely different. Not even lazy. He's really
You better watch
intimidating.
out. I'm coming for you.
I know if Libra's sleeping right now, Libra, just know that this is intense.
Oh shoot. Okay. All right. I think I'm changing characters here. Mulder. Okay. Judge, I am prepared to go ahead, or I might suggest I'm going to spend some time with him, as you might appreciate. What?
Well,
Okay.
well, I know it's just 11 o'clock.
We can take a break now and come back at 12:30, and I could start then, and I wouldn't have to interrupt it. Otherwise, what I don't want to do, it's at your pleasure, whatever you want me to.
Well, I think we ought to go on. We're going to have to go ahead now.
Let's go ahead.
All right.
if I could have one more question. All right. Back to Davis. Gosh.
That's got into character.
Man. Oh, Libra just is in chat. She says, I'm trying to sleep. What was that, Bella? She's sleeping in here. She heard me.
Oh, no,
that's
sorry,
too
Libra.
much.
Wake you up. This is where
um,
my nightmares of re-listening to our lives. This is where my nightmare comes in, is when Boulder starts questioning me on the stand. So I'm just preparing you if you're sleeping. This is where your nightmares might start too.
all right, let me hurry up and get this Davis over with so I could get okay. So Mr. Cron, let me ask you, sometime after your initial walkthrough of the garage, if you ever saw blood on the floor of the garage.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, did I did I ever see blood?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, about what time was that?
Oh, I may be off a little bit. Noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I don't really recall exactly.
Was that blood on the garage floor when you first made your walkthrough?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to how that got there out there in the garage?
Yes.
What is your opinion, sir?
One of the crime lab people or officers tracked it out there during their investigations.
Okay. That's all I have. I'll pass the witness. Thank you. Or I said that backwards. Did you determine who had tracked that blood out there?
No, sir.
What sort of blood did you find there in the garage?
Later on in the day,
Yes, sir.
it was what would be called a smear from apparently a shoe, since it was on the garage floor. It was very visible.
It was very visible, was it?
Yes.
And you just found one?
Yeah.
Whereabouts in the garage was it?
Coming out the door leading into the utility room, it was several feet into the garage. There was a little child's, I want to say chalkboard, but not chalkboard. The board you can write on with grease pencils or something laying there, and it was just sort of to the right of it, several feet inside the entry.
Was it several steps from the utility room into the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And you just found the one shoe impression.
Yes.
And what did you, as a trained crime scene man, what did you make of that?
Well, let me go back. When I said shoe impression, I assumed it was off of the shoe. There was no pattern to it or anything, but I thought it might have been from a shoe because it was on the floor.
Okay.
What I thought was they stepped in one of the drops that had been in the utility room, got a drop on their foot when they stepped out walking, and it slid off or sloughed off or smeared off.
When was it that you saw that?
It was after the crime lab people arrived. I want to say between 1 and 2. No, noon and 2, somewhere in there.
So is it fair to say that to make that is a transfer stain, I guess, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, to make that transfer stain, the blood, at least someplace, would still have to have been wet.
Yes.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I would also, and this was several steps into the garage, was it?
Yes, I didn't measure it because it wasn't there earlier, but it was about 2 feet maybe in that area, three at the most.
Do you have any explanation for why we didn't see it before? If it's 3 or 4 feet into the garage?
It wasn't there.
I mean, are you suggesting that someone hopped on one foot and then put the other foot down?
No, I have no idea how it got there outside of it was not there for hours. Then it was there later when we walked out.
It doesn't make sense that they hopped in there and then put their foot down, does it?
Not at all. No, I don't think they were acting that way.
But you didn't see the first footprint and then the second one, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay, and it would seem to me if, in fact, they had stepped on a blood stain or spot that was still wet in the utility room, you could walk back to the utility room and it would be apparent.
Well, you mean a smear drop?
Yes.
Well, unless they picked up a small drop on one shoe, and then they stepped out on the non-bloody shoe, and the next step was a bloody spot, and that might have left us several feet out.
No, but what I'm saying is, I would think that it would be apparent in the utility room that someone had stepped down and smashed one of those blood drops.
Oh, yes, it should be apparent.
Well, did you go back and look?
Oh, no,
I mean, well, why not?
because the blood was placed there long after our arrival and inspection. We were through doing the blood inspection at the garage at the time the drop was found out there.
Well, how did you know that you just hadn't overlooked it?
Because I don't overlook things that are so obvious. This was
I do.
I don't.
Okay.
That's my job.
All right. Speaking of your job, of course, you and I go way back, don't we?
Yes.
You started with the sheriff's office about the same time I started with the district attorney's office.
64 is when I started.
64 is when I went to work there too. But at any rate, so we have over the years worked together on so many occasions. Have we not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we are friends, are we not?
Yes, sir.
I hope we will be friends when we're through here.
I'm sure after this trial here.
We won't let anything like this stand in our way, will we, Jim?
I haven't.
All right, now. That's kind of weird. Just go back and as I understood your credentials here, which I might say are quite impressive, but as I understood your credentials here, you had started with the Dallas PD right out of high school.
Yes.
Did you then, in the course of your work with the sheriff's office or Dallas PD, did you get your degree in police science?
What do you mean college?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Did not? Okay. And you were not a Dallas police officer, were you?
I was not, no.
Okay. Matter of fact, you worked classifying fingerprints, did you not?
Not primarily. I was assigned to their crime scene section with Carl Day, and my job was keeper of the records, and they trained me on the fingerprints and in the police department ID.
Okay.
And crime scene investigation.
When was it that you started with the Dallas Police Department as a civilian employee?
1958.
Okay.
August.
And continued as a non-sworn civilian employee for 6 or so years?
6 years, yes, sir.
Okay. And then I believe you said you started with the sheriff's office sometime in 64?
That's right, in 64.
Okay. You would have worked in the Identification Bureau.
Yes.
And again, it was your forte or your principal area of responsibility to classify fingerprints, was it not?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it was my dual duties.
Right.
Crime scene and classifying prints.
Okay. And that time it was you and Jimmy Kitchens, wasn't it?
Yes.
Was there anybody else in there?
Yes.
Who else was in there?
I may forget a name. John Slovak. Sanders, a man named Sanders, Albright, Conrad Albright, and it seems like there was one other.
Well, you have got a lot of people in jail in Dallas County, aren't there?
Now, there was less then.
Yeah.
Now there's pushing, it goes up to 8,000 to 6,000 now.
Okay. And to check them in and check them out, somebody has got to compare their fingerprints so they don't let the wrong one out, and don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. And you get a lot of, would you tell the jury, give them an idea of what you do or what you did back then with respect to fingerprints and fingerprint comparison and classifications?
What I did.
Yes, sir.
Well, fingerprints could generally break down into two functions. One is to record the prints of inmates or people booked in jail, and this is in the old ink set where all 10 fingers are taken. They're classified and they're placed in a master fingerprint file. The other part of the fingerprint deals with the identification or the processing, developing an identification of unknown prints with latent prints. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, back then it was done with cards about that size, wasn't it?
It generally still is 8x8 cards.
Okay. And it was done manually, wasn't it?
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't modern like it is today at all, was it?
No.
Okay. So it was a laborious process, was it not?
Well, I didn't enjoy it. No,
And
I didn't enjoy touching inmates.
Captain Kitchens was the man in charge?
Yes.
Okay, and fair to say that in the city of Dallas or in the county of Dallas, the sheriff's primary responsibility is for the jail, is it not?
Primary. Oh,
Wait.
what?
Oh, I think I was supposed to say primary. I don't know.
Well, that is. Well, he is the man. He is the man in charge of the jail. The department is. Yes, sir.
Sure, but Dallas has probably 30 suburbs, for lack of a better word, or cities associated with cities in Dallas County that are independent units and all have their police force. Isn't that correct?
Not in 1964. That only came later. And we lost some cities that were swallowed up by bigger cities.
I understand.
But generally speaking, they have their own police departments, yes.
Okay. By and large, the sheriff of Dallas County's responsibility is to maintain the jail and to make sure the right people are going in and out and to patrol the unincorporated areas of Dallas County. Is that not correct?
Well, not entirely.
Well, I mean, that's 99% of it, isn't it?
Not really. He has warrants, civil warrants, criminal warrants. He has a criminal investigation division. The patrol has a contract. At times they vary. They had several cities they contracted with to supply patrols to. And now it's, I believe, just one, which is Sunnyvale.
Mm-hmm.
But at one time, they also had all the patrol for Cedar Hill. And there was a contract with Segoville too at one time. They even had several substations in about 4 areas of the county. At this point in time in 1997, it's primarily jail with less patrol activity. But that has only come about in the last 6, 7, or 8 years.
Yes, sir. But back in 1964, even in 1964 and 1970, 75, whatever, there was not a great deal of Dallas County that was not incorporated, was there?
No, unincorporated. No, there wasn't that much unincorporated.
And the sheriff, other than the contracts that the sheriff had with these little municipalities that didn't, and it was just more economical to have the sheriff do it than for them to hire their own police force and give them benefits and that sort of thing, wasn't it?
Well, up to a point. They couldn't hire their own. They didn't have separate crime scene units. We had to help them on their major crime scenes and all of their investigations.
Sure, but we're just talking about the little ones, aren't we?
Garland, Mesquite, Richardson, Carrollton. The ones I didn't help during my career down there would basically be Dallas Police Department.
For example, the Dallas Police Department, probably during your career, Lieutenant, probably the biggest, maybe most offensive deal in your department would have been the murder of Deputy Sheriff in the Trinity River Bottoms.
That was actually handled by the Dallas Police Department.
No, I know that. That is the point I'm making.
What was your question? Did you mute?
Yeah, I was taking a sip of water. Sorry, I didn't want to. I muted on purpose. What was my question? I said that was probably the biggest case that involved officers of the Dallas Sheriff's Office
being killed.
Yes.
We have had other officers killed that I've investigated.
We have had one killed there in their building. Right outside the sheriff's office, didn't you?
Right.
Several?
If you're talking about what I have investigated.
Oh, no.
Or what the section, because I have.
No, I'm just pointing out that even in a case of that magnitude where 3 deputy sheriffs were killed, you didn't handle the crime scene search. It was handled by Dallas PD, was it not?
Oh, yes. It was in their city.
Yes, sir. So you don't help and assist as a general rule. The Dallas Police Department, do you?
No.
Okay. They have their own crime scene search unit, which I dare say they think is probably superior to anybody's, with the exception of Kerrville's.
They probably think that.
I mean, there's a pride in their own unit, and they don't, for lack of a better way to phrase it, they probably don't feel like they need your help.
Well, only on a high tech, only on high tech material they would bring us some of their work on processing items for latent prints that they couldn't handle.
Well, you have got the ovens down there and the paraphernalia where you can process with the super glue and so on and so forth. You can handle those things.
Well, they have that. We use some other high tech lasers. We have a hoods for the fuming and using chemical processes.
Okay, but other than assistance in, say, fingerprints, they had their own crime scene search unit, which was well manned, was it not?
Yes, I didn't go. Did it just change? I feel like the thing changed. Okay. Yes, I didn't go down to help the Dallas Police Department on their homicides.
Wait, what changed?
Did my mic just change? No.
I don't know.
I felt like it got louder. Okay, it's fine.
Wait, hold on one second.
Are you muted?
I muted both of them. Sorry. Thanks. All right. Sorry. Where were we?
I think on 16.
Is it me though?
I don't know. Hold on.
18, I think, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And the city of Garland, for example, now is probably 200,000, as is Irving and Richardson and Mesquite, aren't they?
They are the second largest city, I believe, in Dallas County.
Okay, but those municipalities, those 4 municipalities probably accounted for about what, 40% of Dallas County?
I don't know. When I retired, they hired me as a consultant to work to revamp their crime scene section for them and assist them on several murders. Right after I retired, they told me that they were the second largest, and I don't know anymore.
Okay. Well, is it fair to say that Dallas County is about 2 million right now?
I don't know. Probably is, yes.
Well, you live there, don't you?
Yeah, well, I don't care about population.
How many is it?
Okay, 2 million. It might be 2 million or 100,000. I don't know.
All right. And the city of Dallas is about half of that?
Okay.
Garland, Richardson, Mesquite, Irving, probably 7 or 800,000.
I will accept your figures.
Oh wait, I
don't
forgot
know.
to put the. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I forgot to put the thing on. There we go. Sorry.
The ticker.
No, the what is it called? The transcripts.
Oh no, no one's reading with us.
I
It's
know,
okay.
probably nobody is. Oh my gosh. Where are we at? Okay.
22.
Well, when we talk about, for example, you attended the FBI school.
Well, not the main academy. I attended their advanced latent print development and comparison course.
Okay, so that.
I'm not a graduate of the FBI Academy, no.
All right. I didn't know whether you left that impression or not.
Oh no.
But you didn't graduate from the FBI Academy?
Oh no.
You attended a special school that dealt with fingerprints.
Yes.
One there.
Yeah.
Sorry, oh my gosh.
One there. Several that they conducted in Dallas County, but not the National Academy, no.
All right. And as you would attend these schools, they would give you an award, wouldn't they?
Award?
Yes.
No. That was a certificate of attendance that I attended the school and passed or whatever. You know, it's proof that I went.
Oh, if you just, and that was important. It's important when you get up and testify that you've attended, I guess. The best known school is probably the FBI school, isn't it?
Well, 2 reasons. For testifying and also the knowledge you gain from attending such schools.
Sure. DPS has a school, don't they? down in Austin?
Yes, right.
And they can also, on occasion, have schools in satellite places, can't they?
Yes.
Okay. And you have attended DPS, I dare say, have you not?
Yes.
Over the years?
Yes.
In fingerprint comparison?
On fingerprint, no.
Okay.
Other schools, but not that one.
Okay. Did you prepare a report in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have it with you? I've got it, Mr. Mulder.
He has it.
All right. You told us about 2,100 crime scenes that you had. Excuse me. 21,000, I believe it was, crime scenes that you have attended over the years. Is that right?
Partly. I said 21,000 civil and criminal offenses I've been involved with in the last 39 years.
What? Do you have a little business on the side where you handle some civil cases or something?
As favors to people. It's not a contract. I make enough money in retirement. I don't need the work, but I do consultant business.
Okay. And that would be the civil, that would be aside from your duties and responsibilities there in the sheriff's office, wouldn't it?
Yes, there are several cases that came out of criminal offenses, suicides, where one side is saying it was probably a homicide, that type of civil case.
This is a deal where are you telling the jury that these are cases where you made an appearance at the scene?
Some of them, yes.
Some of them you just consulted on?
Some. Well, it varies. Sometimes I go to the scene. Sometimes they will bring me items. Sometimes I go to their facility. It depends on the case and what they want me to do.
Okay. It could be anything from a bicycle theft or a breaking into a car to a double axe murder.
Well, I'm not trying to be facetious. I don't handle the little ones. I just send them to other people. If it's not what I would consider an interesting double axe case, I don't take them.
Well, you're not in a position to pick and choose in the sheriff's office, are you? I mean, if somebody has.
Oh, I was then, but then I wasn't. But I thought you were talking about when I retired.
No, I'm talking about when you were with the sheriff's office.
Oh, gosh, then. It could be an egg thrown on a car.
Yeah, it could be the most anything, couldn't it?
Yeah.
And these are cases, when you say 21,000, you are talking about cases that you have consulted on, cases that you have gone to the scene, cases where people have come to you. You have gone to them, things of that nature.
Every case that I've been involved with, whether it's just as you described, that I somehow had a part in, either at the scene or consulted, or they brought me evidence, you are correct.
How did you arrive at that estimation?
Well, for years at the sheriff's department, for 29 years, we kept annual statistics. As you know, working for the county and working with commissioners and budgets, we had to justify all of our equipment. So we kept a record of every call or everything that was brought to our office by way of case and crime. And for 29 of those years, the statistics kept that way. And I knew I was involved in what I was involved in. Since I retired, of course, naturally, I am the only one. And I have my own logbook and I register my crimes. The city of Dallas ones, there's less. I personally, being a civilian employee, they took me under their wing to show me all of this crime scene procedures. But I really couldn't get involved in that aspect or handle their evidence. I was just sort of like a trainee where they took me under their wing, showed me how to class prints, take pictures, and but I didn't count those Dallas police ones.
Okay, speaking of taking pictures, and I don't want to get ahead of myself here too much, but did you educate the Rowlett Police Department on how to take pictures?
No.
Okay.
I talked to them about, on some of the little schools, I've taught for them.
Right.
I've told them what to shoot, but as far as the use of a camera, I didn't teach them that.
Okay. Well, when you were telling them what to shoot, did you tell them to make a log of their photographs?
No, I did not.
Okay. Well, then you didn't attend the FBI school on crime scene research or search?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So you wouldn't know that the FBI, the first thing the FBI recommends is that you take pictures and that you log them.
Well, the FBI recommends a lot of things. That is not law or rules. It's recommendations, similar to their points on fingerprint comparison. It's a guideline is all.
Did you know that Maine took some 12 or 14 rolls of film in this case?
Not how many. I knew that he took quite a few pictures.
Would it surprise you that he didn't keep contact sheets or have contact sheets made, or that he didn't even number the rolls of film so you could tell which one or what order they were taken in?
I would say surprise. I don't know if that's the right word. I would say that a contact sheet should have been made for referral purposes.
How would that help us?
It actually helps everybody all down the line from the beginning of the offense just to be able to look at a contact sheet and say, well, this is what we shot the first day. This is what we shot later. It's easier than sorting through your negatives and finding them.
Yes, sir.
It's a record keeping procedure.
I believe it was your recommendation, Lieutenant, that they take photographs first. Is that right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And of course, you had walked the scene, so to speak, had you not?
I did.
And in your entourage, as you walked through, there were some, I guess there were 4 of you, weren't there?
Yes.
All right. And can we agree that in the course of your years, there were very few crime scenes that you have seen that have not been contaminated to some degree?
I would have to ask for an explanation on what you.
What I mean by contamination?
Yes, I mean, I'll be glad to answer it. I just need to know.
Yes. Is it rare not to find, well, let me just ask it another way. Perhaps that was unartful. Is it rare not to see contamination in a crime scene to some degree?
Let me clarify. Before or after the arrivals of the officers?
Well, I think it would be after the arrival of the officers.
Well, what occurs quite often after the arrival of the first officer, and I'm going to have to narrow this down to a violent scene as opposed to a burglary, if that's okay.
Suit yourself.
Okay. Well, because there's less problems with a non-violent situation where you have, say, a burglary of a store. But on violent situations, you have what we call the first arrivals, the responding officers. And since they're in a violent situation where people are injured, the primary concern is care for the survivors, medical attention, or possibly suspects at the scene. You will get some initial walking through a scene. If that is the type of situation, that something could be stepped on. You get a little of that. I mean, it's inevitable. Human life is more important than evidence up to a point.
Exactly.
Up to what point? Isn't it always?
Uh,
And there is a point. But once the situation is contained or the scene is contained, I have seen in most instances where, the medical personnel arrive, people are being cared for, and then it's time for the crime scene officers to arrive, things settle down, then you have a lot less destruction or, tamperings. Tampering always implies to me on purpose or trying to change things. But you have less damage of evidence once the initial emergency is over with.
yes, sir.
But to be honest, some could occur right at first.
Well, we have gone all around Robin Hood's barn, but the bottom line is you are saying, yes, there is contamination.
It's possible. It's not always. That would be a blanket statement, but the risk is there at any scene when the first officers arrive.
Yes, sir. And of course, the risk is also there that the scene has been contaminated and you, as a crime scene search man, don't realize that, isn't it?
That's true. Yes, sir.
Okay. You have seen evidence kicked around, haven't you?
Yes.
You have seen spent shell casings, shell cartridge cases kicked around, haven't you?
I have.
You have seen glass kicked around, haven't you?
Yes.
And one thing that I thought was curious was your recommendation that Maine photographed the scene first.
Yes.
Okay. Have you looked at the photographs he took?
I have seen most of the. Yes, sir, I have.
Fair to say if there were 24 shots to a roll and he took 10, 12, 14, he would have taken some 300 pictures.
Very likely, yes.
Maybe more.
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice that his pictures, he didn't stand in the corner of a room and shoot that room like this. Did you notice that?
I did notice that, yes.
And then move to maybe another place in the room and shoot panoramic, and then move to another corner and other places and shoot from the boundaries of the room?
I noticed he did not do that.
That would have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would have been.
And for 2 reasons, wouldn't it?
Yes.
At least.
Well, yes.
I mean, we can think of 2 reasons. One, it would be a lot clearer, and perhaps when you put these pictures together, you don't have what looks like a jigsaw puzzle.
Correct.
And that would be one reason. And 2, if he's taken 300 shots and he is just shooting what he thinks is important, then he is walking all around, and every time he takes a step, and every time he takes a shot, and every time he goes through every place in that deal, he risks contaminating the scene, doesn't he?
Walking through it, here again, the word contaminated. And if he's watching where he walks and he's shooting pictures and stands still when he shoots and looks where he's walking, I don't know if he would contaminate it.
Did you look at the bottom of his shoes to see if he had blood on the bottoms of his shoes when he finished shooting his shots?
No.
Did you look on the bottoms of his shoes to see if he had glass shards on the bottom of his shoes when he finished shooting the shots?
No, I did not.
That would have at least told us whether or not he stepped in blood and stepped in glass, would it not?
Well, I don't know about the glass. The blood, there would have been bloody footprints on the tile, the kitchen floor and the other parts of the house where he walked, like to go out the front door. We would walk around to where the dining room was to avoid going through the bloody hall. And there was no bloody footprints in there. So I can only assume he didn't have bloody shoes when he walked that way.
Or he wiped his feet on the carpet, and you can see a great deal of traffic on that carpet, can't you?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, one reason that you rope off a crime scene, police get in there and they are naturally curious, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Everybody wants to handle the gun, don't they?
Well, they want to look at it at least.
They want to get out there, look at the gun, maybe pick it up. Then if they have touched it and realize what they have done, they try to put it right down where it was, don't they?
Well, I hope an officer wouldn't do that.
I know it. And you hope an officer wouldn't touch the inside of this window, don't you?
I mean, maybe leave some prints while they're doing it.
Yes, sir.
I would hope they wouldn't.
You would hope they wouldn't, but you had the entire force out there printed, did you not?
Yes.
You just didn't take their word for it, I take it.
No, I didn't take their word.
And why is that?
I wanted to eliminate the prints.
Exactly. And the only way you could do it is you can't just ask them and say, hey guys, nobody's going to admit being that foolish, are they?
Right.
That has been your experience, hasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Sure. And the same thing about the shoes.
What?
Everybody's going to deny it, aren't they?
What about the shoes?
Shoes are fooling with the gun, or fooling with contaminating an obvious entry or exit.
Well, I saw that they didn't touch the entry and or exit, the supposed one, because I made a comparison. By the same token, I know they didn't walk through the blood, leaving their bloody shoe prints everywhere all through the house.
You don't know whether some of the prints that you could not identify are those of police officers, do you?
I have no idea whose those prints are.
Exactly. So that we can be real clear on this as far as I'll call them coincidental prints on the window, okay? For lack of a better word.
That isn't what I would call them, but you can call them what you want. They're unidentified prints.
Unidentified prints.
Yes.
Suffice it to say that they are suitable for comparison purposes, aren't they?
Yes. They are difficult, but they can be compared.
Exactly. Basically, what we have are 2 prints, don't we?
As I testified.
5 lifts, 2 prints.
Well, yes, right. One then is, as far as 2 prints, right. One of them. I'm not sure if it's the finger or palm. It's so bad, but yes, there's 2 prints unidentified.
How much of those prints, just give the jury some idea of the area. How much of those prints was suitable for comparison purposes?
Oh,
That's a tough one.
yeah, I have to measure it. It's an elongated print. I'm trying to, maybe a yellow number 2 pencil, if you can imagine the width of a pencil. And possibly an 1.5 inch section of that pencil. That width and length would be about the size of the print.
Okay, and there are enough points of the way you, as an expert, identify the print. You look at a known print and then you look at an unknown print, and you can see if there are enough common areas of identification so that you are comfortable in saying that the print was made by this particular hand.
That's correct.
And how many points of identification do you require?
Do I personally require?
Yes.
I can't come up with an exact total because it depends on the quality of the print, but basically 8, 9, or more points.
Okay, how many points of identification did you see in these 2 unknown prints?
Oh,
The coincidental prints.
I'm not going to count points that were pushing it because this, I would say 10 or 11.
Just, you are right on that edge then, I guess,
Right?
of comfort level.
Right. Enough to where if I found the 10 or 11 points in a known set, that in my opinion, it would have been a positive identification.
And this would be true. Is this true of both prints, or is this just the one?
Both of them.
Both of them.
Yeah.
And how about, how much area wise was the second coincidental print?
It was kind of the shape of it. Here again, I'm trying to think of a description. It was a little wider on the one end and it tapered down, sort of like a long teardrop effect, about 2 inches wide and, 2 inches long and maybe a 1/2 inch wide. And it tapered down to possibly 1/8 of an inch wide.
Okay, and you found 9 or 10 or 11 points of identification in that print as well?
Right, without looking at it again and counting them, but to the best of my knowledge, it was about that area. 11 points or 10 points.
Okay, could you compare them with each other and see if they were made by the same person?
I tried that, but I don't know if they were made by the same person. In that case, the same person would have had to touch both areas in exactly the same part of their hand.
Yes.
And so it could be the same person, but I couldn't prove it.
Okay.
I did try though.
Did you, incidentally, just in talking about this, did you notice how the officer, when he went through there, where he put his hands?
Ben,
Yes.
I didn't watch him.
Okay.
I mean, I was watching his feet. I was not watching his hands.
You saw that he didn't, I don't know whether there was dust there or not, but you saw that he didn't touch the sill.
I saw that.
You said there was a print in the shoe print or a partial shoe print in the middle of the kitchen floor. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And where exactly was that?
Here again, I don't know the exact measurements. It was heading towards the utility room, approximately halfway past the island, the counter that's set out in the middle of the kitchen in the utility room. Door, somewhere in that area.
Would you suspect that would be a result of contamination?
It might be a matter of semantics, but it was...
I mean, somebody stepped in the blood.
In that case, yes, an officer had to step in some of the blood from where, I do not know if it was in the living room or kitchen, but an officer stepped in the blood at the scene and transferred to that kitchen floor.
All right. And you say that was around the island. Is that right?
A little past the island, heading to the utility room.
Okay. Mr. Moore, let's go ahead and break now until 10 minutes after 1, please. Thank you for lunch. How are you holding up, Bella? You've been reading this whole time.
I'm good. I'm getting a little hungry. Like, what are you feeling like?
I didn't realize that he was another freaking two-parter with 116 pages in one and like 50 on the other. Wow.
But we're halfway through. We're like at basically 70. So what is that? We have like 50 pages to go. So we have like the first part. That's about as long as we have to go.
I mean, do you think there's a lot more interesting stuff to learn from?
I think that he's really important because his points get brought up, and he sounds totally different here than what he says in interviews. Like in interviews, he's so cocky and is like, it was 20 minutes, and I just knew right away she did it. And here he's like, no, I took like hours, like 6 a.m. to, what did he say, 3 p.m. He was there, 5 p.m. So I don't know, like I think that a lot of the debate on, and it's interesting, isn't it, that there's this shoe print that I don't know, like no one even considers, and I don't even hear it brought up by Darlie supporters. Like, well, there was a shoe print. I haven't heard that yet. Have you heard that?
Yeah, because they say don't they say it's one of the officers or somebody else's? It's not the intruder. They don't think it's the intruder. But I've heard that talked about. I'm pretty sure it's the shoe print that I've heard talked about, where they say it was one of them. It was one of their shoe prints, right?
So it's not contested then that it was an officer's, because he doesn't have proof that it was an officer's. He's just like, actually he says he does. I guess he said it was me.
Well, that's the thing. It's like one of the things with the defense is they don't prove these people wrong, I feel like, very well by bringing in their own experts. So they kind of screwed up. I feel like she didn't get a very good defense. I feel like, in my opinion, they should have brought more experts. They should have got that tested. They should have made sure. I mean, because I don't know. I think it still is up in the air. I mean, I don't think that so far from what I see, it feels like he's not 100% sure, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm
like he's fighting it. Mulder's like fighting it, saying like, look, it's contaminated. That should bring up reasonable doubt. And Cron is like, really, like, no, dude, it's a cops. Like, he just went in it, like, no big deal. So it's weird because it's a death penalty case. Like, nowadays, one little thing like that is like mistrial.
No, I know. That's why I don't understand why it's taken so much to get her another trial on some of this stuff. Don't you think? I mean, I feel like there's a lot of good points where I feel like, I don't know. I
just feel like I'm missing something. Like, there's got to be, it was totally, I feel like, very sloppy. I think the guy that he said, bring that guy, who was it, Lynch? Was that, I don't know, the one from the crime scene that he was like, bring him in. Isn't that the drunk guy? Isn't that the guy that was drunk? So like some drunk, like forensic experts, like running through this bloody scene, probably, God knows what he's doing. So, I mean, there's a lot of problems with.
Well, he was drunk when he was going through the scene?
Probably. I mean, the guy was so bad that the head of the department had to intervene and take him to rehab. Like his boss, not his family, his boss had to intervene. And he was like hitting on chicks and grabbing them and stuff.
Yeah, but I didn't realize, like, maybe there's a possibility that he was actually drunk while he was there. Wow, okay.
Well, I mean, think about someone that has a really bad alcohol problem. You think they're not like putting vodka in their water cooler when they're
That's true. That's true. Good point.
I mean, the point is that there's no proof he was, but there's no proof he wasn't. So it kind of taints it,
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I just feel like I'm missing something. Like, there's like more will be revealed in these transcripts, but I am getting frustrated with like how it just seems like like Mulder isn't being as hard. I don't know.
Wait, explain that Mulder isn't being as hard.
Like, being as hard on, like, grill this guy. Like even
Because
you know,
they're
like,
friends. You remember? They're friends. So I think that's one of the reasons they said that they were friends, I think. So
but they all like have the professional capacity to be like,
no, I know, but I feel like he's being a little bit easier because they have that past relationship, maybe, you know. But we'll see. I mean, maybe he will end up doing it, but I feel like I notice a little bit different. I
yeah.
notice a difference in Hayden's questioning, but I think it is because of their relationship. They are friends and they have a history and they probably like each other. He probably likes them. So I notice a difference. I'm a little disappointed. I
They
want to
are
give you
like
nightmares. This isn't going to do it. He's too nice. He's being too nice.
can't lean on the stand. Yeah,
Um,
I don't know. I hope that I can. Sometimes, like with all true crime, I feel like I'm just glad that I don't have to decide someone's fate because sometimes it's like really hard. I
Oh
feel.
yeah, I agree.
Anyway, yeah. So
So you said you wanted to eat something. I don't know. Let me just see something. I want to see how much, like what, how much. Let's see. We have how much longer, man?
yeah,
It
let's
gets to
see.
be a lot after reading. I mean, I know it's like this one is hard for me to read. Like,
Oh no!
wait, what do you
No.
mean? No, I just mean because like some of them are so long and like so like the
That means
sentence
you
seems
don't.
like it's so long and it's like.
I like it when you want to play Mulder.
I was starting to, and then it was like, come on. I just don't like how he's questioning him for some reason. It's not as fun. He's not being as fun on this one, but maybe he'll get his
I hope he
mad
will.
dog back. But I don't know. You said you were hungry though. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
but we
know.
can go we could go to a point and then you want to like go till what time will it be there? It'll be 11 here. What time will it be
It's
there?
only
1.
11 there. Wow.
3 hours are behind you.
Yeah.
Travel back in time.
I know. Let me think here. Wait, so what was the question?
Do you want to go for like 15 more minutes?
Yeah, we'll go to 2 my time. Okay. Okay.
Okay, where were we? 69, page 69 and okay, so where the court says Mr. Mulder go ahead and break in 10 minutes. So 22. 22. Okay.
Wait, 22. Okay, yeah.
Are both sides ready to resume? All right, bring in the jury, please.
Yes, sir, the state is ready. Yes, sir, the defense is ready.
All right, bring the jury in, please. Are you through with all these exhibits, Mr. Mulder?
Well, why don't we just move it back there in the aisle? I don't know if I'm going to go into it anymore or not.
All right.
All right, that is fine. If you want to leave it there, I may want to bring it back up here.
All right, let the record reflect that all parties in the trial are present and the jury is seated. Mr. Mulder, you may continue.
I think when we quit, Lieutenant, we were talking about a shoe impression that was in the kitchen in blood.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it was just a lone impression there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you subsequently identified that as Sergeant Walling's print.
Yes, it's being consistent with his heel print. I don't remember if it was left or right, but it was his footprint.
Okay. Did you see that morning or afternoon?
During the initial walkthrough.
Oh, you saw it during the initial walkthrough.
Yes.
And is that when you looked on the bottom of his foot to see if his sole configuration corresponded with that?
No, that came later when I had everybody there, shoe print inked, and impressions made of everybody at that scene.
Okay. Did you see are you telling the jury that in your judgment resulted from blood drops that he stepped in?
Oh no. How he got it, I don't know. It was either off the hallway or the carpet in the living room.
I understand, but it's from me to you into the room.
Oh, yes.
So unless he took one big leap, he had to walk several times and you only found the one? If you were walking from the carpeted area in the den, he walked up to where you were before you saw that one heel print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, well, my question to you is this, sir. Why did you not see other heel prints as he walked off leading up to that?
I have no idea. There was just that one isolated heel print.
You aren't suggesting to the jury that he hopscotched on one foot up to that deal and finally put his heel down, are you?
No, I wouldn't say that.
That doesn't make any sense, does it?
No.
Are you saying that there just is no explanation?
That I know of, there isn't, unless just didn't deposit. Maybe he didn't step hard enough. I don't know why, but it was one bloody print there that was a shoe. But how? Why there wasn't another trail? I don't know.
Well, sometimes I guess there is more than one explanation for a bloody print. Is that right?
Yes, I was waiting. I thought you were going to say more. Yes, there is.
Yes. Sometimes there is more than one explanation. Sometimes there is no explanation.
That's correct.
And when you say it's consistent, all you mean is that it is a possibility.
Yes, on the comparison or how he got the print there, on the consistent in the context that I'm saying it was consistent with being his shoe. I'm not saying it is is that what you're getting at?
You're saying it's his shoe. It's consistent with his shoe. Could be his shoe. Could be another shoe that's similar to that shoe.
Oh, as the same brand, style, and all. Yes.
But you are just saying that it is consistent with that. That means you cannot rule that out.
That's correct.
Okay. There were you talked about some bloody bear footprints,
Yes.
and you said that they were about the size of Darlie's. Is that right?
Yes.
They were in the kitchen area, as I understand.
That's correct.
And they are here in one of these exhibits, are they?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant, as best as you can, would you tell the jury just approximately where these footprints were?
Using that exhibit there,
If you can.
may I step down?
You may. Can you all see that?
Well, let me turn it this way.
All right.
The bare, bloody footprints were in this area here.
All right. Just approximately.
The bare, bloody footprints are right here.
Well, you're indicating an area there, I suspect, that is some 6 or 7 feet.
Not quite that far. It's more like 5 feet from the area of the counter.
All right. Was there...
Between the sink and the edges of the counter.
All right. Well, can you see both of them in the state's exhibit number 44A?
No.
Okay. Let me hand you what's been marked for identification record purposes as Defendant's Exhibit 41, and I'll ask you if you recognize that exhibit.
I do.
All right. Does that show both of the prints?
I would have to look at the other picture, but I believe it does. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, it does. Or wait. Okay. Okay.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you kind of... Well, we will offer into evidence what's been marked and identified as Defendant's Exhibit number 41.
Any objection?
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Can you show the jury the footprints?
One is here and the other is in this here.
Okay, and now this is the one in the middle right here is going to be in this proximity because you can see that rug.
Yes.
Okay, approximately how far apart were these two footprints?
I would have to look at a picture. Not far. Approximately 16 inches.
Okay.
Those are 12-inch tiles, so it would be about 16 inches.
All right. If we have got this one in, I guess the tile would have a diamond in the middle. Is that it?
These bifocals, I have to look through them. Yes, this would be...
Are your eyes getting worse with age?
Not on looking at prints and evidence, but on reading some photographs.
See, if they could print these in Braille.
All right. This is the tile right there.
Okay, show me that again.
Okay. The heavier white line is the tile. And there's another towel right here, there.
Okay, I got it. All right. Were these the only 2 footprints that you found?
They were the clearest, but there were other little barefoot prints, steps, but they are complete from heel to toe.
But you're not saying there wasn't other barefoot traffic through there, are you?
Other than those?
Yeah.
No, there wasn't.
I mean, there was, as a matter of fact, wasn't there?
Barefoot tracks?
Yes, sir.
Other steps? Yes.
Yes, sir. Was this rug taken into custody?
I don't know.
Well, I thought you were there as the advisor.
I didn't tell them to pick up each individual little item, so I don't know if it was. I believe it was, but that would be an assumption on my part.
Okay, well, that is the rug that's going to be here in front of the sink, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you all see that? How about this rug back here by the utility room? Did you examine that?
The utility room, not closely. I just looked at it for blood. I did look at it, and there was some blood drops on it.
You had your bifocals on, I assume.
I did.
Okay, and you examined it for blood. Did you see any blood on it?
There were a few drops.
There was blood on it?
Yes.
Do you know how the blood got there?
No.
Okay. I wrote this down yesterday when you were on the stand, and you said there was no blood in the garage.
In the garage.
Yes.
That's right.
You remember yesterday you said that?
That's correct.
But then when you got on the stand today, you told the jury there was blood in the garage.
Well, that was the blood that was transported out there after we made our investigation and I made the walkthrough. That wasn't out there it came because somebody stepped out and left it after I inspected the garage.
Okay, rather than overlooking it?
Yes.
Okay, but you do recall telling them yesterday that you found no blood in the garage.
Yes, that would have been a true statement.
Well, no, it can't be both ways. There's either blood in the garage or there isn't.
Well, there wasn't blood when I arrived and inspected it. The blood was transported out there later by some officer there were no paramedics. So it must have been an officer right there visibly as I stepped out from the garage. If it had been a snake, it would have bit me, as the expression goes.
Well, what you meant was the first time you didn't see any blood.
I didn't see any blood the first time through.
Now, the first time, as I understand it, that you and neighbors
Yes.
in Hamilton,
On the walkthrough?
right?
No, it was neighbors.
Walling
Wallen in Maine.
in Maine.
Yes.
Okay, and you.
Yes.
And the 4 of you walked through. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said you walked in and as you came in the entry. You came in the entry. You just show the jury kind of how you.
I'm going to have to stand up. When I first arrived with the officers into the scene, I came in the front door, went down the hallway leading to the back of the house.
Now, you are talking as you go along, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Yes.
This is kind of OGT for you guys that are walking along with you.
Well, a conference, more or less. They were advising me what they were informed as to what occurred, so I could plan an attack or an action that I was talking.
Now, Maine didn't tell you what had occurred, did he?
No, it was Wallen. Yes, Sergeant Wallen.
Wallen told you. All right.
And what he was advised, what had happened, that we...
From who? Did he say who told him what happened?
Yes. He told me the mother of the boys.
Told him what happened?
Yes. He said she was stabbed. The boys were stabbed, and one of them was still here. The other one was transported. It was general information, so I could, I needed to know. I needed to know if they came in here, if it was a broken window or what. It was just a rundown like you would get from a complaint.
Sure. It couldn't have taken him long to tell you.
There wasn't much to tell, just that she was stabbed. She fought with the guy here, that he ran out through here. She followed him, picked up the knife, called 911, just basic.
Did he tell you that he got that information from her in less than 30 seconds?
No,
He didn't?
I didn't ask him. No, he just said, "This is what she told me.
Okay.
Do you want me to finish that walkthrough?"
Yes, uh-huh.
I walked through the hall. I entered into the family room here.
What were you looking for when you entered the family room?
Well, that is the thing about a homicide. You're looking for things out of place. You really don't know what you're looking for. I mean, I don't say I'm going to look around the corner and I hope I found a shotgun. It's not that way. You're looking for something out of place, broken things, disturbed things, blood, weapons, that sort of thing. And you're just getting a mind's eye view of the scene. And once you do all that on your walkthrough, then you start to concentrate on specific areas. And since a body was here and the paramedics picked up a body here,
You heard?
I heard that is where we would start some of our evidence concentrations.
Did you see any evidence there of medical intervention?
Around here, there was some tape or some of the wrappings for Band-Aids or something laying on the floor
Show us again. Can you see that?
in this area.
You said in this area here there was some tape and evidence of medical intervention.
Yes, it wasn't much. It was just a Band-Aid.
Did y'all collect that?
I didn't collect anything. I don't know if they did.
All right. And from there, will you show us where you went from the family room?
I went into the kitchen area.
All right. Now, when you got in the kitchen area, you saw the vacuum cleaner, didn't you?
Yes, over here.
Okay. And that would be, you said you were looking for things out of the ordinary, and a vacuum cleaner in the kitchen in this area is going to be out of the ordinary, isn't it?
Upside down with blood on it. Yes.
Okay. Right side up, upside down. A vacuum cleaner sitting there in the kitchen is going to be out of the ordinary, isn't it?
I don't know.
Come on, Jim. You know that.
No. Right here?
Sure.
Yeah, I thought you meant just in the kitchen.
No, in the family room it might be all right, but not in the kitchen. A vacuum cleaner?
I mean, there was a pantry right here. They might have kept it in the pantry.
Yes.
But no, you're right. If it was laying right out here, but if it was here, I wouldn't think that much of it because it was in the pantry area.
But it wasn't there, was it, Jim?
No.
Okay.
And like I say, I thought it was that it's unusual, that it's something different. There's a vacuum cleaner here.
You probably said something to Walling about it, didn't you?
No, I wasn't I don't recall. I might have said, look at this.
But you didn't make any notes, did you?
No.
There you go, Mulder. Get your Okay, and why is that?
Well, I didn't have any need to at the time. I made my notes later when I made the report.
You made the report on the 16th, didn't you?
On the 16th, yes, I made my verbal report that night to them.
Well, you made your verbal report when you got out there by the back, didn't you?
Yes, right.
You are telling them, guys, this is what I think. There is no, hey, the die is cast.
Right. Well, I told them that after the walkthrough, when I came around the front, I said, look, we have no intruder here.
Yeah, right.
That was my verbal comment.
That is Lieutenant Cron's analysis. After what did the walkthrough take? 20 minutes?
20 or 30, yes, sir.
20, 30 minutes. Okay.
It was so obvious it didn't take long.
Okay. And I guess when you walked around there and saw that vacuum cleaner that you now say was out of the ordinary, you said something to Walling, and Walling told you that, hey, when I came through here initially with Waddell, there weren't no vacuum cleaner there.
He didn't tell me that.
Oh, he didn't tell you that.
No.
Would that have made a difference?
Well, it might have made a difference if they said that the living room window was, it didn't even compute.
I know it. He said, you don't have to take my word for it, Lieutenant. Not only did I not see it there, but if you will just check the man on the door, he was in here. He walked in here because he thought there was somebody hiding back there. Not only did he say there wasn't a vacuum cleaner there when he first came into the house, but he said there was nothing there that would I'm sorry, this is a misstatement of testimony. What they said is that they didn't see it, not that it was not there. Okay. Well, he said he didn't see anything. That would impede his traffic from the den to the sink.
Did he?
Waddell?
I have no comment on that.
He said he didn't see a vacuum cleaner. He didn't see anything that would impede his traffic. I'm going to object. I don't recall the officer making that statement about it being impeded.
The jury is instructed to remember the testimony as they heard it. Let's move on.
We can have the court reporter read it back.
Let's keep going.
At any rate, you got back to the garage area, went on in the garage and saw the cut screen, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you left and went back out. And as I recall, you went back through the utility room
Yes.
where there was blood.
Yes.
All four of you.
Yes.
And you don't know how many people had been through there prior to you going there, do you?
No.
Okay. And that is why you got these prints here. You printed the whole shebang, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay.
I had them printed. I didn't print them.
No, I understand. Anyway, you went on out through the nook and through the dining room this time.
Yes.
Okay. And around through the entry and around the back.
That's correct.
Okay. It's still dark, isn't it?
Not at that time because it being June and when I arrived around 6, it was getting lighter. In fact, when I got out to the backyard, we didn't need flashlights or anything. It was,
I'm confused. Is this Mulder or Davis now? Because
this is Mulder, I think.
But why did it say Davis up there? Look.
Oh, no.
I'm confused. Look, by Mr. Greg Davis. How did that switch? Or do you think it's still Mulder? I'm confused.
Oh, no, it is Davis. What's going on? Okay, so
it's 2. How are you holding up?
I'm okay. Wait, I'm so confused he objected.
Oh.
He didn't.
He said, let's keep going. And it says,
right.
It should be Mulder.
This is probably one of the mistakes.
So maybe it is Mulder and they just put Ray. I don't know. Maybe we'll be able to tell by the way that he's asking. But it's 2:00, so I don't know. That's what do you want to do?
Well, is this a good place to leave off? Because
I mean, where are we here? I'm confused. Let's see.
I'm so confused too. And it
would be because we could just kind of leave off on the Mulder, or where it switches, but I don't know if it really is switching.
Davis always says, okay, let me just ask you.
Yeah,
that's like
okay.
And
okay. Yeah. Is that what you mean? Okay.
Yeah.
He says okay on everyone.
Everything.
Wow. So yeah, I think this is Davis. But why did it get?
I don't understand.
Let's see when it goes back to Mulder. Hold on, let me see. That's weird.
Very weird.
What the heck?
Good.
What?
Noticing that, I still thought we were on Mulder.
But why would it have switched? He was still cross-examining it.
Yeah. He just objected. That doesn't mean he can take over.
I know. Look, it hasn't switched. It doesn't say Mulder anywhere, but I don't.
I think either they're it's missing some stuff. Because I do think this is Davis because of the way he talks. But I think that there's some stuff missing in between.
Yeah, because it still hasn't went back to Mulder. What the heck? Look.
I just swallowed a gnat.
Oh, yummy.
The thing has been flying around my face the whole time, and I'm swatting it and freaking went in my mouth.
Went back to Mulder, but I hate when that happens. So it does get back to Mulder on 97. So I guess this would actually be a perfect one because we left off at we're switching to Davis. But let me write that down.
Yeah, write down 82. And there's not that much left. There's 40, maybe 45, just like the first one.
Yeah. Was it 82 you said?
Yes, 82, where Davis starts.
Wow, you remember that.
No, I just didn't move my...
Oh, you're still there? So you didn't remember crap. You just...
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't moved it.
Oh, well, thanks for
having me.
reading. I appreciate it. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. Thank mods and thanks chat. I hope everyone enjoyed it.
Yeah, you got a lot of compliments today. I saw a lot of people like, I love her.
yeah?
She does a good. Yeah, I was reading a lot. People were really liking your reading.
Okay, good, because it's the laptop, so I'm going to be nervous until I go back and listen to it.
No, it was fine once those birds stopped. It was fine.
Oh my god! I had to go back and listen to what that was. I bet it was so loud.
No, it was, but I mean,
And
it
I
was.
had headphones in, so like everything is muffled, so I'm just like listening to Libra, and she just stops, and like I'm like, oh shoot, that's true. There's an outside world. Yeah.
No, but I mean, that was out of your control. It's not your fault, so.
They're crazy out here, these birds. They just want to eat all the thistle, the Niger seed. But yeah. All right, guys. How are you're gonna go to bed, or are you gonna stay up?
I don't know. I'm kind of wide awake from this 5 hour. I shouldn't have drank it, man. But I don't know. I'll try to do something. I'm not going to bed anytime soon. Not how I'm feeling. I'm pretty wide awake. But I don't know. I'll probably work on something. I don't know. Let me do.
I'm excited about Sunday. So if anyone
Oh,
hasn't
yeah.
heard, on Sunday we're gonna have special guests on that actually talk to Darlie, and so Zav's gonna put that up, like the time. It's gonna be it's not gonna be an evening live. It's gonna be like in the afternoon on Sunday. So when she puts that up, make sure you put a reminder on so you don't miss it.
Yeah, definitely. That I'm excited for that. Yeah. Calm, because like I said, like everybody's talking in chat, Al, there's for some reason these chats don't get a lot of people. I don't know, maybe they're bored from just the reading the transcript type situation, but I mean some people like it, but I'm just saying it doesn't get as many people. So try to get some people, guys, or try, if anybody's interested in the case, try to get Sunday's gonna be interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have two people. It will be me, Bella, Libra, and then RGP and his co-host, and he talks to Darlie. Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting. I'm excited.
And Zav is going to be putting up a community post soon where you guys can put questions that you want asked in that community post, and she'll make sure to ask them of RJP or B.
Was I saying it wrong? I thought
No,
it was
I'm saying it. I'm saying it wrong.
I think it's P, but I
Okay.
maybe.
And then, but just have those questions, and if you have some now that you're afraid you're going to forget, leave it in the comments when this live ends.
Yeah, don't forget, please, because I want to have some of them prepared ahead of time. So if you do have anything that maybe you even want him to go back and ask Darlie, or any questions, just remember he's been talking to her. What else? Like what other what else can we tell them about them so they could form their questions appropriately for what they could answer? What do you have, Bella?
Well,
Explain maybe.
they're Darlie supporters. They are they have studied the case, and that's their opinion on the case. And so, and RJB, he lives in like a suburb of Dallas. So we'll put his channel on a link, I'm sure, right, Zav? Like we could put that in the description, and you guys can go check out his channel and see his videos on Darlie and get a more in-depth, like kind of documentary style of it if you want to. And but if you don't do that, at least know like what questions to ask, because they talk to Darlie. He's visited her, right?
Yeah. From what I could see, yeah, it sounds like he's visited her. He writes her, talks to her on the phone, everything. And and he talks to Darlie's mom.
To Key, to Darlie Key.
So
Yeah. So yeah, it's going to be really exciting because we're going to have someone that
RJ,
knows.
oh my God, did I say it wrong? I've been saying it wrong. Why was I thinking it's RGP? You think you were right, Bella. Oh, I
No,
feel
'cause
like an idiot.
I
Hold on, let me
think you
look
have
at
been saying
it.
RGB.
Huh?
I think you have been saying RGB. I think you have been saying it right. Yes, sisters. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Oh, good. So you guys know them. People in chat know about them. Okay.
I'm trying to find it so I could put a link, but
That's what you're going to be doing while you, instead of sleeping, is you're going to be doing the community post, huh?
that'll only take like a second though. I know maybe he's already talked to her about this hawk, so we could ask her that. So yeah, just leave questions and I'll get them ready ahead of time, and then so please don't forget to do that even down here, because if it takes a minute for me to get a community post, but just do it down. If you have a question now, just leave it under the comment. Not, I would do it most specifically a comment rather than in the chat, because I might not come back to the chat and look, but I will look at the comments. So
yeah, the comments are going to be up there forever.
Yeah. So
unless you're naughty, and then it's not.
unless you're naughty.
Don't be naughty.
Oh shoot. Yeah. Man, I'm like in one of those moods where it's like I wish I was tired, but like it's like one of those where it's waking. I'm awake where it's like my heart's pounding and it's not like a good awake.
Don't ever drink that 5-hour energy again, then, because that's what's probably doing that to you.
I used to drink them all the time. I used to drink them like rock stars, 5 hours. Sometimes, I was able to do. I would drink sometimes a 5 hour and then just go right to sleep. I think it just depends on my mood, because sometimes I feel like I can drink and have different feelings, but today I just feel like edgy and
oh
no, I mean I'll be all right, but I just wish that I was I wish I didn't drink the freaking see I had a half left and then I opened a new one, so I basically drank a whole one is what I drank, but
you did. Oh my gosh.
Oh well, I'll be all right. But
you'll be running around the block in the snow, trying to burn it off. Like I need to go to bed.
I know, but it's one of those ones where it's like, but you're not comfortable doing anything. I could feel it. Like it doesn't matter. It's like I'm awake, but I'll be too to even do anything. No, but
like antsy.
Why am I setting myself up for this? I should just, it's going to be great, guys. It's going to be great. I'm going to get so much done tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Gets me more as I age. Tootsie Pop, Zap, caffeine gets me more times. I should have just had a gosh darn another cup of coffee. See, I'm drinking water in here. It's not coffee, but, anyway, Marcelozzi is still in the house. Thank you so much for.
I love how you say it too.
Well, thank you for all the super chats. You've been so overly generous. It's been very appreciated. Oh, Robinson's girl, what's up? Nice to see you. Yeah, it's been good. We just got done reading a lot of transcripts and well, we're done for the night as far as the transcripts, and it's been a slow night in chat, really. But it usually is. The transcripts usually is kind of a slower. Just not everybody's into that type of a thing, so that's fine. I mean, it's not like I understand. It's just not for everybody. But Bella, help me out.
I think that people come in later and watch it later, like when they can. Because I actually think transcripts are amazing because you could do like work. You don't have to like be watching your screen. You could put your phone or whatever device down and work whatever you need to do and have it playing in the background like a podcast. You know what I mean?
Very good. Yeah,
you're not like showing stuff where like most YouTube stuff, like I try to do that, but then it's like they're talking about something and I'm like watching my screen, so I'm late doing other things. Like this is just perfect for doing household chores or working if you can work and have a podcast on in the background. So I think a lot of people use it in that way.
Yeah, yeah, I think I agree. I think you're right because I've heard like I've seen comments of people saying that too. So yeah, but I still want to do it. Like, but I do want to skip around. I just want to get some really important witnesses. I can't wait till we get to Darlie and Darren. I mean, that's going to be fun. You better start practicing. Bella,
I
'cause you have
know.
a big expectation because
Well, you remember, like, maybe our second one of these, somebody said in the comments, or like our third one, like someone said in the comments, don't do Darlie's voice in that little baby voice she does.
yeah.
And I was like, all right, I'm using the baby voice. And they're like, no, we hate it. We hate it. So I don't know. Like, I don't know.
I would just do what you feel. I mean, just feel it out, whatever you think. I mean, if that's how you're portraying, it depends what she's saying. I feel like what she's saying of how you can interpret what her voice may be like, depending on what she says. I heard she was a horrible witness. I haven't heard or seen it, but I just heard from like, I don't know, just certain documentaries where she just didn't do a very good job. I heard because she wasn't very consistent with her stories. That's what I heard. But I guess we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I'm so anxious because we don't read ahead, guys. None of us have read ahead. We don't even know what we're. It's the first time we're reading. We made a promise not to read ahead for some reason. Well, no. I mean, I know what the reason is, but
we all pinky promise. Yeah. I mean, that's why sometimes also there's like fumbles and stuff because if you guys ever try to read these transcripts, you'll see what we're talking about. And today, especially, like, I don't know what was going on with the court reporter. I feel like she messed like these transcripts up big time today. Like, I don't know if she didn't take her meds. I don't know what she did on this day.
Yeah, I mean, and especially if you ever, well, at least I know from having a channel, I don't know if you guys are, if you've tried this, try to like read out loud, like read an article that's brand new that you've never read before and read it out loud and then read it once and then read it out loud and see the difference of how much smoother you could read it after you've already read it once. It does make a difference. So the fact that we're not reading it first, maybe we're a little bit more rusty and not as smooth, but it's still, I mean, it's all right. We're still doing a good job, but I'm just saying it does kind of make a difference. I've noticed if I pre-read an article, I could read it so much better. But no, I want to keep doing what we're doing. I'm just saying, just bear with us, guys. We might stumble on a few words here and there.
But the reactions you get from us are like genuine. It's the first time we're reading it. Yeah. So if something's ridiculous, we're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's why that's exactly why I don't want us to read ahead because we get our first reactions and it's like we're not. Yeah, I like it. It's fun. It's fun. I want to Robin Zinsgirl. Yeah, what merch did you get? Definitely email me. Take a picture and email me. I'm excited. Did you get the new one or this one? I gotta still order the new one. Yeah. I want to see it. Definitely. Anybody else too? I love seeing it.
Send them in while you're wearing them.
Yeah. Send it in a picture. Oh, and even I don't know. I mean, if you want to send in a picture and give the okay where I could use your picture to show people, but you don't have to. Just either way.
Yeah.
You could be like my models for my merch. I need some merch models wearing my merch, and then I could, you know how they do that, or you can wear, I don't know.
In your community page. Your community section.
Robin, if you want and you do send it, would you give me permission to use it, or do you want to keep it private? Oh, thanks for the super chat. I don't know, but that case, I'm definitely going to keep covering that. That's interesting. And when somebody had recommended it earlier, I was thinking it was a different case. I was thinking it was from like last year, like a while ago. And I didn't realize it was recent. So yeah, I don't know. I have to look into it, but,
it's definitely interesting. It's an interesting case. You're right, Robin. It's like a really good case, has a lot of meat to it, but it's going to be a slow going case, as Zava said, because it's kind of new. So there's not developments yet. I mean, they're slow developments.
Yeah, you just
So.
take them as they come, and like, when you do some of the old cases where you have all the discovery already there, it's already public. When you do follow these new ones, they don't release a lot of stuff. It's just very slow moving, so it's just a slow process. That's why I say, like, I'm going to always cover an old case in depth as I'm trying to do the new cases, because the new cases are so slow that you have to, like, I mean, maybe a video a week, if that. I mean, there's not a lot to catch up on,
Right. That's so true. That is so true. You guys are so sweet in chat. These are like your
They
regulars.
are. And
They're
oh,
so
look,
good.
short sleeve shirt, long sleeve tee, face mask, hoodie. Wait, you ordered all of that?
Wow.
Are you serious?
Oh my
Wow,
gosh.
thank
That's so
you
awesome.
so much. That is so awesome. Oh my God, yes. I can't wait to see it. Oh, and I got an eyelash in my eye. Our camera, Bella the camera hunter. Huh? Wait, what? Wait. What does that mean?
Sister, what does that mean?
Oh, thanks, Robinson's girl. Yeah, and thank you for the super chat. It helps, and it's just so generous of you. That, aw.
Sweet.
Bella the camera. I don't know. I keep going back to that. Wait, MM case. My internet, I'm sure, is interesting. Bella. Oh, because you found the I bet you she's talking about because you found the address.
Oh my gosh, sister, you're so right. I totally forgot about that. That was so funny. And Robin was a little behind in that chat, and so she was finding it, and we were finding it. Oh yes, that's hilarious.
I know, that was awesome. I still don't know. Okay, Robin showed me how she found it, which was awesome. But how did you remember? You said, how did you just know that was it? I'm still confused about that.
Because okay, so I was looking at it on my phone, so I was like on the delay, not on StreamYard where it's like, real time. And I saw those trees from above. I don't know what it was, but you know how like the picture that I sent you of the front of her house, not her house, the one next to it where the Jeep was parked, they have like those, I don't know if they're like palms, but they're like really flowy, whatever. And I'm like, wait, that kind of looks like the trees that were out in front. Just, I don't know. And it ended up being what it was.
That was awesome. Oh, and no, you don't have to be embarrassed, Robin. That happens a lot, because sometimes if you go out and you come into a live, sometimes it doesn't take you to the present. I mean, it happens a lot, so don't feel bad.
It happens to all of us. I think it's like initiation into a live is when you do that, right? We all have done that before. I've been like chatting, and no one even corrects me. Like I'm in chat talking about something that was like 25 minutes ago, and everyone's just chatting around me.
No, yeah, but I do that in the chat. Well, since I'm the one doing the videos, I don't do it in the videos. But like in chat, I'm always like so far behind, and then I do the same thing in the chat so much.
Yeah, I think we've all done it.
Yeah, so, but that was awesome. You found it. She just had it. She had the right number. She's like, it's blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, it is, but what? Yeah. For Maya got Allison pulled up on Zillow. Yeah, yep. So she,
yeah.
Sisters has been there, done that. Okay, Bella.
I know, and then it would be nice for like someone in chat, because people know that you're behind it. It would be nice for someone in chat to have told me, like, and I'm talking like big chats, like where there's like 400 people. Like I'm just talking about something like that happened so long ago, and nobody cares. Like there's just like, this girl has no idea what's going on. She's behind. No one tells me. Fast forward live.
Oh, but maybe they just remember that they're just thinking, oh yeah, she's answering that from way back. Don't you think maybe? Or
no, because it's like 25 minutes, like no one even cares what's going on like 25 minutes ago in those things. They're just like on to the next. Like, what did you eat for breakfast today? Like it's always some personal questions going on, and I'm like talking about like some case, and I'm like, okay, and I realize later, and I'm like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I mean, no one's gonna ever remember that I did that, except now I'm talking about it. But don't worry, Robin. We all done it.
I mean, but do they respond to you or they just ignore you?
Like, no, I always get ignored.
Because they're like, what is this girl talking about?
No, I usually do get ignored. Like, unless it's like, something that, like I always, like with the Cal City boys, like if I get that thing, he doesn't know how to slow down chat, and that chat, like I don't imagine not knowing how to slow down chat and how fast that would go. So like that's impossible. It's mostly stuff like that. I rarely catch lives anyways anymore. Who has the time?
I know, yeah. So yeah, I appreciate you doing this, coming
Thank
on.
you.
Yeah, that's it's very,
Thank
very
you
nice
so
of you.
much for having me.
Yeah,
And thanks, chat. Thanks to our mods. They're really great, great girls.
yeah, they are. Thank you, mods. You guys are all awesome. What mods do we got still in here? I think everybody's right. I don't see any of the mods.
Everyone's asleep.
Do you?
No.
Oh, Tennessee Vols girl. She's not very far up. No, that's an hour ago.
Hour ago.
That's because nobody was chatting during the transcripts. There were still 50 people and I kept looking over. I'm like, the chat's not moving. And a couple people were like, why is nobody chatting? Where the chat's not moving? There was barely any chat. I think we were putting everybody to sleep. I think the 50 people probably had the screen on and they were sleeping. I don't know. I mean, they were watching intently, maybe, or listening intently. But yeah, nobody said much for a while.
Well, they can go back and listen to it when they're doing like, something where they can just listen in on us doing it. Because this guy is literally really important. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
He is. Yeah. Well, so let's we're gonna have to see who we're gonna go to next, because we're probably gonna skip a few more, probably, I'm guessing, and try to get another interesting one after this.
Yeah. Maybe we can ask Rich.
Yeah. Wonder if he read them all.
Like who's really interesting.
Yeah.
Get his opinion on who he thinks is interesting. All right. Well, I'm gonna go eat some sushi. Finish that sushi.
What kind of sushi?
I love spicy tuna.
Oh my god, that's one of my favorites. I do too. Yeah.
I'm telling you, we're the same person. Do you have that thing that's called Rice Krispie, spicy tuna Rice Krispie there yet? It's like an appetizer.
Oh, wait. What?
They put it on they put the spicy tuna on a thing of rice that is like deep fried rice, like a square of deep fried rice. Have you had that?
No, but I want it.
Yes, it is the most amazing thing. Like I crave it so much, and I base like what sushi spots are good on how they do that appetizer. So the SO is like, everyone likes this one sushi place. I'm like, they don't do that appetizer good. They suck at it. And he's like, everyone. I'm like, you're going to take everyone's word over my word. Like, I'm telling you, I don't like that place because he doesn't eat fish. And so you need to find somewhere that has that. I'm telling you, it's a life changer. And
the place that I get my sushi, it's so good. I love it, but I never heard of it. So maybe I'll see. Maybe they do have it there. I don't know.
Yeah, please check because it is so yummy.
What's it called?
They call it Rice Krispie spicy tuna.
Man, that sounds good. Okay.
Instead of crispy rice, I don't know why, but they call it Rice Krispie. So, but yeah. Because in Persian,
what do you mean instead of crispy rice?
Because it makes more sense to say crispy rice because it's crispy rice, but they call it Rice Krispie.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's so good. But in like, I don't know if you know about like Persian food, but they do this thing with the rice where they get like a crispy layer at the bottom, and it's like the best part of the rice. And the fact that sushi is making that into like a bite size, it's a dream come true, let me tell you. Yummy.
All right. Well, you go enjoy it.
Thank you, babe. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, chat. We'll see you guys soon. And Sunday, don't forget to tune in.
Yes,
Okay?
please, afternoon. So I'm
Yes.
gonna have to wake my brain up early because my brain usually I'm a night owl and I'm not a morning person, so it's gonna be but we're gonna do it. We're so you guys could always watch it afterwards, but if you guys are awake Sunday afternoon, come stop by, please. It'll be awesome. Leave questions in the comments under this video. Look out for the community post for questions. It's gonna be interesting. I think I'm excited for it.
I'm
I'm
excited.
excited just to be able to ask him questions. Like, so yeah,
Yes.
definitely.
Okay, guys.
All right.
Love you all.
Enjoy your tuna. Or yep. Bye.
Thank you, girl. Talk to you soon.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Whoo! What a night. 6 hours later. Yep. Shouldn't have drank that energy, guys. Why'd I do that? Why'd I drink it so late? I don't want to be up. Well, I guess I'll be up anyway. Anyway, Christina, you back? Oh wow, you fell. Did you dream about us? Bella, the one time she fell asleep. She fell asleep. Well, I don't know if you were here for the story. She told it earlier where she fell asleep during our transcripts and had a dream that she was a witness because she plays all the witnesses up on stand. And I play the Mad Dog Mulder, which is the defense attorney. And she had it was like a nightmare because she was a witness and Mulder was asking her questions. She's so horrible because she fell asleep to it. Did you have any crazy dreams about the trial? About the Darlie trial? Somebody else said they fell asleep too. I forget. And they came back. That was Marciola. Wait, I said it wrong. Hold on. I got to see your name again to see how to say it. It's a hard one. Marcelozzi. Wait. Marcelozzi. Yeah. Marcelozzi. Did you dream about it? Wow, 6 hours, you're a rock star. Yeah, but 6 hours has become like pretty normal thing. I mean, it's pretty average for the lives, which is pretty crazy. Elisa Snyder, what is up? All right, guys, I might have to end it. It was fun, though. Thanks, guys, for coming. Please, Sunday, yeah, afternoon. I just want, because I know, when I do Darlie videos, I think it's because just maybe the transcripts is a kind of acquired type of a live, but I don't know. I just think it'll be good. I hope you guys can make it Sunday. I'll try to get the reminder up soon so you don't forget about it. The police. Wait, I remember hearing that last month when they were there. They were there again for what? Robin? No, I didn't hear. I know. Remember when that happened last month or whatever? They were like, "Oh, the police are at the Watts," and it was just like a what was it? I can't even think of the word, but it wasn't really anything. What were they there for? Huh. I haven't really been keeping up with all of that. I don't know. Huh. Very interesting. You have to let me know. Let's see. Just last Friday they brought dogs. Oh, last month they were there. Mexico. Oh, you mean? I thought you meant the Watts, Chris's parents' house. You mean they were at the house? Like the old house? I wonder if something happened there. Because I don't think it would be I mean, it's too old to be there about that case. Why would they bring the dogs? I mean, that would be 2 years later. That's kind of weird. I mean, if they were trying to, Well, I guess depends. Huh? No, I didn't hear. Very interesting. They're looking for something, huh? I mean, do you think it has to do with the case, or is it like something that maybe happened with people, thousands of people interested in the case? Somebody went to the house and did something, or do you think it has something to do with oh, I keep hitting that. I keep forgetting which one. Hey, Chatterbacks is back. Or is it like something that happened after and somebody went to the house? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Huh. I don't know. I'll have to try to look into that. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Was like a break-in or something that just happened at the house, or has something to do with the case? I'm actually so like kind of, it feels nice to not like have to keep up with all that stuff going on with the Watts thing. Like it feels good. I mean, I once in a while I'll throw out a Watts video or maybe try to look. Like, I'm glad you told me, Robin, definitely, because I didn't hear about it. But as far as trying to keep up with every little new drama or new rumor or new gossip, it's like I feel like it was just becoming so not important to the case, that it was just like, oh, what's the point? I mean, so, but I'm not saying that about you, Robin. That's interesting, really. I'd like to know more about that. But it just feels kind of refreshing to look into other cases. All right. Well, trying to move forward because what's really makes me sick to my stomach. Yeah, I agree. Definitely, me too. But that is kind of odd, huh? I mean, why don't you let me know what you find out about it so I don't have to go into that rabbit hole again. um, yeah. I know it's the same old theories, and it's just the same thing over and over from like 2 years ago. But I guess it's new to the new people because they haven't heard these theories yet. But to like some of the old school people, like I don't know how many people in here have been following it since it happened. It's like repeats of the same theories just coming. The new people are just coming up with the same theories that the original people came up with. So it is kind of repetitive. So that's why I was just like, huh. I mean, I was glad though to do it to set the record straight about freaking those people trying to spread misinformation about the details, trying to say that Shanann did it. Yes, I'm glad that I went back to it to show at least my reasoning on why I think those people claiming that Shanann had anything to do with it, why I think they're wrong. I tried the best I could to show with the facts that it's a bunch of bullcrap. So hopefully most of you guys saw through that information. So I don't regret that because I felt like that was just something I had to do. But I feel like I'm done. I mean, that is done, and it's time to move on, unless if something else needs my attention. Oh, Diana, I still got to get your quilt up here. I am putting it up. I think I'm going to put the Rubik's cube is probably the one side would be more called, right? And then you said I forget what you said, the pattern on the other side, but it's so cool. I don't need these anymore. It's so cool. I can't wait. Oh, thanks, Christina B. We got 2 Christina B's in the house, huh? I never listened to any of the drama channels in our Cheryl. Yeah, Linda, I remember seeing you around for quite a long time. Jennifer, wait a minute. I feel like Why did I remember looking into that one? Let me remind myself what that is. Yeah, that's that one that I was gonna do and I never did. That's that one I talked about covering. And if you guys remember, like it was probably like a month ago, I was talking about getting a video ready because there's that video, the surveillance video. And I don't think I ever did. I gotta do that actually. I'm not trying to like, wow. I just remembered I was talking about like, yeah, we're going to talk about it. We're going to discuss it. I'm going to play the video and all this stuff. And I never even did it. Wow. I'm sorry. I just realized that. I wonder how often I do that. Get sidetracked when, yes, no wonder why that sounded familiar. So am I on? Yeah. Yeah, Robinson's Girl. I actually was gonna do that like last month. I had it all ready and I talked about it in my live. I'm like, okay, we're gonna have a discussion on this case, and I brought up, I talked a little bit about it, but I never actually did the video on it. Wow, how did that happen? So I might. Thanks for reminding me. I was looking for new cases. I wonder what sidetracked me when that was I'm estimating it was probably about a month ago. I don't know if you guys remember me talking about it in live because I was going to play that surveillance video and I had talked about it. And then something must have sidetracked me. But yeah, definitely. I still have to do that. Yeah. Huh. All right, guys. I think I'm going to call it a night. I know, Robin, right? Like, how lucky. Like, that's crazy. He's, ugh. It's like so creepy watching that, knowing though that that's the person, it's like, ugh. Um, yes, I know, A Beautiful Day. I saw that. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff, man. It just gets overwhelming because there's like so much stuff. It's like, what do I do here? But I did see that and I wanted to do Stephen Avery soon. And I want, like I said, Maya Millette, I'm gonna keep up on that one. The what was that one that we were talking about? The Liliana one, Carrillo, that one. Jennifer Kesse, or however, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but yeah, that was one, like I said, I was gonna do a long time ago. So yeah, we got some things to talk about. All right, well. Oh, really, Robin? Cool. Okay. You should come up a panel when I talk about it then. Because I just wanted to show that video, the surveillance, and I wanted to talk about it so bad, and just kind of like I wanted to actually try to edit it, like put it in my editor. I haven't done that yet. That was what I was going to work on and try to see if I could see anything more than, I'm sure the FBI, I'm sure they've tried and it's probably nothing there, but I just wanted to check for myself, Yeah, I've seen Shanann's mom's cooking show. It's pretty cool. Keep her mind, keep her busy, and I'm happy for her. Well, Robin, you could help me out then. You know a lot, maybe. Yeah, I might have some questions for you because it sounds like you do know a lot about that. Cool. All right, guys. So Sunday. Well, what is today's Wednesday? So I don't know. I'm sure I'll do another live before Sunday. I plan on it doing another live before Sunday. So cheddar. Yeah, So maybe tomorrow. I think we're maybe talking about what were me and Bella talking about tomorrow. I thought she brought up tomorrow. I'm trying to think if we mentioned a case. I don't know, but yeah, hopefully by I'll do another live before Sunday, and then Sunday for sure. So, Sandra Onati, yeah, I think that is. She's used her maiden name. All right, y'all. Thank you, everybody. You guys have been awesome. I am going to end this. I keep saying that and then I just keep talking. But no, I must because I got to eat my Tootsie Roll Pop. I haven't been able to eat it because normally I always want it because like when they're reading, I can eat it. Why? I didn't even. Man, I missed out when they were reading for all like what a couple hours, but I could have been and I forgot about it. But okay, guys. Yeah, we'll chat hopefully in a few days, maybe tomorrow. I might do one, and then Sunday. Come questions and come on, questions in the comments for Rich and Tara for Sunday. And yeah, ghost hunting. Yeah. It's a beautiful day. My email is under all the descriptions of my videos. They'll have an email and it's in my about page, Robin. So it's available. You'll be able to see it. It's just zavgirl@protonmail.com. But it's in this description. It should be. It goes in automatic. I have it set up. So all right, everybody. Bye. You too, everybody.